welcome one and all to week 3 of Blue Otter Premiere. Our entertainment for you tonight consists of the usual 2 best-of-3 matches, the first of which will be played between our 2 undefeated teams. Heading into this week, that's going to be the Spire versus Team Solo Invade. After that, we will be enjoying Elysium versus Dorado Gaming. To whet our appetites, we will of course be starting out this stream like we do every Saturday with another installment of Otter Talk. We have some more fantastic guests on this week, guys. Please introduce yourselves with your IGN, who you're playing for here in the Premier League, and tell us who you've been enjoying in solo queue recently.
So hello, my name's Bear. I'm the top laner and owner of High Alert. I also, who I've been enjoying recently is Mbessa in the solo queue.
Yeah.
Sheesh. I'm Pineaholic. I play mid for the Spires team. I've been Victor abusing because that champ is super fun and is useful all the time.
Very nice.
Hello, I am Unleashed from TSI Jungler, and I've been enjoying a lot of Pantheon recently.
Oh, interesting. The Pantheon jungle. Yeah, I've been trying to. I'm also a jungler. I've been trying to make the Pantheon jungle work, but I haven't really quite figured it out yet. Anyways, we can maybe get into that a little bit more later. Very cool that we do have a representative from each of our undefeated teams here in the call. So that's going to be pretty fun as we can discuss that matchup that you guys got coming up in just a little while. But first, we do have another new segment this week. So we're going to be doing some drawing. I don't really have a name for this segment. I come up with a name for our clip segment last week, but we'll workshop the name a little bit. If you guys have any ideas, feel free to toss those out there. But basically, I'm just going to be coming up with some concepts, and we have here on the stream, you can see everybody, the beautiful MS Paint interface for all of our guests. They're going to be doing some drawing, whatever I decide that they are going to draw. And then Twitch chat, it is going to be your responsibility to vote on whose drawing you like the best. So they're going to have about 1 minute, I believe we decided, to do these drawings, and then we're going to hand it over to chat to determine who is the best artist out of all of you gathered here. Sound good? All right.
Mm-hmm.
I think we'll go ahead and start out, if we could, with actually those champions that you guys were just talking about. So Ambessa up first. If you guys could draw me Ambessa, that would be fantastic. 60 seconds on the clock.
I think she has hair like this. I don't know.
Interesting. We got who's in the upper? Oh, that's Unleashed in the upper left, Pine in the upper right. Okay, and then we've got Bear in the middle, down towards the bottom. So Unleashed starting off with the hair. Interesting strategy. A Bear going for more of an outline of the torso. Pine's got that hair's looking pretty good as well. Very nice. Couple seconds left. Oh, Unleashed adding in some weaponry in that drawing. Okay, time's up, guys. Fingers off of the MS Paint. And Twitch chat, how long should we give Twitch chat to vote? Maybe like 15, 20 seconds or so. A quick turnaround on these. A minute for Twitch chat as well. Fair enough, yeah. Very interesting. So maybe while Twitch chat is voting, you guys could comment on one another's drawings. Unleashed, besides your own, between Pine and Bear, who do you like better?
I mean, I feel like Pine has a lot of color, which is kind of like
the
big.
Color is a nice touch, yeah.
But I feel like Bear's like girth in those arms and stuff kind of really represent like her gameplay. So I'm gonna go with Bear.
Yeah, I like it. Bear, then you're next. Between Unleashed and Pine, whose drawing do you prefer?
I think the add of the weapons and Unleashed is hard winning for me.
Yeah, definitely. I did a pretty good job with the weapons there. You know, you can kind of tell, from the general shape. What are her weapons called, anyways? Does anybody know?
They're called Drake Hounds.
Oh, cool. That's a pretty cool name. I've never heard of that particular weapon before, but very nice. Well, Pine, coming to you next year. Between Unleashed and Bear, where are you leaning? Where would you vote?
I agree with the sentiment that Bear's drawing is pretty good. The arms are
Yeah,
just
yeah.
so good.
Sort of the
Lots of
pupils
veins,
as
lots of
well.
muscles. Yeah.
Like the deadpan expression, I feel like
Yup.
is pretty
It
great.
fits Ambessa. She's just gonna
For
kill you
sure.
and not care.
100%. Yeah. Is Twitch chat done voting, Mr. Producer? Unleashed
Yep,
is the victor according to Twitch chat. Yeah, I guess the weaponry there kind of ended up being probably what pushed you over the line, Unleashed. Very
mm-hmm.
nice. Well, let's go ahead and move on. I believe it was Pine. You said Victor was who you were playing. Is that
Yep.
right? Let's go ahead and draw Victor next. We'll give you a moment to delete the Ambessa drawings or erase those.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you want to save it, and add it to your galleries, absolutely fine.
Well, I'll just take it from the stream.
There you go. There you go.
That might be my profile picture on Discord for the next week.
Excellent. Excellent. And anybody who wasn't here for Otter Talk just won't understand. They won't get it. They won't be in the know. Okay. So 60 seconds on the clock, please, Mr. Producer. Draw me Victor.
Victor has like a weird mask thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I gotta start like drawing like the body first, you know?
Of course.
A little cape he has.
He's skinny. Why am I making him not skinny?
I gotta make him into like a little stick figure here.
Yeah, it's the weaponry strategy again coming out there, as I see Victor's got a little bit of a staff there for Unleashed.
This is laser.
Bear putting a lot of focus on the cape of the Victor. Does also have a little bit of a staff there. Ooh, I like that, adding in the a little mechanical hand that shoots out the death ray as well. Very nice. And then Pine, of course, going with the color strategy again. He's also got that little death ray hand poking out behind Victor. Okay, that's time, guys. Hands off MS Paint. And 60 seconds on the clock now for Twitch chat to go ahead and start voting. And Pine will come to you first this time between Unleashed and Bear. What are your thoughts?
Ooh. I like Unleashed's drawing. Feel like the face and the mask are more like lore accurate because his face is weird after Arcane.
Yeah. I feel like the mask being there for Unleashed is definitely one of the key differences between these two drawings. And even adding in the gravity well there also. It's pretty nice. And I guess that yellow squiggle on the side is him casting the death ray, right?
Yep.
Very nice, very nice. Unleashed, what are your thoughts between Pine and Bear here, these two sketches?
I mean, I kind of respect like Bear's is like similar to mine. I guess maybe he was copying me a little bit, you know. But I think Pine's is like very cute, very small. Again, colors.
Very demure.
I mean, it kind of looks like him now that he's nerfed a little bit. So
This is nerf Victor that Pine drew.
yeah. So I'm gonna go with
Excellent.
Pine.
Very nice. Yeah, it's a patch accurate Victor for Pine.
Yup.
Excellent. Bear, what are you thinking? Would you like to respond to the accusations from Unleashed there that you were just copying his homework?
Gonna be honest. I feel a little insulted.
I bet.
Obviously, your cape is just not superior to mine. And that's why I'm going Pine. As my favorite. So
Makes sense. So both of you guys leaning towards Pine this time. Does, of course, the only one that really used much color. There's a little bit of color for both of you guys this time around. And then we did have Unleashed. The Ambessa player won the Ambessa drawing, and then Pine as the Victor player would be pretty appropriate if Pine ended up winning the Victor drawing. But what is the verdict from Twitch chat? It is Bear taking home the win for the Victor drawing. Very nice. Okay. And then Bear, you are playing the Pantheon recently in solo queue. So guys, go ahead and erase these Victor drawings, and we're going to be doing Pantheon next. All right. right, 60 seconds, please, Mr. Producer. Here we go. All right, so once again, Unleashed starting off with the head. You got the little bit of the mask on there. And Bear going with the torso once again, going with the silhouette to start out. Pine definitely. I feel like gold is that sort of yellowy gold is probably the right color for Pantheon's helmet. Good looks there. Bear, I feel like, is a little bit torn right now. He's struggling a bit to decide on what color he wants to go for. And he's running out of time, Bear. You only got 10 seconds left. You got to fill out this drawing. Meanwhile, Unleashed really fleshed things out. We got the shield there, the spear, the weaponry coming into play for Unleashed once again. And I feel like his is, that's time, guys. That is going to be time for the Pantheon drawing. I feel like Unleashed definitely has the most fleshed out drawing this time around. But let's come to you first, Bear, and hear your thoughts between Unleashed and Pine. What are you feeling?
Unleashed for sure. Has the abs are there.
Oh yeah.
And I just want to quickly defend. As I went for the full picture of Pantheon at the bottom of Mount Targon. So
Oh, I see.
I
So
would
that's
like
the
to defend.
I see. I
Mhm.
see.
He's over here in this little corner.
I just didn't understand your artistic genius. I apologize, Bear. But yeah, definitely Unleashed has more of the zoomed in angle, right? So we can see the abs, like you said, and the weaponry, of course, there as well. Unleashed between Pine and Bear. What are you feeling?
I don't know why, but I'm like very against Bear in this other talk, but there's no personal beef against that, but again, like Pantheon's like tiny, Mount Targon is like bigger than him, obviously, but I didn't know we were enjoying mountains, but
That's right. That's
yeah,
right.
I'm gonna go with Pines.
I do think that's a fair criticism. I understand what you were going for, Bear, but I did not ask you to draw Mount Targon. I asked you to draw Pantheon, and he is there, but he's very, very tiny.
Yeah, I think the difference is that I'm like on Mount Targon, like that's supposed to be like the top of Mount Targon. So.
Right. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Pine, I believe we need to hear from you still between Unleashed and Bear. What are your thoughts?
I'm gonna go with Unleashed again because that drawing looks pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, Unleashed, definitely some solid artistic chops there,
Dude,
I
this
think.
guy
I'm
MS
pretty
Paints,
impressed.
it's crazy.
It's
For
true.
sure, for sure. Not his first rodeo with MS Paint, no doubt. But is Twitch chat done voting? Unleashed is going to take this one. So Unleashed, winner of the Ambessa drawing and the Pantheon drawing as well. Very, very nice. And then I do have another idea here, guys. Go ahead and erase these. And it's going to be a surprise. So you're done clearing up those windows. Okay, excellent. If you could please draw me a Void Grub.
Ooh.
60 seconds on the clock. Here we go. At least the color should be pretty obvious, right? The Void Grubs don't really have any weapons to speak of, just their little teeth. So I'm interested to see what Unleashed is going to focus on for this one. The Bear's Void Grub is very circular, very orb-like.
I don't remember if they have ears or whatever.
I don't know if they do have ears. I don't think so. I'm not sure either, though, to be totally honest. Okay, Pine's Void Grub looks like it's doing a little bit of a dance or something. It's some kind of, it's like striking
They
a
hop
pose.
around when they spawn. They do their thing.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We got some teeths here from Unleashed and from Bear as well. And I like the little addition of the Void Might that Unleashed has put in. Also, that is time, guys. That is the end of your 60 seconds. Hands off MS Paint. And we'll come to Unleashed again first. This time, between Pine and Bear, which drawing are you leaning towards?
You know what? I know I was like a Bear doubter, but I think Bear is gonna take it from me.
Mm.
Like I respect the girth. I feel like
Yeah,
Bear
yeah.
loves like the girthiness. So I'm gonna go with
Definitely.
Bear here.
Yeah, I'm seeing some parallels actually between Bear's grub drawing and the Ambessa drawing from earlier. You know, we've got the pupils again, so it's kind of a funny expression on the Void grub, and yeah, the girthiness, the wide grub angle from Bear, definitely pretty thematic with his drawings also. Bear, what are you thinking between Unleashed and Pine?
I think Unleashed is a little bit of nightmare fuel.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
something I get from my
Well,
nightmares. So I think I'm gonna go Pine here.
you're just too
Mine's
intimidated.
just a little guy. He's just a little guy.
He's just a little guy. Pine. Oh, wow, a three-way tie.
Holy
Oh
we're all
man,
the
does that
goats.
mean that I have to break the tie, or should we just let it be a tie? I think it's fine to just let it be a tie. I guess that seems good. Or does there have to be a winner? What do we think?
I think there has to be a winner. That's just my
Does there
own
have to be a
personal.
winner?
I
Okay,
think.
I could choose a winner. Oh, it is tough though. It's definitely tough. I can see why Twitch chat is torn on this one. It definitely some merits to each of these drawings. Um, I'm gonna go with Unleashed. I like the little void mite that he added in there as well alongside the grub, and that is, you know, kind of just how they're designed. I think to be a kind of nightmare fuel, right? So I feel like that came through nicely in Unleashed's drawing for sure. Let me see. I gotta come up. I'm gonna come up with one more thing for us to draw. I think. Wookie, do you have any ideas? No. Let me think here. Let me think.
A dragon.
Ooh, I was
We
thinking about
could
that
go.
too.
Yeah, you guys want to draw? Okay, let's go for a Chemtech dragon.
Ooh,
Okay, and we're gonna give you an extra 30 seconds for this last one.
yeah.
Let's do it.
Uh,
Chemtech Soul buffed on this patch, of course. Well, 2% more damage reduction. Very exciting. So we've got, yeah, the face coming out first from Unleashed again. Pine is, oh, let's see here. So I think those are the wings. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I'm seeing the vision. Okay. Bear, oh, that's an interesting angle. So this is kind of like looks like a front angle. Like if you're standing in front of the dragon pit, it's like rearing up and spreading its wings. Very fearsome. Bear, the only one not going for any color just yet. We still got 45 seconds though. The feet are pretty interesting from Unleashed. We've got some toes here on the legs of the Chemtech dragon. It's really looking a little bit more like a crocodile, if I'm being
come
totally
on.
honest. But
We're
okay,
necked
here
in.
we got some wings. All right, now we're looking a little bit more dragon-like. Pine is Pines looks like some kind of dinosaur. Is definitely related to dragons, you know, at the very least. And
Our
they're all
dragon's
looking pretty
beautiful.
hungry, which is absolutely amazing. Ooh, I like the tail on bears. 5 seconds left, guys. Running out of time. Okay, that is time. Hands off MS Paint. Very nice. Let's come to Pine first this time. Pine, between Unleashed and Bear, what are your thoughts?
Uh, I like bears a lot. You got the
Mhm.
little Chemtech elements. I just
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
slammed a dragon, and it looks pretty great, but his looks better.
Yeah, yeah. I like that you highlight sort of the Chemtech little thingies on the back of Bear's dragon. It's very nice, and the snout on there is pretty cute as well. And I do also like the tail. So Bear, what are you thinking between Pine and Unleashed?
I
Couple
think
of
I'm
it, pretty.
going. I think I'm going Pine. I like the
Mm,
color usage. It's not because I'm color deficient. I can barely see Unleashed at all. I'm gonna have to go Pine here.
mm. Yeah, yeah, I like it. Pine's definitely has had the most colorful drawings, for sure, throughout this segment. And yeah, Unleashed, I definitely appreciate. I feel like that color is pretty accurate to like the color of the actual Chemtech Dragon, but I definitely hear what Bear's saying as well, where it is actually just a little bit hard to see with the white background. But
Yeah,
Unleashed, what are your thoughts
I do
between
agree
the
with
two?
Bear. I should have chose a darker color, but um, between Bear and Pine, I feel like Bear's is like very cute. Like that face is
Mm-hmm.
kind of like is very wholesome. Like as a jungler, I like I really don't like the solo Chemtech because like shoots faster at the
That's
end.
true.
So,
Yeah.
but this one's like nice and friendly. Like it's really inviting. So I'm gonna go with Bear.
Yeah, not an intimidating dragon whatsoever. I would almost be reluctant to fight it. I would want
Dude,
to
I
just be
want
friends
that
with the Chemtech
Chemtech
dragon.
dragon as my pet.
Seriously, yeah.
Like
Uh,
Moss Stomper who? I want Chemtech dragon.
true. Oh man, but maybe that's gonna be like 5 years from now. Instead of jungle pets, we each get our own little dragon. That would be crazy.
Bring back old
Uh,
Mordekaiser.
true, true, true. Good times. Is Twitch chat done voting, Mr. Producer? Where are we at with that?
Ooh.
Another tie between Unleashed and Bear this time. So Pine, maybe you can help me break the tie this time. So you said that you enjoyed Bears a little bit more. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, I think I'm with you. So that's pretty easy. Let's just go with Bear this one. Very cute Chemtech dragon. Definitely enjoyed that one and enjoyed all of your drawings very much. So thank you guys for sharing your artistic skills with us in this segment. But let's go ahead and move on now to a little bit of a discussion about this week's matches. We're gonna get into predictions. We can pull that up. Here is the schedule. So as previously mentioned, we do have the Spire going up against Team Solo Invade to start this one off, and a representative from each of those teams right here in the call with us. Later on today, we're going to be having Elysium going up against Dorado Gaming, and then tomorrow on Sunday for Chong and Ferris, they're going to be covering Omega versus Conduit and High Alert versus the Literal Monkeys. That last match going to be the fight. Both of those teams right now at 0-2, both of them needing their first win still. Here are our predictions here on Otter Talk. We are divided for this first one. So me and Pineaholic, of course, Pineaholic, you would vote for your own squad, the Spire, to take the win here, and then Unleashed, of course, going for your own squad, Team Solo Invade, to take the win, and Bear aligning with you on that prediction. This one is definitely really tough to call. I do think that for me, the Spire has just looked a little bit cleaner on average. I feel like Boostus and Witch especially. I just feel like they came off that win in Emerald League, and I feel like they're still really on form. Have been playing really really well. So that's kind of where I went with my direction. But no doubt, Team Solo Invade has had some incredibly strong performances as well. Let's come to Bear first for this conversation. Bear, you are going for the Team Solo Invade prediction. Would you like to walk us through it?
I think they just look really good during their games. During the first week, we watched the versus Conduit, and we were pretty impressed. Just like we group watch party pretty much every day of premiere over at High Alert.
Nice, nice.
So I think that MBK looks really really strong. I think he's a really really good mid laner. I feel the same way about their ADC, just RJ. I just feel really good about the matchup. That being said, did lose to the Spire 2-1, and I haven't faced Team Solo Invade quite yet. So that's maybe why I shift a little bit. We took a game off the Spire, so I think that's
Mhm.
why I kind of went with Team Solo Invade.
Yeah, totally fair enough. I do like you call out the carries there. NBK and RJ have definitely been playing pretty lights out so far here in the Premier League. So definitely some good threats there. But let's come to Pineaholic next, our Spire representative. Obviously predicting yourself to win, and I don't want you to reveal too much about the game plan. But if anything you can share with us about your strategy tonight and how you're going to be looking to attack this one.
Usually the strategies are from Boostus and Witchet Black Mass.
Mhm.
Not gonna lie, uh, they're definitely the more experienced people when it comes to a lot of the planning stuff for our drafts. Uh, they told me I need to be scared mid because NBK is really good, and I'm
He
kind of
is.
a
He
boosted
definitely
inter,
is.
so I need to not go 0-4 in all of my matchups.
I
So
believe in you.
that's all. That's all I'm really gonna say. I just need to not be a boosted idiot.
All right. All right. Seems like a solid game plan to me.
Yep.
But Unleashed, let's come over to you next. Same question, basically. Without revealing too much, what's your general approach to this matchup against the Spire, the other undefeated team so far?
For the matchup, I mean, before I even mention about that, I did put 2-1 for me. I feel like
Okay.
Spire has a very good chance of just taking a game. Um,
Mhm.
like he said, they came back from Blue Water Emerald. They're a really like structured team already from last split, while we're not technically. So that's where they're gonna might get like an advantage on us. But I think RJ and NBK are like really solid players to play with, and our current nation is like very crazy good. So that's why I think in 3 games we're just gonna take the 2-1 of Spire.
Yeah, makes sense. It's interesting, right? Because the Spire, for most of the Emerald League last season, a lot of people weren't really giving them credit. They weren't really considered favorites to win until maybe like the very, very end once they got to the finals. But everybody was saying for most of the season, like, oh, they have an easy group, like, oh, they're just getting all these free wins. But as it turned out, they just made the group look easy. They were that good. But I do like that we're divided on this prediction. I do think it's going to be a really close, a really good match between these two squads, no doubt about it. Let's go ahead and move on to our next match. We can go ahead and discuss. That is, of course, going to be Elysium against Dorado Gaming. And, I'll be honest, guys, I am a little bit scared to watch Dorado play again tonight because those have been some games. My goodness. Unleashed, let's come to you first this time around. We're all predicting Elysium for this one. What are you feeling like Elysium, I feel like, has had definitely some pretty strong performances so far, but at this point I'm starting to lose faith a little bit in Dorado, and that's kind of the direction I went with my prediction. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Dorado has no chance, unfortunately. It's not a strong roster at all, usually from them, but I know like TSI beat Elysium last week, even though they had E-subs and everything, with their support position being missing, which is
Mhm.
unlucky. But
Yeah,
2-1 with subs is kind of represents how strong they are, even without
for
like a
sure.
key player. So, and I think Guster, Sofanda, and even like their new mid laner, I guess for this week, Cordelia, are gonna be really strong and just gonna blow up the whole game.
Yeah, definitely. I like that you call out the fact that Elysium made it competitive last week against your squad, right? Last week, uh, Elysium versus Team
Yeah,
Solo Invade, I
TSI.
believe we had in week 2. Yeah, and they were playing with the subs like you said, but they still made a pretty competitive match out of it against your squad, one of the stronger squads so far here in the Premier League. So definitely good shouts there. And the thing about Dorado is like they've been in good positions, right? Like they've had games that they've won fair and square and then just yeeted them away. It's been pretty frustrating to watch, but you can't, at least we can say that Dorado have been able to put themselves in winning positions. It's just a question if they're going to be able to actually close out these games. But Pineaholic also predicting Elysium, obviously. What are your thoughts about this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, Dorado hasn't looked the strongest in Premier. As you said, they've had their moments where they've shined really well and been able to take games off people, but I don't know. I just feel like Elysium has a better chance overall.
Yeah, I just feel like Elysium is more solid. They're just less variance, and I feel like that should be enough to probably get them over the line in this one. But Bear, we need to hear from you still as well about this matchup. Also predicting Elysium. What are your thoughts on this one?
I think last week's match versus Team Solo Invade carries this for me. I thought they just looked really good during the game, so just those games alone, I was kind
Hmm.
of favoring Dorado, or not Dorado, Elysium over Dorado. And then I thought that I don't know, Dorado hasn't looked that great to me through
Right.
the split, so I think that Elysium should be a clean 2-0 in my opinion.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting as well that matchup last week between Elysium and Team Solo Invade. That game two, the one that Elysium did win, was actually very, very one-sided in their favor. So definitely could see them having some strong performances again tonight. But let's go ahead and move on now, guys, to our next matchup. That's going to be Omega Gaming going up against Conduit Esports as a first match tomorrow night. So all of us, again, aligned here in our predictions, going for the Omega prediction. Omega did lose their match in week number 1, but they were having some very, very serious connection issues in that week, and I believe they had a pretty strong opponent as well. Let me pull that up really quickly to remind myself. Oh, they were actually playing against Dorado Gaming in week number 1, right? That's the Dorado's one win was over Omega in week 1. But, you know, we had Saren on the podcast again last week, and he was assuring us that those connection issues have been resolved, and they're not going to have to worry about that anymore. And then they did manage to pick up the win in week number 2, obviously, over your squad, Bear, over High Alert. Omega Gaming able to get that one done. Unleashed. Actually, Bear, let's come to you first this time around. Maybe start off your thoughts with maybe what you think went wrong for your squad last week, and then, you know, transition that into why you think Omega is favored in this matchup against Conduit.
Yeah, so last week in our matchup versus Omega, I felt like we had I felt like it should have been gone to a third game. Our second game, our first game kind of rough. Our draft was really bad. But our second game looked a lot better once we got into like the groove of things. Ended up throwing it away due to some bad Oriana Nocturne combos. So I felt pretty good about that. I think that we are going to be shaping up to this next week or tomorrow, really. I think that with the proper roster changes, we'll look pretty good. And then for why I chose Omega, one, I'm a big Ivar stan, so
Nice.
I chose because Omega because I'm a fanboy. But yeah, I mean that's really what carries it for me. And they were really, really good last week. I think they play really well together. So
Yeah. I mean, who isn't an Ivar stan? Everybody loves that guy. Pineaholic, your thoughts, please.
I feel like it'll be a decently close series from both teams, just from what we've seen from both Omega and Conduit. I feel like Omega will probably take it because they play together a bit better, and I think that like gap in synergy, I guess, will just be what is necessary for them to take the win.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Unleashed, go right ahead. Your thoughts.
Yeah, I did go for Omega for this week against Conduit. I know for Conduit they won last week with genetics in the jungle, which was kind of awesome to
That was a
see.
bit different, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna go with Omega just because I think Saren is a good carry for that team. If I had to pick like an early season MVP, it might be even going to Saren from what I've watched. Because I watched the Omega series against I think it was Dorado. Yeah, I think he was able to carry those games, but unfortunately that they didn't. But yeah, I think the bot lane for Omega. I'm not sure if Nubly or Ivar is gonna be playing, but I think Maj or May, whatever how you pronounce his name. I think that bot lane is just gonna do well against Galeta and Yurspi. So yeah,
Maj,
2-1.
I think,
Yeah, Maj.
And I like that you call out Saren as well. Saren has definitely been playing really, really well so far this season also. And really quickly, our last matchup, we are running out of time, guys, so try to be a little bit more brief with our thoughts on this one. We do have, of course, the Literal Monkeys going up against High Alert. Both of these teams hunting for their first win. Unleashed, coming to you first. Going with the High Alert prediction. Walk us through it.
Yeah, High Alert just gonna 2-0 Literal Monkeys. I don't think Literal Monkeys are like that great of a team. I know their mid laner for Literal Monkeys was kind of running down those games, but it had some good games on like Oriana. But
Yeah.
I hope they don't do like that Yasuo mid lane again. That would be like the best chance of winning. But yeah, I think Bear and his squad are gonna take the 2-0.
Yeah. Cool Pro Ninja not quite able to get to his 10 death power spike in that Yasuo game, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Pineaholic going with the Monkeys prediction. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, those are the two teams that Spire's played so far. And for me, that matchup last week against the Literal Monkeys felt much more challenging than the game against Tyler did. Even though both series were 2-1s, it just, I don't know, it felt a lot harder for me specifically against
Okay.
literal monkeys.
Okay, yeah. So some credit there given over to the pro ninja right after we flamed as Yasuo. So glad to see that coming back the other direction. Bear, of course, predicting yourself to win. Anything you'd like to share about this upcoming matchup?
New roster changes. We have new support, Rusha. She's gonna go out and kill it, so I'm excited for her debut. And then this week we also have a fill-in, and we'll show them all. Or Jake filling in for Verja, who could not make it, and I do believe Verja, who has previously played on Literal Monkeys, might hunt us down and kill us all if we do not win this game. So that's a big booster
Motivator.
as well. But yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Very nice. That is a little bit concerning to me that Verja is not going to be able to make it this week. I definitely feel like he's been one of the stronger performers for your squad so far this season. But I believe in you guys. I'm sure that you're going to be able to make it happen on his behalf. We are just going to do some shout outs now. Thank you guys very much for joining us this week for this episode of Otter Talk. We'll come to you, Unleashed, first for some shout outs, please.
Yeah, shout out to everybody in TSI. I also want to shout out to my home orgs, Bloom Gaming. Good guys there. But yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Pineaholic, shout out, please.
Yeah, shout out to Spire. I really like being around all the people there, and it's pretty cool. Ayo Penguini is absolutely a Nami one trick, and Matt and Boostus are old.
Yeah. Those Nami one-trick allegations still following him around for now, at least. Bear, some shout-outs from you, please.
So shout out everybody that's in the High Alert community. Freaking love you guys. Shout out my buddy Les Force and then Coach Celius, who have been helping us get a little bit better. And then shout out Valve Index, because why not?
Fantastic. Thank you guys again so very much for joining us for this week. Excellent drawings. Great to hear from you about those predictions as well, guys. We are now going to a short break, and then we're going to be right back for game number 1 between the Spire and Team Solo Invade. Gonna be a banger. Definitely do not want to miss this one. See you on the Rift. Well, hello again, otters. Am I about to build a dam, or am I just happy to see you? In all seriousness, hope everyone had a good holiday yesterday. And if you didn't, then don't worry, we're here to take your mind off it. That's the plan for me, at least. How was your V-Day, Mr. Gopherino?
Well, as I was explaining in the pregame here, I did go to Costco, so...
Oh, yes.
My mic. I always sound a little far away if I'm standing and my mic's down there. Did go to Costco, got some nice stuff. If you don't have a Costco membership, there's one by you. I definitely recommend it to anyone in chat. I'm not being paid to promote them, but
Yeah,
as a Costco
Costco is
member,
not
I
a
do like them.
sponsor of Blue Otter League, just so everyone's aware.
I will hit them up in the DMs.
Please
There's one
do,
time
that
I
would be
actually
great.
DM'd a few companies on Twitter like, yo, you want to sponsor Risen Esports?
How did that
I forget
go?
if I did that for Blue Water League. But getting back to draft here,
Okay,
going
okay.
through right now, a lot of big names off the board here. The Corki, strong as always, the Galio and the Cassiopeia have also been popping up quite a decent amount here. The J4 and Fiddle definitely much more targeted right now. I'm curious what's going to slip through and be that Prio. Skarner, as always, is pretty strong and pretty solid in the jungle, so we'll see if that's the priority here.
Definitely like the bans from Solo Invade to get rid of the Amumu and the Fiddlestick. Those are some of Witch's best champions. Witch has been playing extremely well for the Spire so far this season. And then for the Spire side, I really do especially like that Corki ban towards RJ. The AD carry for Solo Invade has had some great performances on that pick, including, I think he had like a 10-0 and 11 Corki game or something in week number 1. I don't remember exactly, but definitely been playing really well on that pick. The Varus is going to come through on the B1 here. Ezreal immediately, the response.
Yeah, not too bad here. The Ezreal does fine against the lethality Varus because you're able to just stand far back away. Ezreal also decently valued in this meta right now. You can play safe in lane and it lets you support roam. And right now, crit ADCs definitely don't feel as good. A little on the weak side, some would say. I would say it's definitely a tiny bit weak, but nothing too much here. Ezreal, of course, never really has to worry about crit. I could only imagine the world where Ezreal's Q could crit. That would be very funny.
Oh,
but
God.
there's the Skarner. I was hyping up, going to be locked in here. Question for me now here, crewman, is do we see the Zyra counterpick locked in here? That's the usual go-to.
Yeah, could be interesting. Is Witch a Zyra player? Let me see if I can pull up that op.gg really quickly, see if we have any Zyra games.
Well, we got the Wukong lock in here, so might not be.
Probably not.
It's kind of
so
weird.
Wukong,
Wukong historically a top laner.
That's true, that's true. But, you know, he's obviously been pretty commonly found in the jungle as well, and it is the second most played champ for Witch behind the Fiddlesticks. So, makes sense. Then the pairing with the Ahri, I think, pretty nice, right?
Yeah, typically you see the Ahri with someone more more guaranteed CC in the jungle. Vi is a very popular one because you can just use the cease and desist on someone that locks them up for the charm. But Wukong definitely works too. You do, of course, have to hit 6, and it is skill shot dependent. He's going to be the answer with the Veigar, though. The Veigar, I like it into the Ahri because the Ahri not the highest range and not the highest burst. So if you go in with that Spirit Rush, you're going to get trapped in the cage and usually take quite a bit from that trade or outright die. I'm curious how that's going to work with the ganks, though, once the Wukong gets factored in.
Yeah, it could be pretty dangerous for the Ahri for sure. I do think that the Veigar Skarner pairing actually works quite nicely also, right? Where like if you do trap somebody in the cage, then Skarner can kind of like grab them and force them into the side to get the stun. So I could see that working out pretty well also. But into the second ban phase here, Nami going to get taken off the table by the side of Solo Invade. Penguini still not quite escaping those Nami one-trick allegations.
Yeah.
I think we have seen him had some strong performances on some other picks. The Renata comes to mind as something that Penguini has looked really good on. So I don't think he's necessarily completely banned out with the removal of the Nami, but he did type fish sad face in the client chat. So not necessarily happy to see his fish get banned.
Could be referring to another fish. Fizz has a fish. No, Fizz isn't a fish because Fizz is a Yordle, but
yeah, he's kind of blurs the line, right? He's like a
yeah. A lot of those
maybe
early
his
Yordles
dad was
do.
a fish and his mom was a Yordle or something. I don't know.
Because like a lot of those early Yordles, they're kind of in a weird middle spot where it's like, yeah, there's a Yordle. Then they're like, wait, we have to make up lore for these Yordles. So then they're like, Bandle City, teleportation, they can't die. I don't know. But Nautilus and Zyra being taken off the board here. Strong supports in their own right. We'll see
Yeah.
what the call is.
The the Zyra ban come out from the Spire side, right? You were mentioning that it can be pretty strong into the Skarner, but usually would be played in the jungle, right? So maybe just the side of the Spire not wanting to see that paired up alongside the Ezreal, I guess. In the bot lane, it is going to be the Ornn coming through for SK up there in the top lane. SK has been having some great performances on these tank champions. Seems like SK's main role in this squad is just to be frontline and to create that space in the team fights for the carries to really pop off, and that has been working extremely well for the side of Team Solo Invade. So definitely like to see the Ornn lock in here. Does mean that they're saving their support counterpick for R5, which is pretty interesting.
Maybe just worried about the top lane pool getting pinched here. I was a little worried with the Ornn here because that does mean you don't have the best pure tank busting capabilities. Thankfully, you're not against a pure tank on the enemy team. Yes, the Wukong and Mordekaiser, they'll get decently bulky, but it's not like they're just rushing armor and MR items from minute one. So thankfully, that has been avoided. I am worried a little bit, though, about the engage here from TSI. You don't have the most reliable. Skarner trying to tunnel through a wall, pretty good, but can't always land, and then you have to do the Impale skill shot, which can be flashed out of. Call the Forge God. Well, there's a Braum on the enemy team. I like the Braum into the Ornn because you just put up the wall and completely deny that. Karma won't really help with the engage too much here, but speeding up a Skarner will definitely help things.
Yeah. A couple of really interesting lock-ins here for our respective supports towards the end of the draft. I do agree with you, Gofrino. I really like the Braum angle here. Not only is it good against the Ornn, but it's really solid against the Ezreal as well, I feel like. And just as you were pointing out, with the fact that we are a little bit lacking for engage on the side of Team Solo Invade, Braum is going to do great work there in mitigating what little engage options they do have. So that definitely feels pretty powerful. But then the Karma coming through on the R5. I definitely hear what you're saying as well, how that doesn't really facilitate necessarily the engage for Team Solo Invade as much as maybe some other picks would. But I do think it's obviously a great pairing alongside the Ezreal, and they should really be able to bully right in that 2v2.
Yeah, definitely going to have the poke advantage here. The Karma support, really great at that. Then you also have the double ranged into ranged plus melee in the bot lane. That always helps you get push prio early on. Ezreal likes that because Ezreal does not really have wave clear outside the True Shot Barrage, or in previous seasons where you could pick up the Tiamat items on him and then your Q was kind of AoE. I mean, you still can, but you don't really see it anymore. So we'll see what the TSI bot lane can do here with this prio they're going to nab. Definitely can help if they want to look for some early aggressive plays on to that Dragon bot side.
Yeah, we would definitely like to see something like that come through. I do feel like that's been kind of the bread and butter for Team Solo Invade so far this season, right? Is just kind of slower early games, and then they wait for their carries to get their first couple of items, and then it's really been team fighting and the control around the objectives. I feel like that has allowed them to pick up a lot of these wins. And I do feel like they have a pretty good draft for playing that sort of style once again here. But for the side of the Spire, definitely some pretty explosive team fighting tools for them as well. We already talked a little bit about the Ahri Wukong and the huge spike they get at level 6, right? So definitely could see them going for some contests around these early dragons.
All right. Yeah, for sure. And we'll see what they can do with that, because they also don't have the best direct engage themselves. You're going to have to go in with the clone and get the ulti knock up here with that Cyclone, which, it isn't the most unreliable thing. In fact, it's decently reliable, but you do have to get close. You do thankfully have the Chains of Corruption, which is very non-committal engage. So we'll see. Not the longest range team comp from them, unless it's going to be the Poke Pharaohs coming out, which is okay here. You have a Mordekaiser to do the percentage health damage to get through the Ornn and Skarner, but might be leaning a little towards the on-hit here just to make sure you have some gas in the tank to take out that beefy front line here.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely, I think some merits to both Varus builds in this case. So are you feeling like if you were playing the Varus, what would you lean towards? Like, what would be your preference, given these drafts?
Well, I hate playing Lethality Varus because I find it so boring, so I would go on hit, but it depends here what you want to do. If you want to go for a much more dominant bot lane and just have that early spike here, Poke Varus definitely going to be very solid. If you're more worried about the team fights, though, it's always going to be the on-hit Varus here. And looking at the rest of the comp, there can be some issues cutting through Skarner. Plus, it's not super dire. It's not going to be the end of the world here if you go Lethality Varus. it'll just be like, you're definitely gonna notice it a little here.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be tough to play for the lane since they're against Ezreal Karma, right? I mean, even if you do go poke Varus, you're gonna have a pretty hard time out poking Ezreal Karma. So I might prefer to see the on-hit build this game, but definitely an interesting decision. We'll have to see what Boostus decides to go for. I do think that the Spire are going to have some good pressure in the top lane, right? They did get that counter pick for Winfrey playing top lane this week for the Spire. Should be pretty strong matchup for the Mordekaiser into the Ornn. So do you feel like, if you're the Wukong in this game, are you focusing towards top side, or are you trying to cover, this potentially weak bot lane that might be getting bullied out a little bit by the Ezreal Karma?
Definitely feeling topside here a little. Typically, as the Wukong jungle, you do want to power farm a bit to hit that level 6. You certainly can get pre-6 if you have the red buff. It just tends to be a little bit tricky here. You do at least have setup in all your lanes, so I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm also kind of leaning towards here on the Spire. You just get the level 6 on that Wukong and then look to make something explosive happen. Probably topside here. That's definitely an option. Bot lane, it is always a little hard to gank that Ezreal unless you have that direct CC, and pre-6 your direct CC is going to be finishing off the Braum passive, which is a little tricky.
Tough. Yeah, definitely tough against the Ezreal. Makes sense to me. Overall, Gopherina, how are you feeling about these drafts? Which side do you think won the champ select for our game number 1?
Leaning towards the Spire here a little bit. I kind of like it. They have a lot of mixed threats here. They have a decent enough front line, and I like their engage much more so here in this league. It helps when you have the much easier to execute team fight composition. Not to say TSI has the most advanced team fighting thing. It's not like they have to plan out 3 algebra equations to engage here, but they just have to work a little bit harder to start off these engages, which I feel gives the Spire a bit of an edge here.
Yeah, I totally hear you. Definitely pretty explosive draft from the Spire, especially that top side, I think. We're going to be pretty excited to see what they're going to be able to get done. But for the side of Team Solo Invade, it's absolutely a composition that suits their strengths, and they've been looking quite strong so far this season, as have the Spire. So it's going to be a banger no matter what, guys. We're into a short break, and then we're on to the Rift to start off the day. Okay, Premier League fans, welcome on to the Rift for game number 1 of the day, our first game of week 3. We've got the Spire on the blue side, Team Solo Invade on the red, and the Spire going for a 5-man play towards this top lane Goferino.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna get anything though, unless SK walks up to here. But I think SK is just gonna spot this. They're playing pretty safe in the tri-brush.
Gonna be able to back off in time. They do
Oh,
have the
yeah,
power
they
of the
see that.
Braum. So Penguini is going to land the Winter's Bite. The auto attacks start to come in. The concussive blows do get stacked up, and there's the charm! And that was the difference. Pineaholic starting charm there for the extra CC. And the Spire get the first blood on Witch's Wukong, the player who's been performing so well for them this season, off to an early lead.
Also, quick shout outs to V Relics. Thank you for the prime sub here. We appreciate the money.
Relics? Yeah.
But a little disrespectful there from SK. You have the flash there. I think you just immediately flash out of that one as soon as you see the Braum land the Q on you. Yes, you probably didn't expect the charm level up there, and yes, Pineaholic definitely going to be feeling not starring the Orb of Deception here in the mid lane, but to get yourself the first blood like that, it's going to feel good.
Yeah, for sure. You know, for SK, I wonder if maybe, you know, just anticipating the fact that this is going to be a difficult lane matchup against the Mordekaiser, really wanting to hold on to the flash there. But I do agree, Goferino. I think you just have to respect the Braum at the level 1. Probably it would have been good to not give over that first blood. We do see lethal tempo on the Vera, so it is going to be the on-hit builds, it seems.
Yep. Yeah, I kind of like that most. As I mentioned, I kind of hate the lethality build. Root should land here.
Yeah, Penguin going to take a whole bunch of damage. Braum going down extremely low as RJ moving forward. Not going to be able to find that last Mystic shot, but a big win in that early trade for the Ezreal Karma lane that we did expect to have pressure down there. But one other thing, just noticing here, Unleashed actually started enemy red, so got some counter jungling done. Be really interesting to see how Witch responds, as he is going to discover just now that his Raptors have been taken.
Ooh, and with this ward spotting, Unleashed gonna be pretty happy knowing that.
Yeah.
Okay, does clone over the wall here to grab the rocks. So it's not the end of the world to lose those 2 camps, but it definitely
First
does.
shot onto SK. The Ornn does still have flash. Gonna have to use it here. Does do so. Winfrey could have gone for the flash follow there, but just going to accept the win. Gonna take that summoner spell advantage and continue pressuring the Ornn.
Kind of surprising too. I thought the Ornn would be able to put up a little bit more of a fight here, at least early on, but right now it looks like Winfrey able to get quite some damage on down, despite the Ornn's natural tankiness. So doing well in that
Not
matchup.
tanky yet. And Mordekaiser just does so well against champions with large health pools, right? He just the early percent HP damage from the passive is so powerful in those melee matchups. Winfrey doing a good job with that so far. Garcia the push out in the bot lane right now is Boostus and Penguini getting this wave pushed out. Unleashed now moved up over to the top side, clearing out his own red side camps, and is tied right now with Witch's Wukong, but obviously more to farm for the Skarner.
Yeah, Witch did the best they could there. The rest of their jungle. They grabbed the scuttle. They might be able to grab topside scuttle too here if they path directly to that. Their back was spotted on a ward there. You can see there in the river just below here at the entrance to mid lane. Did spot that out there. Probably got an idea this Wukong's going to be topside pretty damn soon. Nice charm, but...
Nice trade there for Pineaholic. Yeah, interesting that Witch actually going for his own Raptors, going for the Raptor respawn instead of that topside Scuttlecrab, possibly expecting that Unleashed may have already taken it. But we know that is not the case. That top Scuttler is still alive and well.
Looks like that's going to be the call here. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the thought, like, okay, they probably just grabbed the topside scuttle here after clearing out their chickens, but in fact, Unleashed just gonna back here, not even pick up that scuttle, maybe thinking,
Ooh.
which path towards that? Okay.
The trade from the Ornn, but the extended trade is not going to go the way of SK. So there's that percent HP damage coming out once again.
Neither jungler is going to be going for this top lane scuttle.
Poor top scuttle is just forgotten.
Yep. A little funny, but you know, they don't have the same overhead vision.
Okay.
we do. Thank you.
Here comes the
Good call.
Skarner. Unleashed does still have the flash. It's going to be Hacks flashing forward for the tether. And Boostus tries to flash away, still gets rooted up. Penguini doing a great job playing defense there, blocking that damage. And they will survive that attempt from Unleashed. Just the one or two summoners, I guess, flash off of the Varus and the Karma there as trade flashes.
You'll take that here. The flash being down on the Varus means Boostus is going to have to play much more careful here. Next time you go for that gank, it's going to be much harder. As a mobile ADC, you need that flash to get out of a lot of things here.
Which, seeing that move from Unleashed into the bot lane, is going to be able to get a little bit of revenge. Got a bit of counter jungling done, I believe, as he was able to take away those Krugs, I think, on the top side. And now he's going to be starting up the Grubs. We were doing some drawing today on Otter Talk, actually, Go Free. I had our guests draw a Void Grub. That was very fun. As Boostus now in so much trouble, I gotta stop talking about drawings. As the flash of the Varus is going to be able to get back underneath the turret. Penguini still had the flash, will have to burn it to stay alive. And it looks like, again, the bot lane of the Spire is going to survive another gank attempt coming out from Unleashed.
Yeah, this definitely does really suck here. I don't think it is. Okay, it's canon. I understand the greed, but this is a hard pill to swallow and stay on unless you're confident that the TSA bot lane are looking to back themselves here or go for the dragon. Because, yeah, this is not fun. You're just going to be stuck under turret here, dealing with all this, trying to pick up whatever bit of this wave you can. Definitely looking for a back here pretty damn soon.
Yeah, and we knew it would be a tough lane for Varus Braum against the Ezreal Karma, right? So, honestly, I think credit to them for not going down, for hanging on. You know, they've had to burn the flashes, but well worth it, right, to not give over those kills. And I think Boostus and Penguini, all things considered, have been doing a pretty solid job. You know, the Varus is even in CS still as well with the Ezreal. So they've been doing, I think, the best that they can, given the situation. We did see that neutral trade eventually come through as Unleashed was able to pick up the dragon after that semi-successful gank in the bottom lane.
Yep, and that dragon take was spotted, so that might be why we saw Boostus and Penguini hang out there in the bot lane just a little bit longer, knowing that those two members were gone. And realistically speaking, the Ezreal from Just RJ probably not going to solo tower dive him at level 4.
Probably not.
Probably, but it is always a dicey game.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty even state of things so far. We got a 1,000 gold lead towards the Spire at the moment. It's about 600 gold lead for the Wukong in the jungle matchup, and about 400 gold lead for the Mordekaiser up here in the top lane, who's up actually close to 20 CS right now over SK's Ornn. Pretty significant lead.
Yeah, pretty solid showing, and it is, like you said, on the top side right now. Not a blowout lead, but the top lane definitely going to be feeling it here in the one-on-one. SK, of course, getting the early Null Magic Mantle and the Spectre's Cowl there. Going to help out a bit in this lane, but Winfrey already has a Giant's Belt in their inventory, so I'm expecting this to be the Rylai's Rush. Interesting. I wouldn't have been surprised if we saw the Mythmaker Rush just to, like, really hammer home the sustain diff, but this is also pretty damn solid. Make sure nobody can get away from you.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Another attempt for Unleash in the bottom lane. True Shot Barrage going to connect onto both of those members, and Skarner with the level 6 has the Impale, and Boostus doesn't quite have the flash back up just yet. Surely the Varus is going to go down here. Hacks the flash, moves back in there with the Ignite, takes down the Varus. Penguini trying to escape, will get back underneath the turret. Just going to be the one kill for Team Solo Invade. We're tied up now on the board 1-1.
1-1. They should be able to grab at least a plate here on the bot side. I'm expecting 2-ish plates, so it's going to be kill. Some extra plates in the bank. That's going to basically bring this gold lead difference to nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, they aren't staying, so they got the one plate and dip here. Still pretty good.
It is a little bit unfortunate for Team Solo Invade, a little bit of a silver lining for the Spire, the fact that that kill did go over to the Karma, right? I'm sure Team Solo Invade would have loved to get that gold on the Ezreal instead. But still, a good play from them. Really strong focus from Unleashed towards this bottom lane. Clearly knows where his bread is going to be buttered. And eventually, that continued attention from the Skarner does pay off. Does result in a kill for the squad.
So, we get something down there. Working up towards the Triforce as this Ezreal. It's going to be a pretty decent spike. Of course, Triforce after the item changes late last season, it is a very expensive item. I believe about 3,000 or 3,000. I think it's
I believe it's 3,000. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, it's
333.
all. Yeah, exactly.
It might be 3,633 after the cost changes. I forget. Either way, it is fairly pricey. So it is going to take some time to build that on up compared to the Blade Ruby King, which is a tiny bit cheaper.
So interesting. This is a play that we see come out a fair amount actually from Team Solo Invade. It's a pretty standard set play for them to rotate their bottom lane into mid for the second grub spawn. And Penguini is also here as in goes the Wukong, and that first grub is going to be secured by Unleashed. Managed to get off the smite there before tunneling out of the back of the pit. Pineaholic finds the charm off on the side. Good chip damage down onto the Skarners. The next grub going to be secured by the Wukong. That gets the Spire up to 4, and Team Solo Invade are going to call off the contest. So despite moving both of their bot lane members up, it was still an even man fight. And it's going to be the side of the Spire that get the majority of those grubs.
Yeah, at least for TSI, they're definitely happy that they didn't give over the full 6 grubs. We know how brutal that can be. And hold that thought. I think Boost is in a lot of danger here. Flash is back up though, so we'll see if Tether's in range.
Hag's gonna get in there for the flash. Tether, the Empower Q does come out as well, but Boostus, like you mentioned, we did have that flash available again, is gonna be able to get away. Pineaholic actually teleported down towards his bot lane and is going to take a little bit of a chunk there for his troubles.
But understandable TP there by Pineaholic, just like make sure, yo, don't follow up on that dive, please, for the love of God.
Stay away from my AD carry.
We'll see what the timers are here. Some nice vision has been set up by TSI around this dragon towards the entrances, so no sneaky takes can be attempted, even though their jungler recalled here and is walking topside. Curious of which is just going to path towards this. They're pushing up a little in the bot lane here. Getting some prio in the mid lane right now. So they could go for this.
NBK did have the first move into the river, but like you say, Arya is getting that wave pushed out now. As taking a quick look at the top lane, SK going back in with the Searing Charge. I don't think Orin's going to win out in that trade, but is going to be able to get back underneath the turret. Pineaholic with the Spirit Rush, going to be forced to use the ultimate to get away from the Skarner. Wukong currently in the bot lane, going for potentially a bit of a lane gank angle. See if... Oh, a flash over the wall for NBK. But Pineaholic with the last charge of the Spirit Rush is going to be able to get away from the event horizon. So a little bit of a wasted flash there, unfortunately, for the TSI mid.
Yeah, unfortunate there. I thought that cage was going to land there. Hold that
Witch is in the perfect position. In he goes. He gets the Cyclone onto the Ezreal. And the RJ is just going to get burst down. 100-0 there from the Wukong damage. In comes NBK, though. The Veigar puts down the event horizon, trying to peel for the jungler. Unleash gets off a nice impale there onto 2. That's going to get the flash off Braum and Wukong. But now the teleport's in for the top laners as well. It's going to be SK trapped in the Death Realm. But Winfrey not able to finish off the Yor and pops out now into the claws of the Skarner. Penguini extremely low. The event Primordial Burst going to get blocked there by the Braum door. Boostus, though, not going to be able to get away. The Rock gets tossed out by Unleashed. And that is going to be the 3rd kill for Team Solo Invade. They get themselves the feat of Warfare. And now they can move towards the dragon.
That goes south there relatively quickly. It was a very, very promising start there. The fully completed Triforce here on this Wukong, for which able to just burst out just RJ's Ezreal perfectly there. Thing is, though, it was a 5 versus 4 that entire time. Pineaholic kind of stuck in the mid lane there. That TP being down, definitely coming back to bite him there. We'll see if the steal comes through.
Oh, the steal, it does indeed come through for Wit. So pretty big there, honestly. I mean, you definitely don't want to be giving over the first 2 dragons to this Team Solo Invade squad we discussed previously, right? How they love to play around these objectives and play for those late game team fights. So kind of a big steal, I think, there actually for Witch.
Well, it's a 50-50, and that was even with the cage being down, so nice on them to grab that. You do give up another kill, though, so that does kind of suck in the here and now. But like you said, crewman, being able to deny that early 2-stack is very nice here. Means you don't have to worry about the soul as soon as you might otherwise have to.
Yeah, and it does mean that the side of the Spire have 2 objectives now, so they just need 1 more objective to get themselves the feat of Monster Slaying. Obviously, no turrets have gone down just yet, so The Jordans still available for purchasing for either side. Oh, boost just going down quite low there. That empowered inner flame coming out from Hacks.
Lord, already. My right contact is annoying me right now, so
Oh.
that's a little distracting.
Technical issues.
Yeah, we will probably take that out here in the break coming up. But
Yeah. Well,
things have
you need
calmed
to-
down. Yeah.
If you need to step away for a moment, that's no problem. Just let us know.
If I get that, yeah. I feel like it starts actually falling out of my eyeball. We'll take it. But yeah, things have calmed down in this game, as our audience can probably tell. If I'm talking about eye contact problems, there's probably not too much happening right now on the Rift. I mean, there isn't too much. The Herald did just spawn here. Dragon is, of course, a while out. No more grubs to pick up, and Otacon, Bear, and all that stuff, they haven't spawned yet either, so just back to the fundamentals of laning here. We'll see what these teams can do. See if anyone really wants to group here to try and force something. We got some blue pings down on
Unleashed.
this Rift Herald.
So back in the bottom lane once again. This turret is extremely low. There are no turret plates remaining on that. So it's going to be very easy as the next wave comes in, potentially for Team Solo Invade to try to focus that down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we do see Witch and Winfrey starting up the Rift Herald. They're looking for their feat of monster slaying, but if this turret falls, that is going to be the feats going over to TSI. The Chain of Corruption there is going to miss. The turret is going to fall, but Pineaholics is going to arrive with a teleport in time to defend the bot lane at least. And that is going to be the flash out from Hacks. Oh my goodness, Veigar stole the Rift Herald.
How? Wait, can we get a
I do
replay
not
on that,
know.
Wookie? I'm really curious.
Do we have the capability for replays?
Oh, wait, no. Since you're also in the game, replays are hard, so... Because if it was only just Wookiee in the game, hold that thought. We have a gank bot side.
We'll go back and look at the VOD later, yes. Hack go down extremely low, but now the Impale comes out once again from Unleashed, gets both of them, and Boostus does have the Summoners, but doesn't have a turret. Knows there is no getting out of that one. They're just going to give up the Ghost, and now Penguini is going to follow as well. I was thinking about maybe trying to get a kill back onto Hacks, but it's not going to happen. Another successful gank for Unleashed in the bot lane. Meanwhile, in mid, Witch going in with a Cyclone, but underneath the turret, taking a couple of turret shots there on the Wukong, and can't continue the chase onto the Veigar. So NBK gets away, and Team Solo Invade now are up 6-2.
Getting themselves a bit of a lead here. It's pretty small right now, but, you know, nearly about 1,000 gold up. They're able to get the feats of warfare there, so they have the upgraded boots here, which gives them a tiny spike for this point of the game. I mean, the free upgrade boots, they're not really the hugest boost in power, but they are a boost in power nonetheless. See what they can do with this, because they also have the Rift Herald in their... Well, okay, they weren't able to pick up the Rift Herald. Actually.
Right.
They're just able to steal it. I was going to say, they could potentially break open a turret here and get a bunch of gold, but you're just going to have to do that the old-fashioned way.
Indeed. We do have another dragon. It's going to be our first Infernal Dragon, an Infernal Soul to start us off today. Very fun. We'll see who is going to be set up for that one. It's interesting to point out, I think, Gofrino, the fact that a lot of the gold on both sides has kind of ended up in the pockets of the junglers. You know, 3 of the 6 kills for Team Solo Invade on the Skarner right now. Does have the Heartsteel completed already, obviously. Been stacking that up. And then the Wukong also been able to get quite a lot of gold. Has both of the kills currently for the Spire and does have that Trinity Force done. Is very powerful right now. Level 11 also for Witch. With an XP lead over Unleashed at the moment, although I'm sure Skarner is pretty close as well.
Yeah, and Witch also have quite a bit of CS here. CS leads in the jungle aren't really as noticeable, thanks to the fact that Catch the XP exists out. You know, that's the Veigar into Ahri part of this matchup. Like, it just kind of sucks for the Ahri. If you walk up, you get put in the cage, and you have to drop the Spirit Rush like immediately so you don't get stunned by that. And it's not the largest window you got.
Right, Dragon started up by the Spire. But there's the side of Team Solo Invade easily able to force their way into the river. Down goes the Event Horizon. Penguini playing some defense for now. Team Solo Invade seem to be playing for the fight. Glacial Fisher comes out onto 2. Penguini, though, has to be a little bit careful. There's the Impale coming out from him at least. The Dragon does get secured. Penguini flashes away, tries to stay alive, but is going to end up getting taken down. First casualty of this fight, and the Mordekaiser will be quick to follow. Now Unleashed looking to continue the chase. The Ishtal impact as he moves forward. He grabs Boostus, slams the Varus into the wall, and it's going to be another kill going over to TSI. They lose out on the Dragon, but they get a massive win in the fight.
Yeah, 3 for... Oh, there. Otacon is up. This would be a tough one to take here, even with all 4 members, because the Otacon does actually take quite some time to get through, and is able to do quite a bit of damage with the MR debuff. So with 4 people here, it's definitely doable. Oh, okay, Witch is not even backing down here.
Yeah, not going to be contested. So their reward for the side of Team Solo Invade for winning that team fight is going to be the Otacon buff. It looks like we do have the Voracious variety this time around. So that is going to be the GA Otacon. First ornament being completed there for SK. 13.
Yep. Gonna feel nice. Just get that extra MR on this champion. Winfrey working up towards what I assume is going to be the Rift Maker here. The Leandries does not have ability haste on it anymore. So you can help with them extended fights quite a bit. You already have the percentage health damage in your kit thanks to the passive. This is why you like the Rylai's on Mordekaiser.
Yeah. Definitely going to be really strong against the Ornna and the Skarner as well, right? To just, you know, really prevent them from getting away once that passive does get procced for Winfrey. Can be really powerful, but not as effective against champions like Ezreal, right? Where you can just kind of dodge out away from those slows pretty easily. We'll have to see how that does go for Winfrey. He's mostly, I feel like, been targeting the front line with the ultimate in these fights, so it makes sense with the build. But there is something to be said as well, I think, for targeting a carry with the Death Realm, right? To take them out of the fight, I think, and give your team maybe a better chance of coming out ahead outside of the Death Realm, right?
Yeah, that is typically the primary use for it. If you want to get fancy here, you can use the Death Realm to actually deny engage. If you Death Realm the Skarner while the Skarner's casting Impale, then at most it's only going to hit you. You can also just Death Realm the Ornn while the Forge God's coming out and basically just entirely deny it. It's a funny interaction.
It is. We'll see how Winfrey decides to play out these team fights later on. There's the 1 dragon advantage right now for the Spire, as currently Team Solo Invade sieging onto the mid-tier 1. It looks like they will get it. So another turret going their way. Still no turrets taken for the Spire just yet in this one, but that mid-tier 1 for the side of Team Solo Invade is quite low.
Yep. See if they can keep defending it here, because even with 1 grub, they're doing some pretty decent damage here. By TSI, Jared's not known for being the tankiest.
Winfrey gonna find the Skarner on the Gromp, which is here. Glacial Fissure comes out as well onto Unleash. Skarner going down pretty low. Call the Forge God comes out, but it's not gonna be enough as the withdrawals come through. At least the Otacon buff is on, but it's looking like, oh, that's a bunch of damage coming out from NBK's Veigar. And now Ezreal shifting forward, trying to get this damage out. A couple of kills going over. Boozas now not gonna be able to get away either as NBK, or RJ rather, finds the Mystic Shot. Pineholic does go in, does trade back at least 1 onto the enemy mid laner. The last shot of the Spear to flash away, but the auto attack was in the air. And RJ gonna be able to get the shutdown off Pineholic. It's gonna be the 5-for-1, a massive team fight win for Team Solo Invade, thanks to the power of the Otacon.
Yeah, and Spire, pretty decent start to the fight there. You have those 2-3 members, Corona, just pincered in your own jungle there. Not quite enough, though. The gold lead starting to mount up here. 4K is the difference, and don't really have the best tank busting capabilities yet, it feels like, despite the fact you have the Blade of the Rune King, you have a Divine Sunder here to help try and cut through this front line, but I don't feel like just enough quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely can see why Spire thought they had an angle there, right? They like you said, they had a couple of members corralled into their own jungle, and thought maybe they were just going to be able to pick off a couple of members of Team Solo Invade there for free, but all 5 members for Team Solo Invade were present. They were ready to fight, and they were able to execute. Now they are set up for the second Infernal Dragon as SK charges forward. The Impale is going to miss. Penguini jumping in there, starting to get these concussive blows stacked up, which is going to toss out the Cyclone pretty early as well. The Veigar damage is disgusting. I believe that is the Skarner trapped in the Death Realm right now, but Winfrey is going to pop back out and realize that his team has been absolutely decimated in this fight. The Mordekaiser are going to get taken down as well. That's going to be number 6 for RJ's Ezreal, who is now dominating, and they are going to be able to pick up their second dragon on the back end.
Yeah, and Boost is just not able to get in the fight there. They have to go around the long way around that Raptor wall there. Best they can do is press R, press Q. Does this stun land here? Okay, it doesn't. And basically contribute nothing to that fight, so you're lacking a bunch of damage there. And you definitely do feel it.
Yeah. Again, it looked kind of good at the start, where the Skarner ultimate completely whiffed, right? And SK looked like maybe the Ornn was a little bit too far forward, but it ended up being a really great choke for NBK's Vigar to find so much value with the event horizon and all of the skill shots landing. And obviously RJ's Ezreal doing quite a bit of work in that fight as well, as both of those carries now do have their ornaments, courtesy of SK.
And on the flip side, I mean, Boostus not having the best game here, 0-5-3. Still has yet to finish their Ginsus here, and you do really
Just
want
now
that Ginsu
finishes
there.
it.
Okay, there you go. Because you want the double procs of that Blade of the Ruined King to cut through these fatty health stackers on the front line. Might be too little too late at this point here, but...
Yeah, I mean, look at that. I didn't even realize the lead that Team Soul Invaded built up. They're up 17-3 now. That's crazy. This has kind of turned into a stomp. I didn't even realize, seemingly out of nowhere, from my perspective at least.
Yep. Kind of helps that they've been winning all these past several fights here.
True, yeah.
Hopefully the Spire can get something going here. They're looking. Clone did come out, but not able to cover enough distance there, and it is Ezreal who can Arcane Shift out.
Yeah, so, I mean, clearly the side of Team Solo Invade should be aware. They have a massive lead at this point, so a Baron setup seems like it is very appropriate at this moment in time. Top laners currently both split off towards the bottom side, both with the teleport currently available. As the side of Team Solo Invade set up shop in the top side river, they gain control of the Banana Brush, the Line Brush, Unleashed, moving in to the mid lane. Not going to find anybody this time around. Some chunk damage going to come down onto Penguini, who does block a good amount of it with the door, but the Braum's still going to be forced back. Yeah, Pinaholic committing a Spirit Rush there does unfortunately miss the charm as the tier 2 now being sieged by RJ. Oh, another charm going to miss, unfortunately, and gets trapped by the Event Horizon, and gets completely obliterated. Unleashed now is unstoppable. They don't even care about the turret anymore, as the Skarner not quite going to be able to finish. Another Event Horizon from NBK. Gets another stun. Boostus trying to run away now. Has the flash. Penguini going to get cut down. RJ goes godlike. Boostus cannot get away. The on-hit Varus unfortunately just hasn't been able to stand and hit at all in any of these team fights. And this just might be it. It's only Witch in the base right now to defend. And Team Soul Invade, they have a minion wave win for you. Got to get back to base, my man. But SK is going to stop the recall. The Nexus turret's under fire. This would be so decisive from Team Soul Invade. Witch is going to go in with the Cyclone, desperately trying to save the Nexus, but the turrets have already gone down. The Wukong will immediately follow. And that is going to do it, guys. A very one-sided victory for Team Solo Invade in game number 1.
Yeah, and despite a slight early lead here for the Spire, just not working out for them. TSI, they're able to do their thing. They're able to scale on up here and just take the team fights left and right. And
Yeah.
it felt like the Spire just couldn't do anything there when it came to the full-on 5v5s, despite having what we thought on paper was the slightly better team fighting comp.
Absolutely right, Gofrino. Yeah, I think we really expected those team fights to be more contentious, a little bit more back and forth, but really what we saw was Team Solo Invade just displaying their prowess in said team fights. I mean, compositions be damned. It feels like this squad may just be a cut above everybody else in the league in terms of, you know, the way that they set up these fights and the way that they protect their carries. It just seems to work really, really well for them so consistently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. I expect them to do a similar thing coming into next game. Of course, it is full Fearless here, as most of our viewers are probably aware of, but just for anyone who is new to the league here, full Fearless means none of these champions will be picked next game, as they cannot be picked next game. You definitely can do some similar play styles here. You know, you can't always pick another tank in the top lane, for example, but something to keep in mind here.
Absolutely. Who's our POG for this first game, Gofrino? It's a tough decision. Pretty much everybody, definitely on the side of Team Solo Invade, had a pretty great game. I guess the Ornn vote would be the only one where I don't know if Ornn was necessarily the main carry this time around, but SK definitely did his job, right? Or where are you leaning with your POG thoughts?
Unleashed, they're able to just get a lot accomplished on the map. They had a lot of pressure in that bot lane. meaning the Varus Braum couldn't really do too much, and they were just able to find teamfight engages left and right that worked out well for their team. So I'm gonna give my little PogChamp award.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, definitely Unleashed. I think some really intelligent pathing in the early game, even remembering, right, he was able to steal away that initial red buff from the Wukong that set Witch a little bit behind initially. And the focus towards the bottom lane from Unleashed, I feel like, was just so smart in terms of making sure that he could get his Ezreal Karma lane a nice big lead, and RJ did the rest. So very good stuff from Unleashed and everybody on Team Solo Invade. Now we're going to go to a short break, guys, and then we are going to be back with a champ select for game number 2.
To hold our heads up high and beat the drums to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last light. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last light. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. We are about to get underway with our Game 2 Champion Select. The teams are, of course, going to be swapping sides for this second game. We are now going to have the Spire moving over to the red side, and Team Solo Invade, the winners of game number 1, going to be taking up positions on the blue. Go Farino. We definitely liked the team fighting composition from the Spire in the previous game. We thought they had a pretty compelling one put together, but they just kind of got outplayed in those fights in the end. So personally, I feel like I'm kind of expecting them to go a different direction with the draft this time around. What do you think? What do you reckon?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a more side lane focused draft here if you want to from the Spire. You can focus on a strong 1-3-1 here, or you can just focus on a strong 1-4 here with a very obnoxious split pusher. I would not mind that because it's kind of clear TSI they really love, despite being called Team Solo, they're pretty team fight heavy. So
It is ironic, isn't it?
yeah, it's slightly ironic, but it does make sense. For anybody also in the chat, we do have predictions live. We forgot to mention it last time, so I'll get it in now for anyone who wants to gamble.
Yeah. Very important to note. So we do have, of course, our first ban phase pretty much completed already. Team Solo Invade going to be banning away the Fiddlesticks, the Mumu once again, and the Casio, the exact same bans they had in game number 1. Makes sense. For the side of the Spire on the red side this time around, previously they banned away the Corky Galio and the Jarvan, and it looks like that is not going to change either. So something else going to be, well, obviously everything else because we're fearless, but you know what I mean. Spire going to be switching up something else here in the draft. Maokai
Okay, very
B1.
strong B1 flex locked in here.
Where's that Wookie? If you could just link me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we got a bit of a read here coming for you guys. We'll see what the response is here.
I don't remember where to
Jinx,
find
fairly strong scaling ADC right now, has been seeing some more play. You do have to definitely structure your team a little around the Jinx to try and facilitate those pop-offs, but it's not like a do or die, the classic protect the Cogma compositions. You just need a good front line, really, and a good support.
Absolutely right. The Jinx, can be a little bit more self-sufficient than something like the Kog'Maw, right? Because she does have mobility with the passive. If she does manage to get that first takedown, then things can look pretty good for the Jinx. It's an interesting start to the draft, guys. But we'll see how things round out. I assume, of course, that our teams are using our lovely sponsor, ProComps, for this Champion Select phase. Quick shout out for them. They are a game-changer app for the League community. That's not just like the other tools, guys. It's a personal draft coach, perfect for teams and solo players. Obviously, teams being more relevant in this case. And you can pair it with any other app that you use as well. It's pretty cool. With ProComps, you receive real-time drafting advice, tailored champion picks, and ban recommendations. Stands out with features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds. You can share those with your friends. There's a post-draft guide that you can use to attack the game. You can generate comps based on your own personal preferences. Coaches and analysis can create personalized tier lists. There's a whole bunch of tools. The app has already over 280,000 downloads, thousands of daily users, and it's totally free. So at least give it a try. It just makes sense to see if it's going to be useful for you. Download now. You'll experience the whole new level of drafting power in your games. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the link in our bio. So big thank you to ProComps, and now go for if you'd like to catch us up.
And the Ophelia is going to be locked in here as a response. Matches the scaling of the Jinx pretty nicely. The Lulu as well, so that is going to help really buff up this Ophelia. I know thanks to Fearless, we have been seeing some more Enchanter supports that aren't named Renata Glask or Emilio. That is always nice to see. I know some people are very much hate the Lulu because polymorph is a point and click button that requires a lot of skill to use. I mean, fair. I understand.
They hate playing against the Lulu, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
for
fair.
sure.
That's fair.
The Renata is interesting though. Typically, we see this locked in as an answer to very aggressive engage compositions, as the hostile takeover is just one of the best tools, if not, in my opinion, the best tool in the game for just punishing those comps that all try and pile drive your backline, because you just pop that one on off and you kind of just nullify it. It is still very solid here if you're able to tag the Aphelios with it. You can just make the Aphelios mow down their own team, which is always funny to see.
Yeah, I did mention briefly earlier the fact that we have seen Penguini have some good performances on the Renata already this season. So not too surprised to see that come out again here. Although the Nami was still open. So that could have been the option if Penguini wanted to go for his main this game. But it's not going to be the call. I think the Renata is a pretty strong pairing with the Jinx, right? Where you can give Jinx the bailout and just buy her those extra few seconds to see if she can get that reset. And the team fight can work out really, really nicely. But we have already finished up our second ban phase here, guys. Team Solo Invade going to ban away the Olaf and the Victor. A couple of solo lane options there. And then Spire trying to target NBK's pool a little bit, removing the Xerath, who we've seen him pop off with already this season, and then the Malzahar getting removed as well.
And we'll see what the R4 is here. If you want to, you could leave this Volibear in the dark as to whether it is top or jungle. Syndra, more than fine of a blind pick here, in my opinion. The champion, relatively blindable, can play safe in a lot of matchups, and you just scale well. That gives you another strong scaling backline member here. So I'm assuming the Spire, what they're going to look for in the top lane is another strong front liner here. So trying to play the team fight angle here is at least what I'm predicting. We don't know yet.
Yeah. Now, Winfrey is going to have the counter pick option once again here. See what the side of SK is going to want to go for. I assume SK is also going to be playing some kind of frontline tank. That is his MO, generally speaking. The Pantheon is going to come through here. So that's possibly the Pantheon mid that we're actually going to be seeing from NBK into the Syndra. I think we saw a Showmaker play the Pantheon mid last night in the LCK. So perhaps a little bit of inspiration being drawn there for the TSI mid.
Interesting, because I think we also see the Pantheon jungle. Okay, with the Ziggs. This could very well be the Pantheon jungle. Could also be the Pantheon top here with the Maokai jungle. So kind of removes the whole X factor, but that's what happens here when you have to lock in B5. What's the answer going to be, since you know it's going to be the Pantheon or the Maokai in the top lane here? Definitely wildly differing playstyles for sure. You know.
Yeah. I imagine it's probably going to be the Maokai. I mean, that seems like more of an SK champion than the Pantheon. And, you know, Witch obviously being one of, a Witch on the Spire. Witch on, wait, why am I completely dizzy right now? Yeah, the jungler for Team Solo Invade.
Also, just want to remind people again, you have 3 minutes left on the bet. Nobody has wagered any channel yet, so I thought people would want to see the champion select be finished off before they start wagering channel points, and it has finished here, so I do want to see some little gamblers in chat. The Zac is interesting here. Once again, that is also a flex pick between top and the jungle. So both these teams can play a little bit funky with where their top jungles are going.
Yeah, that is an interesting call out for sure. Now, I wonder what direction the Spire are going to go with this one. Because, yeah, we have seen both the Zac and the Volibear pretty frequently up there in both the top lane and in the jungle. So, could go either way. It is going to be really interesting to see the Pantheon jungle come out. I thought it was maybe going to be the Pantheon mid, but with the Ziggs lock in there, that, you know, makes sense. I think NBK is, generally speaking, more of a mage player, right? So the Pantheon would be a very different style than what we've seen from him so far. The Ziggs lining up a little bit more, I think, with what we expect from this player. And it is going to be relatively standard composition for Team Solo Invade. They've got some really high damage carries, once again, for mid and AD, how they usually like to play. But the Pantheon jungle is definitely a little bit of a wrinkle.
Yeah, we'll see if it is the Pantheon jungle here. I know that's kind of been played more so in pro play than the Pantheon top. Just Pantheon really hasn't found too much success outside the support role in pro play since the rework, which is a little sad to say. Has had some brief showings, but not a ton really. So we'll see what TSI can do with this champion. If it is going to the top lane, of course, in the jungle, it is pretty straightforward. You are a little bit of a gank bot here. You want to just power gank with your W, as that is point, it is click, and, you know.
Yeah, we had somebody in the call earlier for Otter Talk was talking about how they've been really enjoying the Pantheon recently. I believe that was actually Bear, the high alert top laner, if I recall correctly, who's been enjoying the Pantheon. So Bear obviously not in this game, but definitely a pick that, you know, is interesting. It has been pretty popular recently, right? For me personally, I haven't really been able to make the Pantheon work in the jungle. Like you said, you know, it's really, I feel like most of the success that Pantheon's been able to find has still been in that support role, you know, as we've been seeing for a little while now. But it's going to be really interesting to see what Unleashed is able to get done. I think theoretically, the Pantheon should be a really strong early duelist, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very strong early duelist. That's part of the point of the champion. You do tend to fall off as the game goes on.
Mm-hmm.
Not as bad as pre-work Pantheon, since the ulti passive does give you some nice armor pen, and you do have some nice damage scaling with your spears. So it is something you're not going to turbo fall off a cliff, but your effectiveness in team fights is going to go down, since the Grand Starfall is very easy to get out of. It is very telegraphed because you see the spear come down, and then you see the Pantheon come down. During all that time, you can just walk out of it.
For sure, for sure. Although the Pantheon does have a Lulu, so there is that. You know, it could be sort of a similar situation like we see with Xin Zhao sometimes, right? Where, you know, that's another champion that tends to fall off pretty hard in the late game. But when you have an enchanter like Lulu on your team, that does give you a little bit more longevity, a little bit more sticking power in those mid and late game team fights than you otherwise would have.
Yeah. I am very curious to see how it goes out, because we also do need to see the client draft first just to verify where everybody's going.
It seems
this
like
is
it's going to
also
be that
assuming
Pantheon jungle and the Volibear top.
Yeah,
That's the way it
I
looks
mean,
right now.
Volibear top it's more of the low to mid elo thing. You don't really see the Volibear top in pro play because the Thundering Storm ultimate, very valuable for turret dives, and you're able to force a lot as a champion, even on a budget. And top lane Volibear does have some pretty telegraphed windows to counter. It takes a while for the passive to get up and going, and you can just fight during that time. But it's Volibear. Yeah. That's assuming it is Volibear top, though.
That's the way it's lined up in the client draft right now. We'll have to wait and see, but that's my expectation. I think we saw Whippo maybe play the Volibear top a few weeks ago. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it sounds like something Whippo would play.
Definitely something he would do, right? So we'll see. You know, this time around, it is going to obviously be Winfrey piloting that Volibear up towards the top lane, and like we previously mentioned, you know, did kind of have the option, did have the counter pick for the side of the Spire in that top lane once again. So clearly, you know, assuming it is going to be the Volibear top, likes this matchup into the Maokai, and we'll just have to see how that one does go. But overall, Goforino, how are we feeling about these drafts? You know, last time around, we ended up leaning towards the Spire, but you know, what we perceived as a draft advantage did not translate into a win. So what are you thinking is going to maybe be the result of this game number 2?
I mean, Spire's draft, it has a very clear and concise identity here. You have the double front line, you have the double carries in the back. They really just want to front to back here, 5v5. TSI, they're definitely going to have to get a little more funky with this composition, because you do have the Pantheon jungle, who is going to fall off much harder compared to the Pantheon top, mind you, but you have some great tools here with the Ziggs and Aphelios, who both scale well themselves, and some nice engage. So I'm really curious, because I have not seen a lot of jungle Pantheon in these coordinated environments, or even in my solo queue/flex queue games. So that is a bit of an X factor for me.
For sure. Yeah, Spire indexing towards teamfight once again. Didn't really work out for them last time, but perhaps they will be able to tighten things up this time around. And Team Solo Invade showing us something a little bit different this time around, with Unleashed piloting the Pantheon in the jungle. Should be a fun one, guys. We'll be back onto the Rift in a moment for game number 2. Don't you touch that browser. Welcome back, everybody, to Summoner's Rift, our second game of the night, second game between Team Solo Invade and the Spire. Team Solo Invade taking a pretty decisive victory in game number 1. Go Farino, let's see if the Spire can be able to bounce back.
Yeah, they're going to have to here, or else it is going to be a 2-0 series here. Definitely suck for them, although if we go all 3 games, I think we continue on into the 3rd game. And then we
I feel
jump into
like
the next series.
it would be good to get a 3-game series between these two teams. You know, they definitely have looked like two of the stronger teams so far here in the Premier League. And I think would be pretty surprising if Team Solo Invade do just pick up the 2-0. But they were very, very strong, as previously mentioned, in that first one. We'll have to wait and see. Any runes and summoners that, runes and/or summoners, Go Farino, that are standing out to you in this one?
Nothing too much here. I'll execute on the Syndra. Typically, you see the first strike, but this is also pretty nice for the burst. You sometimes see the summon area as well, if I'm not mistaken. But one thing that does stand out to me is the cold start here for just our J's Aphelios. It of course signals you want to play a much more passive lane, or you're very confident that the enemy is going to be passive, which I guess you could maybe count on, considering you're against Jinx Renata. You know, not feign for their early aggression, but you are going to feel that loss of health here.
Sorry, Go Farino, did you say Ghost for RJ?
Oh, no, the cold start here.
Oh, the cold start. Oh, right, yes. Yes, absolutely, it makes sense. It definitely, like you say, you know, more of a passive setup for RJ at the start. But, you know, obviously, playing Aphelios Lulu, you don't really care about the laning phase as much, right? You really do just want to kind of scale up. But same can be said for the Jinx. So we'll have to see who is going to end up being a little bit more impactful in those fights later on, assuming that is what both AD carries are playing for.
Definitely is. I mean, both these ADCs very well scaling. Jinx probably the more hyper carry of the two, thanks to the fact you just have rockets and super long range. Resets, of course, Aphelios has all the crazy gun combos that scale well. There's that too. We'll see. Relatively calm early game though, all things considered. I'm looking at the junglers. They're only finishing up their 3rd camps right now. Could maybe see some action. See some action top lane.
Yeah, I mean, Unleashed, I think in particular, we're really interested to see what the Pantheon is going to be able to get done early, right? As previously discussed, very strong early duelist. Definitely want to get some value early on out of this pick, or it's just not really going to feel very good.
Yeah, kind of have to. You finish your top side here as Pantheon. Or no, okay, you finish your bot side. Wait, why do you only have 20 CS here?
Oh, he's
wait,
about to finish the Gromp.
That's
Yeah,
5
no,
camps,
he's
that's 5
yeah.
camps. I was thinking it was 1 camps 5 for a second. I was like, wait, you only did 5 down.
So, math on stream, always dangerous.
Yeah, happens. Still, they're finishing up their first clears here. They're getting the scuttle. I believe that top lane ward, plays by Winfrey, did spot out. Yeah, there's 100%
Absolutely.
spots out Unleashed, so you know where the Pantheon's looking.
So Winfrey should be able to play safe here and not allow himself to get ganked by the Pantheon. And Witch, obviously, with full information as well, knows exactly where Unleashed is and could potentially go for a look here towards this bottom lane. Zach pretty good at those early ganks. Syndra, we can see also in the mid lane here. But in comes the Zach. See, channels the slingshot into the bottom lane, gets the flash off of RJ's Aphelios. Pretty successful gank there, I'd say.
Pretty damn solid, and like you said, that Zach able to go for some decently long-range ganks early on. You do want more points in the Elastic Slingshot, though. That's why you max it first in the jungle. I remember the golden rule is around the 3rd level of it, so level 5. That's when you really feel it happening. Right now, it's got some range, it's got some juice, but it doesn't let you go for those super cheeky gank paths.
Yeah, absolutely right. Once you get a couple of points in the E, then that really opens up some more angles that the Zac can go for. So we do see Unleashed after the reset, came back down towards the bottom side. Gonna be able to stop a recall, it looks like. And there's gonna be a wave crashed towards this bottom tier 1 turret. I think Boostus is going to miss out on some of this CS. Almost all of it, in fact. That's kind of a kind of significant. It's a whole wave that is going to be lost to the turret.
Ooh. And the dragon as well here. SK, drop a word here towards Grubs. Those haven't spawned yet. They're up in 30 seconds time, so this is what you want as the Pantheon. You're getting some early objectives at the very least. You want to also get some early kills here for sure, but getting a dragon is kind of like some kills worth of stats. It scales up. Nothing much to
Switch
say
into
more
the
there.
mid lane this time. Gonna get the flash off of NBK. So Zach successfully able to get a couple of flashes. Does have that level 5 now. It's a couple of points in the E. But, you know, getting flashes doesn't really amount to anything if you can't follow up and get the kills later. So that is going to be the key thing for Witch and the Spire to see if they can actually punish those missing flashes. For now, they are going to be going ahead and taking those grubs on the neutral objective trade as per usual.
That takes some extra time. We saw the sweeper also used there by Witch there to clear out the pit, so even though there was a ward placed there by SK, it was cleared out. Not like there was going to really be too much of a contest here. We still see this Pantheon just chilling on bot side or Unleashed, taking some camps of their own here and pressuring bot lane.
The Renata did go for a little bit of a roam towards that top side just to make sure that that grub take went off without a hitch. But now Penguini will return to protect and boost us as the Jinx looks to farm this up. Oh, but the Aphelios, you know, able to put down the turret there, pressures her off that first melee. RJ and Hax doing a pretty good job in the 2v2, despite the Aphelios losing out on his flash earlier on.
Gotta feel nice. It does also help that, you know, your jungler was down there in the area for that first bit, and the enemy jungler wasn't. But we saw Bootsist just kind of having to sit under turret there, despite Wave being further up, because that would be a 1 versus 3 as a Jinx with just the slingshot item here. You're not really...
So Witch has returned towards the bottom side now. And, Zach, thinking about making a move. Here he comes. Aphelios still no flash. The Chompers come down as well, and RJ not going to be able to get away. There is the first blood for the Spire. In the mid lane, Pinaholic is going to be able to flash out of the Mega Inferno Bomb. And there is the successful punish for Witch. Aphelios still missing the flash. Zach returns to the bot lane, and they get the first blood.
Yeah, easy peasy there. The cleanse not enough for just RJ to get out of that one. Zach might be overstaying here, but Witch does have the elastic slingshot, which helps a lot for these matters here, unless you commit polymorph there. As Zach's getting out.
No harm, no foul. Unleashed can be able to pick up his Krug. Takes over to level 6. And we do have our next round of grubs in just a couple of minutes, Go Farino. The first 3 all secured by the Spire. And the fact that they do have the Volibear as well could be a big side lane threat. If he does get that 4 grub buff.
Already up about 2 waves here. Looking to maybe pick up a solo kill.
SK pretty healthy still for now. Just doing his thing on the tank in the top lane.
Yep, we got some decent damage there thanks to the minion aggro.
Actually, Winfrey going down pretty low on the bear, but is going to get the wave pushed out. Although SK could, if he wanted to, set up a little bit of a freeze. Not a full freeze. It will push back to the Volibear eventually. There's only the 3 casters there, but maybe could deny some golden XP from the Volibear a little bit.
Definitely a possibility here. There's the catalyst picked up, so it's gonna be the Roa plus Fimbulvelter here, I think, for this Volibear on Winfrey.
Yeah,
I don't think we're gonna see the Seraphs or the Manamune. I hope we don't see those.
Yeah, that would be a little bit off the wall, I think. I would not be a fan of that either. But with this build, it does kind of lean a little bit more towards the side lane playstyle, right? If you're going to be playing for team fights, you probably want to be a little bit more tanky to serve as more of a front line, right, for the Jinx and the Syndra. So I do think I like that call for the Spire, given how strong we know TSI are in those team fights. You know, something we talked about in the draft as well, right, Go Farino? I think having that side lane threat is going to be really, really important for the Spire to try and get themselves a little bit more of a foothold in this one.
Yep. It's definitely working out here in the top lane so far. The CS lead has extended. With the extra grubs, you're able to get that plate there. less than a minute here till the next grubs as well. If I'm Witch, I definitely want to be pathing up there ASAP, unless you want to do grubs for Dragon here. Which might be the case, as they're still just chilling down here.
Yeah. With a skirmish between the top laners that is unleashed on the grubs right now, pretty much right as they come up. Pineaholic getting chunked out a little bit by NBK's. Hacks moving up to reinforce the mid laner as Penguini and Witch look like they are eyeing up this dragon. So it is going to be yet another neutral trade, it seems, but reversed this time. There's going to be 1 dragon and 3 grubs for each side.
Yep. I would have liked to see a contest there on the grubs. All right, here comes the Hail Mary rocket. That's a little
Too late.
late.
Yeah.
Is a trade there. I would have liked them to see to contest there. At least grab the 1 grub and then dip. You can just grab 1 grub, then slingshot over the wall. Okay. Infernal Dragon in the pocket here, like you said. Gonna tie up the objective. Gonna give you some even extra scaling in the pocket.
Yeah, it's a pretty difficult choice, right? I definitely hear you, and I do agree. I would have liked to see the Spire contest for the grubs as well. I think that would line up a little bit more with the win condition that they're going to be looking for, right? But at the same time, you really don't want to be giving over 2 Drakes to Team Solo Invade either. So kind of almost a damned if you do, damned if you don't. No matter what choice you make, you know, there's some downsides there, I feel like, for the Spire especially.
Yeah. So, could be worse. He could be not even right now. There's
For
that.
sure.
And things basically dead even. The Spire have the first blood. That's a small difference. They have the top lane that's slightly ahead, but then you have the mid lane and bot lane who are slightly ahead here on the side of TSI. So really still anybody's game by most metrics. In fact, I'd say every metric in the book. Just
Yeah, we do
curious to
have...
see what's-
Oh, go ahead.
Just curious to see what's the straw that really breaks this game wide open here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's probably going to be a team fight around one of these objectives. That's usually what we see with this Team Solo Invade squad, right? That is where they really tend to put themselves on the line. Okay, Unleash going to flash in for the shield bolt. Pineaholic, a pretty decent scatter, but going to be tough to get away from this one. Does have the flash. Very nice flash, but the Inferno Bomb over the top. NBK picks it up. 1-1 now on the board.
Easy pick up there. You just flash, you stun. Hold on, bot lane.
Okay, yeah, in comes Unleash. The Grand Starfall is Unleashed, so active on the map right now. Boost is going to get knocked up by the Wild Growth. The bailout will not save the Jinx. Penguini now trying to get back underneath the turret. In comes Witch, finds a 3-man knockup with the slingshot, and the ultimate pushes RJ underneath the turret. The Fellows takes a turret shot, and Hacks is going to fall to said turret. RJ going to get taken down as well. That's the feat of warfare, picked up by the Spire once again. NBK now teleporting into the play, trying to save the jungler, as Witch does have the passive. It is going to get popped. Can they finish off the bloblets? It looks like the answer is going to be yes. So 3-3 now, still a very even game, but that first feat does go the way of the Spire.
2 for 2 there in that bot lane as well. Gonna look at the kill distribution though. Neither of these ADCs getting any of the kills here. 0-2 on the Aphelios with the last Whisper second. I can understand that you are against Volibear plus Sack right now, but you do kind of also want attack speed, I feel here. Hey, and on the other side, I mean, it's been actually no. There's 2 kills here on Penguini. That's very unfortunate.
A little bit unlucky there. Definitely not the ideal place for that gold if you are a Spire fan. But at least they're staying relatively even overall.
Yep.
As NBK definitely having a fun time just poking out this Jinx right now. Boostus can't really do anything. The flash forward, the bomb, the barrier. We'll say the Inferno Bomb. Oh, just on the edge of the hitbox. NBK finds another kill with the ultimate. Hit rate on those is 100% so far for the kill conversions with the Infernal Bombs.
Yeah, NBK having a really strong showing here. You're able to outrange your lane opponent, so they're just able to win all the trades there. Cinder does want to get in your face to try and
Ooh,
get
the slow from the Lulu. It's a pretty good scatter once again. Push Unleashed back. In comes Witch now with the slingshot, and that is going to force the Pantheon away. A little bit of a close call, but Pineaholic will be able to walk that one off. NBK, though, got the first turret in the bottom lane, get that wave fully pushed out as well. And it really should be the Syndra matching the Ziggs, as we just saw. Boost just can't really do much against NBK right now.
See what they can do, though. Hopefully you can hit the point where you've scaled up. You have your first item, you have the Zerkers. It's at least something. I don't think it's enough to cut through the front line right now, but it is something.
We got our next dragon coming up in just about 25 seconds. Go for an Ocean Soul for us this time around.
What is the feat? Or the finished off for the feat here.
Oh, true. Yeah.
So whoever gets it.
Okay, in
Oh,
comes
okay,
Witch.
big blob.
Yeah, they found a really nice engage onto the Ziggs, who does get the wild growth for a while, and the Jinx is going to be the one who goes down first. NBK still alive, finally. Witch gets in there with another slingshot, and now Pinaholic with the Unleashed Power. Going to be looking to turn this one around. Does he get the execution onto the Aphelios? The Spear, not quite enough to finish off the Syndra. Unleashed, forced to go under the turret for it. Will find kills Pantheon now on a spree. In comes SK now off on the side. Goes out with the Nature's Grass. Not going to be able to lock anybody down with it, though. Pretty close fight, ends up being a 2-for-2, as all 4 carries do end up in the Death Chamber.
Yeah, it takes quite a bit of time there to finish off that Ziggs, and so much damage coming out solely from that Mega Inferno Bomb. I think Boost just took like 2 abilities there, maybe 2.5. Grand Starfall finishing him on off. It looks like TSI are going to be the ones dragging control, though they have the most amount of members still present here. Sadly, Winfrey did not come down from that top lane, going for a very heavy split push style, I guess, because this is
Did
the
get the
Jack-Ball
turret.
trade baller there.
Yeah, but this is going to mean the feats go over, like you mentioned earlier, Goferino. So that is great news for Team Solo Invade. Spire going to try to counterattack now by taking the Rift Herald. Seems like that probably will not be contested.
Mega Inferno Bomb exists. This is Wookiee.
Oh, yeah. NBK steal Heralds already in this very match, but not going to be the case this time around.
Does mean, though, this mid lane turret, yeah, it's dropping. It's dead.
It is.
That's a lot of turret gold going into the Ziggs. I don't know how many NBK picked up, but this is a very fed Ziggs right now. You're 2, 1, and 2.
Oh, yeah.
945 in the bank here, so that to finish off the Andrews on this next. I saw the Haunting guys. Okay, that is definitely not enough.
Yeah, interesting for NBK just sitting on the tier for now. Looks like it is going to probably be that Leandre's second. Very high damage build, of course, with the Leandres alongside the Ludens. He's going to have some good burst into the squishies and some good damage into the tanks as well once that Leandres does get completed. But Goferino, I'd really like to actually revisit that last sequence that we saw a little while ago with the fight in mid that transitioned into the Dragon for Team Solo Invade. What do you think about Winfrey's decision to stay in the top lane there? Committing to the split push, taking that tier 1 turret. You know, we've talked a little bit about how we feel like that's going to be important for the Spire in this game to have that side lane threat, but giving over the Dragon and the feats definitely feels bad. What do you think about that?
Right. Okay, it's secured here. I wasn't the biggest fan of it. Of course, the Jack of all trades Volibear, you're by no means the tankiest champion possible for engaging team fights. Like, you have the Roa here and the Navori Flickerblade plus treads. That is not a front line build. As one of the issues with this build, and one of the reasons why it's very solo PoE. Because it takes some time to get up to Row plus Flicker Blades, and that's amazing for one of the ones.
Nature's Grasp in the top lane. It's another pretty nice scatter from Pinaholic, but there's just no getting away from this one. Unleashed now on a rampage 4-0-2 on the Pantheon jungle. Thank you very much, Unleashed. I am taking notes. Don't you worry.
And TSI are moving up in this game. Want to bring us to a closed out series here, 2-0. See what they can do to bring it home here. It's not the biggest lead, but it definitely feels like they're inching more and more forward as this game goes on. They got the lead here. They've got the turret lead. That they can convert it into.
Yeah, looking pretty good for them so far. They are up about 2,000 gold at the moment as well. NBK, I'm sure, is closing in on that 2-item spike. It's already come for RJ's Aphelios. Did complete the Lord Doms, as we do see Otacon arriving into the bottom lane. I believe it's, let's see, what kind of Otacon do we have? There's the red one, Voracious again, it looks like.
It's always voracious, I swear.
Yeah.
Alright, even say. Oh yeah, it's spawning too much. We're gonna lower the spawn rate. Okay. And they said, oh, we're gonna have to
Yeah,
lower the
right.
spawn rate again. Okay.
Yeah, that definitely works.
Yeah.
Anyway. That's another Ocean Dragon in about 90 seconds, and this is going to be really big. I think if Team Solo Invade secured this dragon, right, then they're in a really favored position, I feel, in this game.
Yeah, put themselves on soul point here.
Starting up the Otacon, actually. There's no vision right now for Spire.
Doing this decently well enough.
I think it's just gone. I mean, Witch is on this side of the map, but they still don't know. They still have no idea. The Otacon's just going to get taken for free here, and this buff is going to transition perfectly into the dragon fight.
Got here just 5 seconds too late. Because the Otacon is actually very stealable with how much damage it can do here. Ardent Sensor powering up the Aphelios is definitely helping a lot with taking down that buff.
Man, that's huge. That's so huge for Team Solo Invade. I was just talking about the dragon fight being critical, but now they have Otacon for it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Spire, now, I mean, I don't know if you can fight the dragon. I don't think you can fight into the Otacon buff, can you? I mean, maybe you send Witch in with a slingshot to go for some kind of, like, miracle steal, and the rest of the team, like, pushes the lanes? I don't know. I mean, what do you do here as the Spire?
Well, they're trying to get the Rift Herald pressure here at the
Okay, Zach is going to hop on board, but Witch is going to pop out into all of these Team Solo Invade members. Pantheon going to run interference as he dives in towards the enemy backline. Witch going down pretty low. Pantheon has already used the Aegis Assault and Unleashed. Is going to be forced to withdraw for the Zach end of the Bloblets. They should be able to finish that off. They take down the Volibear as well. It's a 2-to-1 advantage in the team fight right now for Team Solo Invade as RJ flashing forward, looking to chase down these carries. The Aphelios with a red gun picks up the double kill, and it's an absolutely massive team fight win for TSI as the AD carry picks up the triple, and they take complete control over game 2.
Oh, yeah, that is rough here. I'm going to assume there that was a misclick on, because you don't take that ever.
Getting on the Rift Herald was a misclick, you mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna assume that's what it was, because then you just have to start the team fight off on the back foot. The hostile takeover is absolutely massive, and you almost finished off at least X stacks there. Or sorry, X hacks. My glasses slightly lower on the prescription than my there. Can't tell.
No
but
worries.
it's not enough here. Your carry's not doing enough damage, only on 1.5 items. That's not going to cut it here.
That's right, yeah. And I kind of understand the thought process for Witch, right? You really want to get that Herald value. If you don't hop on board the Rift Herald, it might not even get the charge there, right? Which would obviously feel really bad. But, you know, ultimately, I think you just can't disrespect Team Solo Invade like that. I mean, all 5 were there. Of course they're going to be able to punish you. And that's exactly what we saw.
Just gonna further gold lead here. You can see the objective bounties popping up. TSI knows they are in the driver's seat right now in this game, and what they can do with it, because we did mention that this Pantheon is gonna fall off.
Oh dear. Penguini might be in a little bit of trouble here. The bailout can come through the hostile takeover as well to buy a little bit of time, but it's not going to save the Renata. The mid lane as well is going all the way in favor of Team Solo Invade as we've got the double kill going over to the Aphelios again. Winfrey trying to make something happen on the side here against NBK, but it's just not going to work out. Another decisive team fight win for Team Solo Invade, and this one looking like it's just about over.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh, a bomb right to the kisser.
Yep. So that's gotta make things go from bad to worse here. On Spire,
Brutal.
you even lose your mid lane inhib turret. Thankfully not the inhibitor. Things are in dire straits here. You're gonna have to find some shutdowns here. You're gonna have to find angle back into this. 4 out of 5 of the enemy team members do have shutdowns of varying goal levels, so any one kill here can get the benefactor a decent amount of change in their pocket.
Yeah, that is something. to see if the side of the Spire can be able to get any of these shutdowns. So it's not really looking too promising right now. As the Baron setup commences for Team Solo Invade, they're going to take complete control over this top side jungle, even stealing away the red buff, as we can see.
And the rocks. Yep. In on a minion, at the very least. They're just looking to suffocate out the Spire here.
Yeah.
Spire just not really able to move past their inner turrets at max here right now, and that's always dangerous. The Baron is up on the table. This Aphelios at 3 items right now with a loop, Ardent Sensor powering them up. Baron won't last long.
No, it will not. 3-item Aphelios absolutely shreds this thing. And this is really nice. I mean, we see SK zoning the enemy jungler away over here, making sure that Witch is not going to be able to get into the pit for some kind of steal. Just really nice, controlled play from Team Solo Invade, as we've come to expect from this squad.
Yep. And now you got to deal with a Baron buff on a team with a extremely brutal. Ziggs Siege is already pretty strong because you just mow through waves and you do a lot of damage to turrets. Have fun with this right now. Don't see the Grand Starfall being committed yet here in the bot lane. More than happy to just drive this Volibear off turret, it seems.
Yeah,
What's the Spire gonna do here? Minute 20 till the ocean, so
yeah, it's feeling pretty cooked. You know, at least the Volibear is level 16 now. You know, Winfrey did just complete his 3rd item as well, has the Fimbulwinter done, but it feels like it's just a little bit too little too late. You know, they're about to be staring down Ocean Soul, and the gold lead at this point is just absolutely massive. I don't think the Spire has any chance in these team fights anymore whatsoever. And I just don't think that Volibear is going to be able to do enough in the side lane to actually pressure Team Solo Invade in any meaningful way.
yeah, Spire, you're gonna have to
Trying
find a
set up,
miracle engage here.
Yeah, a little bit of a desperate play. Volibear is on a flank position. He's going to be able to get into the backline, trying to get on top of RJ, but the Aphelios just melts him like butter, which does go in there with the slingshot. Tries to create some chaos with a Let's Bounce, but it's just not nearly enough. The carries can't follow up. In goes Unleashed once again with the Grand Starfall. Already 3 more kills going the way of Team Solo Invade. And I don't think they're even going to need the Ocean Soul Go Freno. They're just going to look for the Nexus instead. Flash, twisted advance for SKs. They take down the Renata. RJ goes legendary, and that is going to do it. Team Solo Invade, the only remaining undefeated team here in the Premier League, as they take an extremely one-sided victory over the Spire.
Yep, and just padding out some stats here. They're going to finish off the Nexus here in just a second's time. I mean, congrats to TSI here. They made their comp work. They brought it on home.
Somebody is going to have to come up with an answer to this squad's team fighting. They're just going for the same strategy every game. You know, there's nothing surprising here. There's nothing different here. We basically knew what we were going to see before we even loaded onto the Rift for game number 1 tonight. But it just seems like nobody can stop them. They're just too good at team fighting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. And we'll see what the Spire can do here going into next week, because this was a hard series for them. They're definitely going to have to collect some things, definitely workshop some things here for different strats going into the next weeks.
I mean, it's tough, right? Obviously, Team Solo Invade is an incredibly difficult opponent. But this was, like you say, a pretty rough showing for the Spire. Opponents for next week and week number 4. Looks like Team Solo Invade is going to be going up against High Alert. The Spire is going to be facing off against Dorado next week. So, I mean, should be a beatable opponent for the Spire, right, based on what we've seen so far. We'll have to wait and see if they are going to be able to bounce back from this pretty devastating 0-2 loss to TSI. But who's our POG this time around, Gofrino? I think we did end up giving it to Unleashed last game, if I recall correctly, on Skarner. What are we feeling this time? Unleashed had a pretty great game once again here.
Yeah, I feel like my little Pog Jam's going to be NBK here. They just were able to dominate the lane and do so much work here as this Ziggs. Because they're able to put down so much pressure, they're able to get solo kills, and they're able to participate in a lot here. So probably NBK for me.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Did narrowly lose out on the damage charts. It was RJ Zephelios that ended up on top with 31.5k in this 28-minute game. But NBK, like you say, definitely had an amazing performance again as well on the Ziggs this time. Had put on so much pressure in the 1v1 and then went bot, got the solo kill on Jinx, got the first turret. Definitely did a lot of work in getting them that lead initially, and then the rest of the squad just kind of helped run the game from there. So good stuff from the mid jungle and the entire team of Team Solo Invade, continuing to look incredibly formidable here in the Premier League. That is going to do it for our first match tonight, guys. We are going to have Elysium going up against Dorado Gaming in just a little while. We'll see you there for that one in just a bit. All right, everybody, welcome back. We do have 10 players in the lobby. We're going to be getting underway with our first draft of our second match tonight in just a moment. Our first match this evening, Go Farino, I think much more one-sided than we were expecting. And now, as previously mentioned, we are going to be having Elysium going up against Dorado.
Should be an exciting one here tonight, you know. Looking
Yeah,
forward
yeah.
to it.
Yeah, it should be an exciting one. Dorado, Dorado. What are we gonna do with these guys, Go Farino? I think it's safe to say that this team has been pretty frustrating to watch so far here in the Premier League. I know Zol's usually hanging out in the Twitch chat over there. I'm pretty sure he knows exactly what I'm talking about. We discussed this a little bit in Otter Talk as well. Just the fact that it seems like this team has all of the pieces that they need. You know, they can get themselves into good positions, into good situations. They definitely seem to have strong players on this roster, but they just seem to be allergic to winning games. Go Farino. I mean, I'm sure you remember last week in game number 2 against Conduit Esports. There was that game where Cora was like 15-0 on Irelia.
God.
And they
I remember
couldn't
that.
manage to end the game. They couldn't get the win. And it's like, that's not just a dig only at Cora. I mean, clearly the main issue for this squad is just the communication and the coordination between all 5 members, right? It's just not quite where it needs to be. So really, really hoping to see a strong performance from them tonight. Because, yeah, it has been a bit rough so far.
Yeah. All right. And there's a reason why I forgot game.
You blocked it out of your memory. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just trying to move that one on out. Right. Yeah.
Sorry to
See?
remind you.
Yeah. See if they've gone back to the drawing board. Had a pep talk before this week.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are playing
Can get
with
some
an
threats.
E-sub this evening. We are going to have Gabriel Leo is subbing in the support position. Frozen Bullets, I believe there were some connection issues or something to that effect. Frozen Bullet not going to be able to make it tonight. So we have Gabriel subbing in alongside Tortuga down there in the bot lane. The rest of the roster there is the starting members for Dorado. And we do have a little bit of a substitution for the side of Elysium actually as well. This is a rostered sub though. So they do have Cordelia playing mid lane this evening, and they're going to have Haya, I believe, playing in the support position over there, both of those being rostered subs. So there was, since Gabriel is an E-sub, then Elysium had the option of enforcing loss of bans for the side of Dorado, but they have magnanimously decided to allow Dorado to keep their bans, and we are seeing those come through now.
Yeah, that's always cool to do. I know the rule is mostly there in leagues just to prevent it from being abused. You know, it has the harsh penalty just so it's not like last minute. Oh, that person you prep for? JK, we have the instead. Usually teams don't mind a sub too much, but just gotta be wary. There are always people who abuse systems if it is abusable. But into picking bans right now, so far 3 junglers taken off the board, so very pinched here. We could see a 4th jungler banned as well. The Amumu has had a pretty high ban rate. We've been seeing a lot of it here in this Blue Water League, but also just a decent amount in the LCS as well. So you take that off the board. That's a lot of the primo junglers.
Well, Amumu is still going to be left open, and it is in fact the Corki. You can get snapped up on the B1 by Elysium. Let's see, has Dilly played any Corki yet this season? Let me see here.
I don't know, but Corki's still such a solid carry still. The amount of just pure all-in power you have bot lane early on, it's kind of disgusting.
Yeah. The champ definitely is quite strong. You know, there was some memeing happening over in the LCK. Sorry to bring up LCK again, but Corki was really, really struggling over there at the start of this season, but has managed to turn things around a bit since then. As we are seeing that Ezreal is going to be the response. Of course, we just saw Ezreal in that previous game as well. And I have found a Dilly Corki game. Game 1 that Elysium played against the Literal Monkeys back in week 1. Dilly was on the Corki and did have a pretty fantastic game on the Bombardier. Was 9-1 and 8. Dilly on the Corki in that one.
Yeah, pretty solid showing there, but Gonna be the Ezreal Pantheon here. We already saw the Ezreal have a pretty solid showing in game number 1 today, and the Pantheon, of course, we saw how good that was going in game number 2. TSI. We'll see what Dorado Gaming can do with this, because, of course, we mentioned it last game, we mentioned it this time around. Again, if it is the jungle Pantheon, you fall off super hard. Just due to the limited income, you tend to be behind in levels in this champion. You kind of need all the stats, all the numbers you can get to really push your advantage in these team fights. So, something to look out for here. The Ezreal, of course, not the hardest scaler as well, but decently safe into the Corki. Just being able to arcane shift out of any potential all-ins, very handy.
Yeah, matching a little bit of that early skirmishing power, right? So, interesting call there from Elysium, and then going for the support lock-in here as well. Makes sense. Gonna be the Nautilus paired up alongside the Corki, assuming that Corki is going into the bottom lane. And then a support lock-in here from Dorado, I think would also make a whole bunch of sense. We saw the Karma paired up alongside the Ezreal earlier tonight. But let's see what the E-sub for Dorado, Gabriel, is going to go for.
Also, don't forget you had your predictions on in chat. You only got about 7.5 minutes left over here. More than enough time to see the champion select go through, but just as a reminder, I was the only one who bet last game on the side of the Spire. They had 3 for TSI.
Another hit to the channel points. Sorry to hear that go for Reno.
Yeah. I had some to spare, so I'm like, you know what? I'll just throw in 400 here. If I win, I win. If not, well, then the winner's gonna lot more. As before, it was like only 20 points, so the winners would have gotten a cumulative like 6 points each. But hey, another support locked in here.
Yeah, it is gonna be the Braum. Feels like a pretty strong answer into the Nautilus, right? And definitely something that we see paired pretty, frequently alongside the Ezreal.
And very nice to have against the Nautilus plus Corki as well. Yes, the Corki, you're not stopping the big projectiles. It's not like you're just going to absolutely stuff something, but being able to stop the depth charge and potentially a follow-up phosphorus bomb, very nice to have in these trades in the bot lane, and just great for these comps where, great against these comps where they tend to dive against you. And right now, Corki, Nautilus, Shinzao all want to get on top of you, especially in that laning phase here, so having that Winter's Bite passive, always very handy.
Definitely can be the case. Particularly against champions that really just want to go in, like Jinzhao and Nautilus, exactly like you're talking about there. Go for Reno. But moving into the second ban phase right now, a couple of mid lane options going to be banned away by Dorado. So Victor and the Syndra going to be denied from Cordelia. And then for the side of Elysium, they're going to ban away a couple of the options for Trouble Killer over there. Trouble Killer, probably the standout member of Dorado for me so far this season. And on the Darius in particular, he's looked very, very strong. So that's going to get taken away, as well as the Mordekaiser. Now the Talia looks like it's going to be the option for Korra in this first game.
That is a flex pick here. Could be the jungle. We haven't really seen as much of the jungle Talia. Much more so home in the mid lane. Kind of her original home, but having the jungle flex is always interesting. Orianna might be the response here. Pretty safe into the Talia. You do have to be wary of any worked earth combos, of course. You are very squishy. If the ball is not on you, it can lead to some pretty harsh trades.
Yeah. I honestly really like the mid-jungle pairings for both sides. I feel like Jinzhao is obviously a great ball carrier, right? As he's going to be able to dive in there. You kind of do want to get your Shockwave off before the Jinzhao pops the Crescent Guard, right? So there is actually some potential for anti-synergy there if the Jinzhao pops the ult too early and then the Shockwave comes out and it doesn't get as much value. So we'll have to watch out for that. But the Pantheon Talia, I feel like, is a great combo, right? It's very simple, very straightforward. Pantheon just leads off with the stun. You get the guaranteed shove. Bada bing, bada boom. Bob's your uncle. Cho'Gath, final lock-in for Elysium. A little bit more frontline in the top side. And doing some Yone gaming.
So it looks like it's going to actually be a Pantheon top here. It could also be the Pantheon mid with a Yone top. I feel like the Pantheon would struggle a bit into the Cho'Gath. Or it could also just be Yone top, Pantheon jungle, and Talia mid. Kind of a hard call here. Does mean the Dorado comp, they're very squishy by all means here. They bring a lot of damage, that's for sure, but they can get blown up pretty easily here if there's one well-timed Shockwave.
That's definitely true. That is definitely true. Personally, my prediction is going to be the Yone top. That is going to be my assumption. We'll have to see if that is going to be what Dorado decide to go for. But if that does end up being the case, then I feel like that's a pretty reasonably good matchup at the Cho'Gath, right? Yone is really frustrating in the sense that he can very easily kind of play around the kill windows for his opponents. Just with the way that the E works with the Soul Unbound, as soon as you feel like you're in any danger, you just snap back to the body, and then you're just, doing Yone things. So it should be pretty good there. And overall, I definitely hear your concern, Gopherino, for the side of Dorado, the fact that they're pretty squishy. They don't really have too much frontline to speak of besides the Braum, but overall, I quite like their composition. I think they've got a lot of really strong elements here.
They definitely have a lot of avenues to carry. If the Ezreal pops off, if the Talia pops off, or if the Yone pops off, all champions who definitely can put in very solid work in this game. Pantheon too, but we already mentioned that champion tends to fall off here. If it is the jungle Pantheon, we don't really know yet. We have to get to really know where things are going. Of course, on the side of Elysium, we definitely know where everyone's going. I don't think we're going to see the fabled Orianna bot swap here. As funny as that would kind of be.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I think that, if we think back to the last match that we were able to watch Gopherino, that definitely did come down, I think, in large part to the team fights. To some degree, I think we can attribute that to the teams that were playing, right? But I do, think that if that does end up carrying over into this match as well, we all know how important objectives are in the current day and age of League of Legends. And I do feel like Elysium have kind of a more solid, more well-rounded team fighting composition, given because of the fact, rather, that they do have sort of more frontline and, maybe some more consistent carries in the Corki and the Orianna.
Yeah, and the burst they bring against this relatively squishy Dorado composition is going to be very appreciated here. I already mentioned a well-placed Shockwave could wreck things, but also Corki has a lot of burst damage. Feast will basically chunk anybody's health bar here. So Elysium, if they get ahead, you have a really fat front line here, and when Dorado runs into you, you should just be able to blow them up pretty consistently.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. Definitely makes sense to me. And then there could be some Braum value that comes into play there. If the Braum is going to be able to deny some of those key engages that may come out from Elysium, if the Braum can soak up some of those abilities, that could end up being really good for Dorado. That might be the space they need for one of these more carry-oriented champions to really pop off in the fights. We'll have to see. I think potentially a lot of pressure on the E-sub, on Gabriel in this one, to really facilitate the team and set them up for success in these fights.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do here, because you do have to get that set up down here. And you mentioned there is always a bit of anti-synergy between the Shinzal plus Orianna.
Can be
something to watch out for.
Yeah. We're into the spectator delay now, guys. Moving through the client draft. What do we think, Gopherino, about the bot lane 2v2? We haven't talked about that too much yet. Ezreal Braum, previously mentioned, relatively common pairing, feels pretty comfortable there. But Corki Nautilus is probably, the Corki in particular is probably going to come online a little bit earlier than the Ezreal, right? How do you expect that 2v2 to play out?
Well, it's obviously very Corki Nautilus favored here early on. The Ezreal is just going to be playing to survive here. You're safe. You have the Arcane Shift. You should outscale a decent amount here, just due to the fact you're able to get a bit of an attack speed steroid to cut through people with, and should be able to land some fatty combos, whereas the Corki, we'll see. The Corki isn't going to fall off damage too hard against this composition, but you're not going to be an absolute DPS monster. And typically the Corki's build much more so for the mid game here with the tier plus the Triforce. Why was I forgetting that? So very much so Corki Nautilus favored here, IMO.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. At least there is the Braum that can potentially dissuade the Corki Nautilus from going too aggressive, right? They have to kind of be careful about that, not getting stunned up by the concussive blows, that sort of thing. But What kind of build do you think the Ezreal is going to go for in this one? I mean, Ezreal is one of those champions, right, that can go in a number of different directions in terms of like what rune he wants to run, and what item he wants to build first. We see pretty commonly things like the Conqueror and the Press the Attack come out for the Ezreal, but then there's also the option you could go towards like First Strike or even like a little bit more of a lethality build. What would you like to see from the Ezreal this game?
I'm fully expecting just a standard build here. You get the Tear of the Goddess into the Triforce here. If you want to, you could just do Tear of the Goddess Sheen into Manamune. That's something I personally like doing just to get the Manamune stacked up faster and is a bit of a quicker spike compared to the Triforce. But, the biggest difference is going to be after those two items. Maybe we see the Tab Eyes come out here just to deal with the burst. I mean, there's a Shinzao Quirky diving on you. The extra reduction would be very nice. Maybe we just see a bit of a tank Ezreal coming out later on. That would, of course, hurt when it comes to taking down this Cho'Gath, but the theory is you should have that Yone to cut through that health pool.
Certainly. Well, we think a little bit more of a well-rounded composition probably for Elysium right in this one, but definitely a lot of potential carry threat on the side of Dorado. Which side of the draft are you leaning towards this time around, Gofrino, for our first game of this best of 3?
Definitely Elysium's here, because they just have the beefy front line. They have pretty solid all-around team fighting here. You have Engage, you have Burst, you have decent enough DPS, especially considering the squishiness of this Dorado composition. You should just be able to pilot this to a very straightforward victory.
Yeah. Our last best of 3 was all about the team fights. If that is going to be the case once again, then I absolutely agree. I think Elysium have the better composition in that scenario. We'll have to see, guys. Dorado, they've been an interesting team to watch, to say the least. We'll have to wait and see what they have in store for us tonight. We'll be right back with Game 1. Okay, BOL fans, welcome to game number 1 between Elysium and Dorado here in week 3 of the Premier League. Nautilus and Braum, both pretty strong level 1 champions, but the hook is going to miss for Haya. And I don't think we're going to see much else in the opening minute here.
Yep, always a little awkward when you get spotted out like that. Pretty clear too. Maybe if the hook landed you. What? We do know lane assignments now, though. It's going to be the Yone top.
Yep. Trouble Killer on the Yone. Playing up against Yikaw's Cho'Gath, who has Hail of Blades for some reason. I don't know if I love that.
It's a fine tech. It lets you go through your E pretty quickly.
Sure.
And it can help you with bursting or just general traits here. I don't mind it, especially into the Yone.
I guess.
The
Yeah,
grass
but
definitely fine for extended trades, but you're looking for just the quicker trade.
that's true, yeah. I guess against the Yone, the Hail of Blades is going to give you a little bit more in the lane, but I don't know. I just feel like with the Grasp, I mean, Cho'Gath synergizes so well with the bonus health, right? You could just get so tanky with that. But we'll have to see if the Hail of Blades tech does help out Yikaw in that 1v1.
Yeah, because I know it is tech, and I have seen it before. I forget the exact reasoning why, but it works out pretty well. I think it's first year playstyle 2. I don't think there's going to be killing in the bot lane, but this is a very heavy trade.
Yeah, Tortuga able to get a great chunk there onto Dilly as those concussive blows did get stacked up. Ezreal Braum doing well so far, despite the fact that you were sort of asserting that Corki Nautilus should be very favored in this 2v2. Not the case so far.
Well, nice trade there coming out from the Dorado bot lane. We'll see if they can keep this advantage going. Level 2, I'm definitely going to be concerned here. Once you have the Valkyrie here as the core push, just fall up on those engages much more easily.
Okay, as we saw a little bit of Hail of Blades value there. Going to land the Rupture as well for Yikaw. So a pretty nice chunk onto the Yone, who is now going through his health potion.
Well, game coming through, though.
Here comes Pantheon, Walk Warlock.
Here.
Finish the top side clear, looking for the gank. Nice Rupture to flash away, but the Q3 is going to land for Trouble Killer. Yikaw in trouble, trying to trade back. Is going to get the flash out from Trouble Killer, but will then be taken down by the Warlock. First Blood, Dorado Gaming.
They're going to be happy with that. Does cost 2 flashes, though, of course. So that is going to be a rough trade here. I'm curious if Trouble Killer will be able to versus with enough. Nope, it is under turret, so rough spot to be in. Trouble Killer probably wants to back here and pick up an item and regen their health. They're also not backing on a lot of gold here. You have an assist, you have 8 CS. Okay, you get a dagger and a pot here. It's something. You're gonna be happy, but the Cho'Gath has the extra cloth armor in you, which you are gonna feel.
Does Yone still like to go for the Berserker's Greaves first, or is that not really as much of a thing anymore?
I haven't seen that too much. It's definitely viable, considering your Q does lower with attack speed.
We'll see.
Thing is, Zerkers just don't really give as much stats anymore, which feels bad.
Yeah,
They give
no.
very little stats.
But we are seeing actually Guster, having seen Walk Warlock go for that early gank towards the top lane, I believe actually did manage to steal away the Pantheon's blue buff and take that South Scuttle Crab as well. So pretty hefty lead in the jungle right now for Guster's Jin Zhao. See if Walk Warlock's going to be able to catch up, as that North Scuttle is still available.
Pretty hefty lead if we don't account for the kill.
Well, yeah.
That kill's definitely
farm
helping
lead
us push his
yeah.
Pantheon a bit ahead, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
You have the tilt
Good
lead,
point.
though. Oh, stream's frozen for me.
Yeah, pause, I think, is maybe the
Okay.
situation here. Should be able to resume shortly, I assume.
Yeah.
There we
It's
go.
just a very longish post-pause.
Yeah, it was a bit
pause.
long, yeah. You're right. We're back.
I love how they still haven't fixed it or even addressed it. Very poor
Did you
out.
really expect them to?
I just expect them to at least acknowledge it. Try something.
Nice shove.
Okay.
Cora level up right now. Big wave coming in for Cordelia, but taking a big chunk here from the Talia as Oriana go down really low and it's just gonna get executed. Cordelia, you had flash. Okay, Haya is going to flash and ignite, and that should be enough to get the kill. Cora potion ticking. Oh, the Talia is going to live. And Dorado now are up 2-0 in the early game.
Nice pickup there, and the Dark Seal passive of giving you extra juice for reactions, definitely coming in a little clutch there to survive the last ticks of that ignite. I'm be happy with that. You get a nice little solo kill there. I would say free of charge, but you did have to expend. Well, actually, you didn't even expend flash there. Never mind.
Didn't need to, yeah. I mean, I'm just really shocked that Cordelia didn't flash. I mean, for sure, if the Orianna flashes away there, then she lives, right? Or at the very least, you get Korra's flash out to, you know, force that to get the kill, but I don't know.
I don't know. Just kind of caught off guard a little there.
I guess.
Cost him a bit here in lane. With the tier start, though, it's not going to be the most dire of setbacks here. Like, okay, I'm down a tier. They got us in Ruby Crystal.
Yeah.
That's
Well, there's,
not
you know, Korra's got a couple of stacks on that ring as well. So Jugglers going to find each other. Level up right now for Guster. And is getting a huge chunk as Warlock just gets taken down so quickly there. I guess the Pantheon was probably feeling pretty confident because he knew his support was on the way, but it was Gabriel not quite able to get there in time. Just so much damage coming out so quickly from the Xin Zhao Orianna. Guster able to secure the first grub. Gabriel is going to push away the Xin Zhao. Focus on this grub fight for now. Guster flashing back in, gets the knock up onto Gabriel. In comes Cordelia once again. The shockwave, absolutely fantastic. They take down the Braum. Korra, I don't think going to be able to get away from this one. There's the passive auto from the Nautilus. And there is the double kill for the Orianna. Just like that, Elysium take the lead.
And I don't know what the call was there. Dorado thinking they could contest that when they don't have it. Oh, this is the quirky for
Yeah.
you.
Okay, yeah, the 1v1. Zilly winning out, has the barrier even. Oh, Tortuga also answering back with the barrier, the flash away. Oh, that was so close. But Dilly wins it out. All summoners down for the AD carries.
Yep. If Tortuga had a longsword there instead, maybe they actually win that one. Who knows? It's hard to account for the moves. Either way, though.
Very thin margins on that one for sure.
Yeah. Still, I don't know what Dorado was doing going for that contest there. Like, your jungler's down. Unless you're confident you can win that 3 versus 3 there. Because I don't remember that 3 versus 4
I guess,
there.
yeah, I guess they just weren't expecting Haya's Nautilus to be there. I mean, that's kind of the only reason why you would go for that, right? If you feel like it's a 2v2, and yeah, if you feel like the Talia Braum is going to be able to outfight. But even then, I with you, I feel like that was not the right call for Dorado to contest there after losing the Pantheon.
Yeah, I think the call there is just reset and look for the dragon instead. Unless you're just so confident there, because we saw how far they extended, and then all of a sudden you get... So and there's a shockwave. Things go south pretty damn quickly once that shockwave ended. Well, things were already pretty south beforehand, but that made it a done deal.
They sure did. And now we got to play towards the bottom lane as Gabriel and Tortuga pushed up pretty far. Dredgeline going to connect onto the Braum. Should be able to stand beside the Ezreal here. Gabriel doing a pretty good job of soaking up the damage, but Guster here as well. Looking for the knockup. Gabriel flashes away, but the shockwave is going to catch the retreating Braum and Cordelia. Now on a bit of a spree, 8.5 minutes in, and the Orianna already 7 stacks on that Dark Seal. Feels pretty good.
Fine and dandy on that one. Not to mention being 3-1. Now you're going to be getting yourself the second objective of this game. So in a very dominant position, this True Shot Barrage coming in at the point where it's basically a leash for the enemy team. I appreciate the Hail Mary there.
Yeah. Oh, another Dredgeline gonna land to the Braum. Gabriel could be in trouble again here. He puts up the Unbreakable, but he has nobody to stand beside this time. In comes Walk Warlock's Pantheon with the Grand Starfall, but again, a Dorado committing to the fight after they've already lost a member. Tortuga able to Arcane Shift over the wall. Looks like the Ezreal will survive, but that's still another 1 fight for Elysium.
Yeah, Gabriel just respawned there, walked back, placed a ward, and then immediately died. And
Oof.
that is very tragic
Not
there.
ideal.
And now there's a 3-1 Corky, well on their way to that Trinity Force being completed. Makes things so much harder here. The spot lane going to be a bit of an absolute hell.
Yeah. Yeah, now we are starting to see the power of the Corky Nautilus come through that you foretold for us, Gokurino. That Dilly in a great position. Already, you know, at least halfway towards that Trinity Force. A very, very good pace. Although Tortuga's picked up a couple of components as well.
Yep. It's something, but it's just gonna be rough here. Especially since it's just Aya should be hitting the level 6 soonish, I want to say, for that depth chart. Well, okay. Gabriel has hit 6 themselves. Can.
Yeah, I'm sure
Also
the Nautilus
countering
is very
Gabriel.
close. Aya, as we can see, very active on the map in the top side. Once again here, trying to gain some control over that north side river in preparation for the next round of grubs, spawning in about 10 seconds.
Okay. I'm definitely gonna like that here. Would guarantee you the feats, but more importantly, it would get you 6 stacks
Warlock,
of
Flash, Shield Ball, able to get on top of the Cho'Gath here. Rupture not going to land. Econ in a whole bunch of trouble. But the jungler is here. Guster going to arrive to try to peel, but the fate sealed is going to seal the fate of Yeecaw. And now Guster in a tough spot, pops the Crescent Guard. Nautilus moving over to reinforce. So that is the ultimate committed from the Yone, but a nice kill back over to Dorado. Are they going to be able to do something about these grubs?
They're pathing bot for a dive here.
Oh yeah, Dilly, they know that Dilly is alone underneath this turret. He's going to valk forward aggressively to try to preempt the play. Does get most of the mid wave, flashes away from the true shot barrage, but the rock is going to land from Korra, and it's going to be one more mystic shot from Tortuga that secures the kill. So a pretty nice cross map does come out from Dorado, but they are going to lose all 6 grubs to Elysium.
And that's gonna guarantee the feat here, so it's not like you can contest that. In fact, this feat was picked up so early that we don't even have tier 2 boots yet. Everybody's just sitting on the tier 1.
Yeah, pretty crazy. And we're gonna have another dragon in a couple of minutes. It's gonna be a Hex Tech. So, a couple of pretty strong souls off the table. We'll have to see what we get for this one. You have a prediction for what soul we're gonna have this game go for? You know, what are you feeling?
Ocean, I guess? That's...
Yeah, I could see an ocean. I was kind of feeling ocean as well, actually. Yeah.
Don't really
It's
have a
feeling like an
strong
ocean game.
preference. Yeah. Ocean has a habit of spawning. Chemtech's the funny one.
Yeah, that could be interesting. Chemtech, I think, would probably favor Elysium with their slightly tankier composition.
Well, you could also make the same for Dorado here, since they're squishier. They're more like at less than 50% health range.
I suppose, yeah.
Ooh, good trade.
Oh, another Dredge Line can land there for Haya, but Korra is here. And is going to commit the combo onto Guster, who pops the Crescent Guard. Stay safe for now. Cordelia now. We're going to arrive second, but absolutely in time. Another Dredge Line going to land for Haya. Walk Warlock gets pulled in. Gets out a good amount of damage. True Shot Barrage over the top. Not going to land. Beautiful sidestep from Guster. And the Shockwave is absolutely massive. It's a double kill over to the Corki. At least Dorado able to trade one back. So they take down Haya's Nautilus, but the wind strikes. It becomes lightning. And Tortuga, barely able to get away underneath of the tier 1 once again. But Gabriel does get taken down. And it's once again a team fight win for Elysium.
And so close there, too. A couple of the health bars blinking. Okay. Blinking pretty damn low. Hell, Dilly's still pretty damn low here. And Guster Posey only able to recover a bit there thanks to the conk, thanks to some Triumph procs. And, I just gotta feel so bad for Dorado, because he had the initial person advantage there. It was 4 versus 3. You get a nice stop on the Shinzao engage there with Earth. It's just not enough. You're not doing enough damage. You really feel it there in the end.
Yeah. These fights have definitely been pretty close for the most
no.
part. Oh, dear. No, Gabriel. Ezreal's on the way. There is the turret there still, so the Brahm's going to be okay for now. And actually, we've got Korra moving over. They've trapped Haya now, and it will, in fact, be the Nautilus that goes down as the jungle support of Elysium. This time, they were the ones fighting without their AD carry.
Starting up the dragon here. This could be a 50-50. Crescent Guard is back up in a jiffy here.
Warlock moving over, wanting to go for the fight. Uses the Aegis Assault to buy some time. The Shockwave does come out, though. The wind strikes. It does give the kill over to Cordelia, actually picking that one up onto the Pantheon, but Guster surely going to get taken down here as well. And that is, in fact, a shutdown over to Tortuga. Cordelia gets a nice shove from Korra. Pull the Oriana back. That's going to force the flash. In comes Dilly. Better late than never. And that damage Yeah, that's Trinity Force online for the Corki. He blows up the Ezreal. And again, it is going to end up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Elysium.
Oh, man. Well, 2 for 2 if we want to consider the initial pick on top.
True. Yeah, true.
Oh,
Dragon,
Joe
though.
Beth. Working out decently well here for Yikal. Constantly
Yeah.
shoving this Yone under turret.
Oh,
Yeah, the
gonna take a...
Dorado.
Okay, you
I don't know about
kind
this
of
one, Steve.
cursed him a little bit, Gofrino. I think that one's on you.
Yeah, that was a bit of an oopsie daisy. A bit of a head scratcher even. Giving over a
Yep.
freebie there. 2-0-1 on this Yone. Trouble kill him. Might be able to finish off the board. Back. Power spike. Even though you have the Tab Eyes plus Thornmail, just being able to cut through all that extra health has slowly, very helpful.
So, Walk Warlock is on this bottom side of the map right now, but it looks like the Dragon is going to be taken by Elysium. Has some good river control there for them. Walk Warlock just not feeling like he had enough information to move in for the contest. The engage now coming out from the jungle support once again, trunking down Gabriel a little bit. Braum down to about 50%, is going to flash away, but the depth charge follows. In comes Korra to help peel a really nice Weaver's Wall there to cover the retreat of her teammates. So no kills going to go over, but 2 dragons secured now for the side of Elysium.
Dragon 6 grubs, they lead in kills, they lead in gold. Like, this is very much so Elysium's game right now. It doesn't feel like an absolute blowout lead right now, but these Banjos are definitely mounting up here.
Yeah.
Gonna cascade over pretty soon, I feel. We're going to see one team fight, and then the gold diff is just going to be too huge.
That's kind of how it's feeling to me as well. You know, definitely, I feel like it's fair to say that this composition for Dorado, you know, it's not that, you know, necessary. It's not so necessary that they can't win, but I feel like if they don't have a lead, these fights are going to be really tough for them to play out. As Yikal getting engaged on once again towards this top side, but Yone does have to return to the body. Yikal, though, still trapped a little bit, does have to flash over the wall to get away from that pincer that Gabriel was setting up on the flank. But now river control going to be taken by Dorado as they consider the start on the Rift
Risky.
Herald.
Please don't do this. You got to see, they're going to collapse on you from the mid lane here. It's into Corky. 2-1.
Yeah, Tortuga is going to have a tough time joining for this one, potentially. As actually the Talia teleporting in. Interesting flank position for Korra incoming, as it is going to be the side of Elysium pushed back for now, but now it's Korra who has to flash away. The Rupture is going to land a shockwave! Insane value from Cordelia once again. It's going to be Trouble Kill able to get one on the back end, but that is, I think, the team fight that you were anticipating, Gofrino. It's Elysium massively on top.
Yep, able to just pincer on in there. Some of the health bars were kind of low. You just have these massively ahead members. Turns out the squishy team does not like eating the shockwave here.
Absolutely huge. 5-1 now on the Orianna. You know, we called out Cordelia earlier for getting those seal stacks going, and has just continued to be up and to the right for the Elysium mid laner.
Yep. And Dorado, it looked like they had a bit of juice setting up that fight. You know, you get the nice TP flank coming in from your mid laner, but that's not enough from Korra, because Korra just passed through, eats a fat amount of damage, and then dies. Then you're fed Yone. It's hard.
It is. I appreciate what Korra was kind of trying to go for there, trying to attack from a different angle, right? It seemed like Elysium were getting pushed back, so maybe you can look for the aggressive line, but just the fact that you're on Talia, right, and you're so squishy, you're such an immobile character, generally speaking, meant that, you know, Korra ended up being a little bit isolated off on the side there. You know, tried to flash away, but ended up getting caught in that shockwave, and that was pretty much it for the fight.
Oh my, let him jungle here. Walk Warlock is nearly dead. It takes the Weaver's Wall to save your jungler's life. Can't even farm your own red dog.
This is looking more like my Pantheon games.
Yeah.
Opposed to the last
Yeah, I'm
one.
not too hot on Pantheon myself. I'm not the best when it comes to very aggressive characters, and Pantheon is a very character.
Yeah, you're the Zyra main, right?
Yeah. It's true.
I don't think we've seen any Zyra yet today, have we?
Nope. Not even
Maybe
on the
game
ban
2.
list.
We'll see. Guster, a little bit of a tough spot here. Pops the Crescent Guard and does have some support from his bottom lane. They're going to be able to... Oh, the Shockwave there. Very, very close, but the Yone going to be able to flash out of it. Trouble Killer barely gets away.
Love how directly Cam was taking his
Oh,
top
wow.
damage.
That's a lot of damage onto the Braum. Cordelia doesn't have Shockwave anymore for this fight, but it might not matter as Gabriel so close to death, burning down. Dilly is dominating the Valk forward for the Corki, looking to chase down the Ezreal as well. It looks like Tortuga burning both summoners there will just barely get away. But now this is complete control over the river. This is going to be Infernal Soul Point probably, and Otacon going over to Elysium. And yeah, I mean, that feels a bit like curtains for this one, unfortunately, go for Reno.
Gonna have to be looking towards the next game here. God, this Corki damage. That's
it's
through
disgusting.
Pantheoning as well.
Yeah. And they're just going to be able to leave the Xin Zhao to solo the dragon. They're going to be able to utilize the... Oh, did we... Okay, yeah, the driving skills. Okay, we've got our license for Haya. And now they do have to make their way out, which they will be able to. I am a little bit... I feel like I would have liked... Smite is good from Guster. I would have liked the full commitment for if everybody's hitting the dragon there. I really feel like they could have taken the Otacon as well afterwards, but, you know, getting the pressure at mid is not bad either.
Yeah. That's something.
Another dredge line gonna go in. Guster charging forward, audaciously, Trouble Kill off on the side. That time, the Crescent Guard does come out, doesn't really inspire that much joy as Korra wants to join up with the rest of the team. The flash over the wall for Haya, pretty close on that dredge line. Shockwave is only going to catch onto the Braum, but Gabriel is going to get taken down. Really nice fate sealed onto 2 as Dilly flashes away, tries to stay alive, but is going to get Yonade. As, oh no, the Corki did actually survive, and it's Trouble Killer who goes down as the Cho'Gath was waiting for him as he snapped back to the body. It's going to be Cordelia going godlike, and it's a 4-for-0 team fight. Elysium looking to put the finishing touches on game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely dominating there. The Weaver's wall actually blocking off Tortuga there, leaving them in that 1 versus 4 situation. And yeah, things got worse.
Did. Oh, mid inhibitor now been taken down. I mean, it's looking really dire, but if you are going to try to craft a game plan for Dorado to try to come back in this one, how do you begin? How do you go about it?
I mean, you got to pick up some shutdowns here. You got to be able to get some presence, which I know is very hard. Very hard with the state you're in, but you got to get something going here. And maybe you just find someone to absolutely pile on here. You get the big shutdown on the Oriana, and then you maybe translate that, pushing up in the map a little, threatening Otacon a little. It's a hard one, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get that shutdown on Cordelia, that would be massive. 650 gold shutdown on the Oriana at the moment, but the Otacon getting started up. Cordelia currently in the top lane with teleport. Trouble Killer also does have access to the TP. Ecot on zone control right now, has eyes on the enemy jungler. Not going to allow Walk Warlock to get in here for a steal attempt. And the Cho'Gath does even have the ultimate as well if he would like to feast on the Otacon, but it will just be the smite from Guster that takes it down. And there is Baron in about a minute, so would love to see for Elysium a nice transition here with the Otacon buff into a Baron take, into a Nexus explosion would be, I think, the call for them.
Yep. They have the GAs as well here. Or the Revives, I guess, because get back to the base. I think something happened here on the top side, but you are going to miss out.
Oh, as Korra is going to get knocked up by the Rupture, is going to get taken down. Yiko actually even holding on to the ultimate still. He doesn't like the taste of Talia, apparently. He's hungry for somebody else. As Pantheon potentially going to offer himself up as a meal. Is going to go for the Aegis Assault to retreat, and Yika is going to be able to help take down the Ezreal. Tortuga will drop. Didn't quite have the flashback up yet. Yika going underneath the Nexus turrets here. Is going to go down extremely low, but will survive for now. Minion wave coming in through mid, including that super minion, as the Nexus turrets seem to be the target. Cordelia pushing a wave in topside as well, but Yika a little bit too low to stick around. And it looks like it will be a retreat towards the Baron for Elysium.
Yeah. I think eating one last turret shot there from the bot lane inhibitor turret, which definitely was cutting it a little close, to say the least, but hey, you're ahead, so you are very tanky.
Yeah. Ended up being totally fine for the Cho'Gath. Did go for the full tank build. Yika, Sunfire, and a Thornmail. Makes a lot of sense against mostly AD composition here for the side of Dorado. If Talia is full comboing the Cho'Gath, then that's probably not a good spot for the Dorado team fight, right? So, pretty intelligent build, I think, for Yika.
Yeah. Even with the full combo here, there's so much HP on Yika right now. Leandri's definitely going to help Korra a decent bit when it comes to damaging this Cho'Gath. I don't think anybody's really getting through Yika anytime soon.
That's true. It looks like the side of Elysium are going for the safer line here. They didn't want to use their Otacon to force the Baron. I think the Otacon buff is falling off relatively soon. I'm not sure how much longer they have on that exactly, but they're playing for the Infernal Soul instead. Warlock going to jump into the mid lane, but Corki is there for the punish. Pantheon immediately gonna have to flash away. As Tortuga also trying to flash away, trying to stay alive, but they're just gonna get run down by this extremely fed Elysium roster. Everybody gonna be hitting the dirt. It's just Gabriel and Trouble Killa left. And I don't think they're gonna be able to hold against this 5-man push of Elysium. The Shockwave to close things out. Cordelia goes legendary, and Elysium goes up 1-0 in their match.
Yeah, and our most one-sided game of the day here, really.
I think so.
Elysium just showing up in all lanes except top, really. And Dorado, they're going to have to do a lot on the drawing board here for the next game if they want to bring us to the 3-game series crew round, because game 1, whatever they're doing, certainly did not work out.
Absolutely right, Gofrino. Yeah, to me, it almost felt like Elysium in this one kind of took some inspiration from Team Solo Invade. You know, we had Yika on the tank playing weak side up there in the top lane, and then they just focused on team fights around objectives, and it worked out incredibly well for them. They were consistently winning in the team fights, and it's at a certain point, it just felt like the side of Dorado were out of answers. There's nothing they could really do.
Yep. And they're just too far behind. And you really just have to look at what went wrong in the early game here, what went terribly wrong. What comes to mind is immediately that Rift Herald, or not the Herald fight, the second
Grubs,
Grubs fight.
Yeah.
Like, your jungler's already dead. Or no, that was the first Grubs fight.
I think it was the
believe.
first Grubs fight. Yeah, you're right.
Your jungler's already dead, yet you're just full on pathing in 2 versus 3 there. Gotta clean that up. That jumps to mind.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely. And Cordelia, you know, obviously had a fantastic performance on the Orianna as well. So I think some credit definitely needs to go there. Dilly is going to top out our damage charts for this first one. 23,500 damage, 12, 2, and 8 on the Corki. Another fantastic performance from Dilly on that pick. Who's your POG for this one, Mr. Gofrino?
Kind of a hard call. Maybe Dilly. Yeah. The bot lane in general, they're just able to go very aggressive aside from that one loss trade early on. Just put in so much work there. Could also give it to Guster Posey as well. Really capitalizing on a lot of the mistakes. They're like, oh, this Pantheon overextended. Let's just kill them. And next thing you know, you're super far ahead. It's a toss-up for me.
It is a really tough one. I think I'd be pretty happy with the Dilly vote, but honestly, Haya I think had a really great game on the Nautilus as well, and the teamwork, the coordination between Guster and Haya, I feel like maybe was actually the biggest difference in this game. They were really kind of joined at the hip for most of this game and did a great job of controlling that space around the objectives. That is really what allowed the side of Elysium to pick up such a convincing victory. So definitely pretty torn here on the caster desk in terms of POG. I think my vote actually would have to go towards the Nautilus. But you're leaning a little bit more towards Guster, Gofrino?
I'm fine with giving Haya or Hia.
Okay. Well, yeah, let us know what you think as well in chat if you would like to share your own thoughts. For now, we are going to go to a short break while we get ready for our champion select of game number 2. See you there. Alrighty, folks, welcome back to Blue Otter Premiere, week number 3, our second match of the evening. Game number 2 on the horizon between Dorado Gaming and Elysium. Elysium able to pick up a pretty decisive win in game number 1. We were just considering go for, perhaps the most decisive game that we've seen so far tonight.
Yeah, tonight for sure. So far this season, we could have to do some VOD reviews, but it's going to be up there. We're getting right back into the thick of things with these bands, though. Nothing's changed with these first two. I don't expect too much difference. Oh no, a Kindred band. Okay, I said because I was gonna say because the sites here maybe we see something different. It turns out we do see one thing different. Or
Yeah. Guster Posey, of course, a known Kindred enjoyer. That is going to get taken away. We've seen Guster had a really fantastic performance on the Kindred in week 1. And then a not so fantastic performance in week 2, but it looks like we're not going to be seeing it in this game at least. As from the red side, looks like Elysium have a bit of a focus towards the top lane, clearly identifying Trouble Killer as perhaps the main threat on Dorado, and they are going to get in there for the Skarner ban as well.
And Jinx Prio here. Don't forget in chat we do have predictions live. I was just throwing in my 420 channel points, so y'all should do the same. Jinx Prow, we haven't seen this yet. We saw the Jinx Prow for the R1 slot, but never in the B1 slot tonight. Of course, small sample size. You only get to see one Jinx per series tops, but that is interesting here. Victor looks to be the answer. We could see Victor bot into the Jinx, actually. It really depends on the bot lane here, but you can't out-pressure the Jinx and just keep that champion undeterred 24/7.
Sure. I have not seen Victor bot do very well generally, but it would be interesting to see, I guess, if Elysium do want to try out something like that. Let's see here. I mean, Elysium were definitely better in the team fights last game, so it would make sense to just draft for that again. And there's the Amumu that we have mentioned a little bit earlier.
Yeah, haven't seen that champion yet tonight.
That's true.
Saw him on the ban board once, I believe. Actually, maybe not even.
It was banned by Team Solo Invade in both of their games.
Okay.
Solo Invade banned it.
So this is going to be our first and only Amumu of the night because there are we get to see on stream today. Going to pair well with Victor, of course. You do let your mages or any source of magic damage really do that extra 8% true damage, which is pretty damn good to help your mages just beat over tanks just a little bit better. Scaling versus scaling in the mid lane, though, with this Azir lockdown.
Interesting, yeah. So it's going to be Korra on the Azir this game. Azir is always such an interesting pick because the floor is so low, right? But then the ceiling is so high. And we've definitely seen Korra kind of on both ends of that spectrum. See if I can find some stats for us.
Yep. Followed up with the J4 as well, so giving yourself some nice team fight engage here in a bit of an early game bridge. I mean, the Azir plus Jinx, 2 scaling hyper carries, so makes sense here. Got a front line that can get you started early game. Get yourself to those late scalers.
Well, Reno, I found some stats, but I'm not sure if I want to share.
Okay, don't have to.
Okay, maybe we'll just hold off on that one. It is going to be the Jarvan, like you said, and then the Tristana is going to come out on the R3 for Elysium. So that does, I think, pretty much confirm for us the Victor is going mid lane. Although theoretically, you could flex those two around. Tristana mid was meta once upon a time.
And then Riot just beat it to the ground like, no.
They sure did, yeah. That happened.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. Like, the Tristana level 2 all-in was so obnoxious for most mage mid laners to deal with. Just wish they do the same thing with mage bots. Cough, 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 cough. Yeah.
One thing at a time. Let's solve lane swaps first, and then maybe we tackle some of that other stuff.
Lane swaps are at least, like, a little easier to solve. You just buff the turret damage reduction if there's multiple people there.
I haven't figured it out yet.
Entirely, yeah, but it really does dissuade it. Into second bans, though. Garen, interesting ban. Definitely a target ban here. That champion hasn't been meta in pro ever, I think, aside from Yuumi Garen, that one Worlds, which was a bit of a meme by Fnatic.
Yeah, true. Can be powerful, here in amateur and lower levels of play. Definitely, especially if there's, anybody who's really, really practiced on the Garen. That's kind of the key with the champion like Garen, right? Is it's not, there's no really mechanics to speak of. It's really just all about knowing the limits of the champion, knowing how much damage you can do in any given situation, how much damage you can take, that sort of thing. But mostly a support focus here in the second ban phase. Elysium going to remove both the Emilio and the Lulu, and then Dorado getting rid of the Leona with their last ban. So would Elysium go for on the R4 here? Probably a support lock-in, I would imagine.
Yeah. Rakan makes sense here. You already have some strong engage in the jungle, and this gives you a pretty slippery bot lane here between the rocket jump and the grand entrance. Not the tankiest engager. That's one thing you'll notice very often with Rakan. If you get hit by one form of CC, you tend to blow up here. Does well though against the J4, against the Azir.
Definitely a strong team fighter as well, right? Which I think we're happy to see from Elysium.
I wonder what the lock-in is going to be at the Jinx here. We already saw 2 enchanters taken off the board. I wouldn't mind seeing an engaged support here to pair with the J4 to up some more options for the top lane. Gonna be the Renata though. We saw this earlier tonight. Didn't work out too well.
Right.
Kind of sucks for the Spire, but they were on the receiving end of that one.
Yeah. They were receiving the Jinx and the Renata were receiving the punishment. I knew what you were going for.
Yeah. But, always got to clarify sometimes.
Yeah. Words hard. I know all about it. We do have Set here is going to come through for Dorado. So this is definitely a pick that actually Triple Killer and Yeehaw both really enjoy. So it's a little bit of a pick away even, I believe, from Yeehaw. But Yeehaw probably familiar with Set's weaknesses as well. It does have the opportunity here to go for the R5 counter pick. What's it going to be, Mr. Caw?
I'm not sure here. You can pick something that's a little more mobile. The Malphite does okay-ish into it. Because Set compared to other Juggernauts, I think I brought this up last week, where you don't... Juggernauts, they're supposed to do well against tanks, but the problem is Set, it doesn't feel like he does well against tanks unless you get the Bork, which will be felt against the Malphite here. Curious if that is still the case, though. I don't... Because rushing Bork here on the Set just always feels bad, except for the one-on-one lane matchup, which I know is crucial. But going into team fights with a Bork for tankiness is asking for trouble.
Yeah, and I feel like when you have Jinx Azir on your team, you kind of have to play for team fights, right? I mean, those are, two of maybe even the strongest team fight carries in the game when piloted well. So I feel like that is what makes the most sense for Dorado with this composition. So it will be really interesting to see what kind of build Trouble Killer does decide to go for.
Yeah, it is a bit of a rock and hard place here because you want to itemize for team fights, unless you're going for a pure split push set, which you could do with this comp, I guess you could argue. Would be a little anti-synergistic considering the Jinxes here. Very much so want to go, but it's doable.
We'll see. What do we think? Let's talk a little bit more about this Malphite R5 pick. I think right as it was getting locked in, you were about to see that words hard, that you would like to see something kind of more mobile for the side of Elysium there in the top lane. So Malphite maybe not exactly what you had in mind, but what do you think about it? Taking the whole draft of Dorado into account, how do we feel?
Well, the attack speed slow is going to be absolutely insane against the backline here, considering Azir and Jinx, both auto attackers, despite the Azir not really auto attacking you, but issues commands to soldiers, and I believe that scales with attack speed, so that's going to be handy. It is another direct form of engage here. It is kind of clear here that Elysium comp, you have Rakan, you have Amumu, you have Malphite. You want to go in here. You want to press the buttons.
Yep. Makes sense. There is, the Renata here for the side of Dorado. It should be a pretty solid peel, but not much else besides that, right? I mean, I guess Set, if he's there for the team fight, he can kind of just grab somebody and yeet them away from his carries, theoretically. But Yeah, I think there are a lot of really potent engage tools here for the side of Elysium, and Dorado might have a little bit of a difficult time keeping those carries safe.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something that we'll have to see how it shapes up in game here. If you're able to put this Malphite 6 feet under, or at least force the Malphite to consistently use the Unstoppable Force to avoid engages in the top lane, that drastically lowers the champion's effectiveness. Because even if the Malphite's like going into fights, you just have to press the button real well. Because the champion really is just press the button real well, and then maybe press an E afterwards to heavily cripple the ADC.
Yeah. Pretty straightforward. That's why we love the Malphite. That's why he's such a beast pick, right? Because it's very simple. Everybody in the game always knows what Malphite wants to do. It's just a question of the Malphite player choosing their moment, finding that angle or not finding it. And that is pretty much all there is to the champion. So we'll have to see. I think, these lane matchups, we've talked about top a little bit already. Azir, Victor, probably not going to be a whole lot happening there, right? I imagine both of those guys probably just going to be pretty happy to farm. Although we do have a couple of very strong early ganking junglers. So maybe that should be the direction we go with the conversation. What do you think the junglers are going to be looking for in their respective early games?
Well, Amumu, if you want to, you can just look to power farm for 6 and get that Curse of the Sad Mummy. J4 is obviously a different story. You want to make early things happen on this champion. Like, first clear, you do that. Look for a gank. Get first blood. Things are very hunky-dory. Because the champion does fall off. You don't really do anything too well, but you do a lot of things like kind of okay-ish, unless you're super far ahead. So make magic happen here. Get some of your laners ahead. You could look to pressure the mid lane here. That Victor, of course, very vulnerable to ganks. You could look to pressure top lane even if you want to, because the Malphite is squishy early on. You could honestly gank any lane here and make an argument for it. It's just bot lane a little slippery.
Yeah, definitely. But that is sort of the power of the J4, right? Is you are such a strong early ganker. You have such great setup, and you can still offer some value in the team fights later on as well. He's not an amazing team fighter by any means, like you say. He's just kind of okay, but definitely he's a good all-around champion, like you're talking about. Walk Warlock, unfortunately did have kind of a rough game number 1 on the Pantheon. On another, more early game focused champion, less about the skirmishes, right? More about the ganking and setting up the team. So we'll see if Walk Warlock can have a nice bounce back performance. That's certainly what I'm hoping for. But overall, Goforino, how are you feeling about these drafts? It seems like both teams for the most part, drafting for team fight again here, right? Which way are you leaning this time around?
Lean towards Dorado's composition here, mostly because they're not a glass. In theory, should stuff a lot of the engage coming through. After the Unstoppable Force is committed, just hitting all 4 people jumping onto your team with that button really does do a lot of work here. Of course, on the flip side, Elysium, they have quite the button composition here. Yeah, you're gonna have to avoid all those so you don't die.
Elysium, we're also, of course, the much more coordinated team in that game number 1. So if they're going to be able to keep up that momentum, could look really good for them. One other thing that I should briefly mention, Goforino, is, of course, the fact that Frozen Bullet, the starting support for Dorado, is back in for this game number 2. So that might help Dorado in terms of the synergy, in terms of the shot calling. Could be a big boon for them to have the starting support back in the lineup for this next game. We'll have to see if it's enough to bring us to that game number 3, guys, right on the other side of this break. Okay, my friends, back on the Rift we go for our fourth and possible final game of the day. Dorado really needing to show us something here to get us to that game number 3.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Starts here. Starts at level 1. And neither of these teams really got anything for the tank level 1. Certainly if you want to.
Yeah.
More than happy to just 5-person fan here. Oh,
Looks like
deep ward.
Warlock is going to look for a ward on the Raptors. And you're going to push Guster back with the standard. And there's no sweeper available for the Amumu. So that Raptor ward will stick. Haya, looking to get one on the other side here, will succeed. And,
that's heal.
Okay, yes it is. Yes it is. It
Alrighty
sure
then.
is.
So we did see a
Sometimes
summoner
you
blow in
just,
level 1.
need to be healed, you know?
Yeah.
But we do have
Well, they
our, oh, go ahead.
Because I kind of like that too here. Frostbullet was able to get a decent little bit of harass back in. Yes, only it's like he is taking down to like 85% tops here. Let's see the
Oh, Frozen Bullet doesn't have heal. Gonna get chunked out a little bit by the explosive charge. Hyatt taking some damage as well, though. On the Rakan is gonna go ahead and pop both potions, actually, is Haya.
Both potions, probably a little bit overkill here.
Yeah, I don't know if that
Could
was
just be a
entirely
panic
necessary.
press, but...
You know, Rakan also does have a little bit of sustain, obviously, once he levels Q, so probably would have been okay there, but just wanted to make things a little bit more even, right? Knew that Frozen Bullet was down the summoner, so we can be down a potion. Totally fine. I did want to mention, Goforino, that our lovely producer, Wookie Monster, as level 2 for Jinx Renata, is going to force Dilly and Haya back towards their turret. Our producer is very familiar with this Victor Azir matchup, and he was very happy to see Korra taking the grasp, feeling like that is going to give the Azir a much better chance in this lane against the Victor, although he did say that he still felt like it was a little bit Victor favored, at least in the 1v1.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the Azir Victor matchup. I just know they both scale pretty well.
You know?
So I thought they would just be chill, but I guess the Victor able to handily outtrade the Azir. Push waves on in.
We have our junglers are mirrored in their clears this game. Both going to be pathing down towards that bottom lane. Trouble Killer having a pretty good time so far into the Malphite, as we can see.
Decentish time. You're, of course, always going to be eating up a lot of faster from those. Interestingly enough, Econ not going for the Comet here. Not okay. Good knockup.
Yeah, a little bit of a great entrance there as Dilly jumps in for the follow-up. Frozen Bullet going to take a whole bunch of damage. The flash in for Dilly, and the bailout is not going to come through. So once again, oh, it will be first blood for the Elysium AD carry.
Disrespectful there, honestly, from Frostball, just not flashing out of that. See if they can get anything on the back end here. We have the J4 flank. Of course, we have Guster Posey in the area as well.
Take away the grab is the Amumu. And the Jarvan Warlock just channeling the recall. I mean, you don't really want to fight before Renata gets back. As Econ going down pretty low up here in the top lane. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is something we saw last game as well. It was Cordelia, actually, in the previous game, who just kind of held Flash and kind of, you know, died when they didn't really necessarily need to. Out of the bush once again. Now Tortuga is going to be able to flash away. Does stay alive, but Guster in the area. No flash. Jinx. Ooh, could they look for a dive here? It feels a bit risky for Elysium. And yeah, Guster is just going to go for the recall.
Alrighty, yeah. They're under turret here, so bit of a hard one this early on. Somewhat.
Cordelia is going to have to flash away from the Jarvan engage. That's what we want to see from Warlock, right? You got to be active early with this pick. So that's a good start, burning the Victor flash.
Uh-huh. Gonna help with any potential aggression here, or most importantly, make this Victor much easier to get later on, since you're gonna want to make that a double deal because at this lane, especially since you will be getting that Cataclysm in about 2 minutes time, I want to say.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, looks like we got an Infernal Dragon to start off this game. Grubs in just under a minute. Amumu absolutely fantastic at taking grubs. So we'll see if that's something that Guster does want to play for. currently on the top side of the map, does have those Krugs available if we would like to go in that direction. Haya not going to find the grand entrance this time around. Wave coming in for the Tristana Rakan.
Nice little pickup here, and looks like Haya looking to stop some recalls here, but minion wave makes it. I think he could have finished that recall.
Yeah, probably could have. Maybe didn't actually want to, was just trying to like bait the Rakan in or something.
Dragon started, it looks like, here by Guster Posey.
Yeah.
No grubs just yet to respond with. Those will be up at 10 seconds time.
Looks like
Yeah,
it would be the
we
trade.
traded.
Yeah, Mumu actually going for the dragon. Not necessarily what I would expect, but has his bot lane is obviously ahead right now. So and they had the priority. So Guster going to be able to get that first dragon, and Walk Warlock reading the play, going to be able to easily. Oh, Unstoppable Force in the top lane, committed. Trouble Killer still has the showstopper, and Huffite's out of mana, and he's just gonna get dunked. Oh, why would you flash there? Trouble Killer is also going to flash, and then he's gonna punch the mountain in the back, and that's gonna be a solo kill for the Dorado top laner.
Yika just going in a little too far there. Thought they'd have enough to tank there with that Unstoppable Force, but it's not enough. And that's also a big deal here, too, because that means you're not going to have the Unstoppable play. Of course, it's already a quarter of the way off cooldown. League of Legends cooldowns are pretty low nowadays, all things considered.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. Aside from, like, Karthus ulti rank 1, and even then, like,
Yeah.
that homie is just spitting out those. Okay.
Oh, pretty nice Flame Chompers go down from Tortuga. Yeah, there's a couple of other exceptions as well. Like Pantheon is another exception where his ultimate cooldown early is actually quite long.
Typically the globals.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a nice bandage
Okay.
toss from Guster. But the Mumu doesn't have 6 yet. He gets swept underneath the turret. Just barely gets out of range of that last turret shot. The Chaos Storm is going to get the flash out from Korra as well, who will be able to stay alive. Now Walk Warlock, also still just level 5. If you had the Cataclysm, this is for sure a kill onto Cordelia. Walk Warlock still looking for it. The Lance could come out. Oh, that was very close on the bandage toss. But Walk Warlock with the backstep. Stays safe. Very, very close fight there in the mid lane. Nobody goes down.
Unless...
A lot of movement
Okay,
here from
rocket. I don't
Elysium.
think this
Yeah, the rocket is not going to land. And a pretty heavy commitment from Elysium, as they actually had all 5 members, actually, around the mid lane during that extended sequence.
Yeah. It's not going to cost him too much, though, just looking across the board. Although bot lane, with that Roman up, it did lead to a bit of CS lead. Actually, it accumulated here for the Jinx, too.
Yeah, yeah.
Despite Tortuga being put on the back foot there, with the laner getting first blood, with just kind of being forced under turret a bunch, able to find a nice little CS lead there. That over mid lane catch up somewhat.
Well. Absolutely. Got a little while still till our next objective. Victor's flash is about to come back off cooldown. They were very, very close to punishing Cordelia there, but not quite able to find it.
Jungle is now R level 6 though, so that is going to help making sure these ganks do get converted into kills. Right now it is only the 1-to-1.
Guster spotted out as he moves into this top side river. Less than 2 minutes out now on the next grub spawn. Was obviously Dorado that got the first 3. I'm sure they would love to get just one more. Get them up to that 4 grub break point. We'll see if they're going to be able to find it. Dragon coming up about the same time, about 30 seconds after the grubs. We'll have a mountain dragon joining us on the rift.
Curious if we see another just dragon and 3 grubs here for both teams tonight. Saw that in the first series today. So
Yep.
We remember how last game went.
We do.
Rough one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mumu is clearing down. Both junglers actually on the bottom side of the map right now. So nobody's setting up for those grubs just yet.
Just yet, at least. I would like to see some setup though, considering you have 3 grabs here. Cypher, you can just grab a dip. You have a Jinx on your team. You have a set that might be looking to play the split push game. Very helpful to have that.
We'll see who's gonna have the first move. We do have Haya's Rakan moving over towards that north river. Meanwhile, Frozen Bullet still in the bottom lane. So now we're starting to see a little bit of a commitment from Elysium towards that objective. You do see Guster moving over as well. Walk Warlock in the South River, looking in that line brush at the moment. And is not going to be able to catch out Cordelia, though, as the Victor roaming up to the top side of the map, join up with the jungle support. There goes Warlock moving over towards that top side, and the Renata's moving over as well, but it's a later move for the Dorado jungle support. We'll see if they're going to be able to force their way in.
You definitely gotta really want to. The grubs have just spawned. They've already been started up here, and this entrance is warded. You have strong crowd in the top lane, though. You'd need a TP here from...
Yeah. Ooh, okay, here comes the Malphite. The first grub already been secured by Guster Posey. Goes in with the bandage toss, and the Jarvan, not very tanky, is getting already chunked down to about 50%. The Unstoppable Force is massive, and they burst down Walk Warlock. It's going to be the Curse of the Sad Mummy on the other side of the fight, as well as Korra is getting chunked down. Cordelia also extremely low. Trouble Killer able to get that one pick onto the enemy mid laner. Is the set going to be able to get away now? He doesn't have any cooldowns left. It's just Malphite and Rakan. Do they have the damage? Trouble Killer, he flashes away. He'll have the spells back soon, but it's not in time. The Amumu, meanwhile, Guster was forced back. Is chunked down pretty low as well, but Yeehaw, man, is so large. Just pushing back that Azir. Oh, it's a beautiful shuffle from Korra. Gets both of them underneath the turret. It's going to be a kill onto the Rakan. Yeehaw going to get pulled back by the handshake, and the soldiers from Korra take the kill. So really nice turnaround there from the Azir. Get a couple of kills back, and it looks like that will be that 4-grub breakpoint for Dorado.
That's got to feel really nice for them here. Because the start of that fight, to say the least, very scuffed. You go in, you immediately take a ton of damage here on Warlock, who obviously isn't very tanky. You have a Caulfield's and a pickaxe here against an Amumu who is building that typical Leandri's rush here. Deadlock there. By the time you finally go in to try and click the Cataclysm button, you're not able to. In fact, that ability's still available. Next fight, and they're looking.
EQ, and there's the Cataclysm. It gets dropped onto Cordelia, who doesn't have flash. A really nice knockup from Haya to prevent the damage coming through from the Azir. Now Walk Warlock has to flash away to stay alive. Guster Posey trying to continue the chase, but this Azir is pretty threatening. Nice backstep from the Amumu to get away from the EQ. The Super Mega Death Rocket connects, and Korra flashes in there to claim the kill. The bailout comes out, and it succeeds. It keeps the Azir alive, but in goes Dilly. He's looking for that kill. He gets the reset, takes down Korra, and now Frozen Bullet has no allies left. It's going to be a double kill for the Dill Man, and it's going to be Elysium tying this game up 6-6.
6-6. 4 kills, though, on Diddy's Tristana. Absolutely massive. That's going to be quite the scary thing to deal with around this next dragon fight, if they're even in. There's a nice gank from Walk Warlock. It's just, you were outmanned there. There's 3 of them. There's 2 of you. Enough burst as well through those 2 members.
Pretty well-played fight there, honestly, from both sides. Tortuga connecting that long-range rocket was huge, and I feel like Korra probably made the right call, flashing in there to get the, EQ is going to connect onto Yeehaw, who does have the Malphite ultimate to try to get away from this one, is going to look for it onto the set, and in the 1v2, Yeehaw finds the kill onto the enemy top laner. It looks like Warlock is going to be able to trade this one back. I don't think Yeehaw is going to be able to make underneath the turret. There's the Lance. There is the return kill, but Yeehaw finding the 1-for-1 there. Very, very nice. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Elysium do pick up their second dragon.
And it is the Heartsteel Rush on this set, so that is certainly not going to be helping the damage department in this matchup. I haven't heard of Heartsteel Rush set outside of the music video, so yeah. Every time you pop off. I love that song. But I don't love seeing this set getting Baboom tier, because I'm hoping it's a cleaver second. You need to get through this Malphite. You can't just rely on the big Haymaker to do all the true damage for you here.
Yeah, the health pool a little bit too large there for Yeehaw for that strategy to really work out. So we'll see what the set does decide to go for next. I do think I like the decision from Trouble Killer, not the Heartsteel necessarily, but just the fact that you are building more for the team fights, I think is probably the right call with this composition. Korra looking for the sweep, finds Cordelia. The EQ there, not quite going to land for the Warlock, but the Cataclysm is point and click. Cordelia, though, has the movement speed, escaping up towards the top side, and does have some reinforcements on the way as well. Looked like that was going to be a pretty good setup. The rocket's not going to land this time around. Ah, but Rock Warlock not connecting the flag and drag ended up being critical there.
Ooh. Yeah. Well, anybody's game here. 7-7. Pretty even on the gold, too. Teleport in the bot side. Cordelia definitely should be able to win this 1v1 with it's completed.
Yeah. And it looks like Victor even had flash there and didn't even have to use it, which is kind of insane.
It just sucks seeing this. The Thornmail completed plus the boot. Now you're just hurting yourself more than you're dealing with.
Oh. Why are you hitting yourself, Trouble Killer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, Ecod doesn't even have to really do anything in these trades.
We are going to have a Cloud Soul this game, Goferino. That's going to be interesting, as we do see Yika waiting menacingly. Just standing there in the bush, menacingly. But Cora's going to be able to clear out the wave very easily. So I don't think there's really much of an angle here for Elysium at the moment.
Yeah. 2 minutes, though, until that dragon. So, while out, both grubs have gone through. But Herald is on the map. Anyone who wants to grab it. If Elysium grabs it, that will be the completed feats here.
Yeah.
Small
Feats
boost.
still unclaimed because the grubs were divided there. I believe, who got the feat of warfare? Do you recall?
The first 3 kills, that went to
Went to who? Sorry.
Elysium.
Okay, yeah, nice. So they just do need that one more objective. Trouble Killer gonna push the mountain out of the jungle. And now the side of Dorado moving members in force towards this topside river, looking like they are gonna want to start up this Rift Herald potentially.
It would be nice here. Get yourself a little bit of potential gold in the pocket if you crash that in and claim yourself a first tower.
Yika's heading up the flank though. The Malphite off on the side. Gonna look for an angle with the ultimate. Guster positioning pretty aggressively as well as he moves into the river. Does, of course, have his own ultimate available also. Oh, the side of Dorado, they're kind of clumping up a little bit. I'm scared. Hold me, Goferino. The EQ, he goes in. Rock Warlock looking for the engage. And Guster does get into the backline. He gets off a 2-man Curse of the Sad Mummy, but it's not onto the carries. And now it's going to be Dorado looking to turn around the fight. It's an amazing showstopper from Trouble Killer, and the health bars are dropping. It's a massive team fight win. Dorado Gaming find what they were looking for.
It was a little sussy to begin with, but they split up just enough there. Yes, you get Malphite ult there, but hard time for Tuga. Mostly untouched there. Able to get out of the range of that Chris thanks to a nice hostile takeover coming out from Frost in that support role. Gonna nab him. At least the Herald here. Don't think it's gonna result in first turret unless getting some decent work done top. Okay, there it is. I wasn't sure how low that turret was.
Right, so now it does all come down to this Cloud Dragon that just spawned. Whoever gets the Cloud Dragon will secure the feats. If it does go to Elysium, then they would be up to Cloud Soul Point as well, which would be obviously a great position for them. Rock Warlock trying to move into the river. We got a teleport coming in from the set. And now the Rakan is in trouble. He steps on some Flame Chompers. Haya is able to dash away. Trouble Killer moving forward, though. Can't quite find the Face Breaker. Guster Posey, though, has been chunked extremely low as well. But now the damage coming out from Dilly's absolutely insane. The Haymaker. But Yika's doing a great job of taking up now this damage on the front line as well as this. Oh, the Azir sweep! It is massive! Cora finds the angle! Finds the members of Elysium. They've got the Herald moving into mid lane as well. It's Cora flashing forward. It's a triple kill for Tortuga's Jinx. And it's another team fight win for Dorado.
Yep, they're going to be able to pick up 2 turrets here in this mid lane. Pick up the Dragon as well. I think that's going to be enough for here because they got first scrubs, this Dragon and Herald. And this Jinx now pretty damn scary. 5-0-2 this set. Not really winning the 1v1 build, but able to stay alive long enough that so much there. And that was without their Showstopper available. Had that Showstopper bit available, played with the team and really nuke those squishies. And yeah, they gotta be feeling good.
Very nice. They do get their first Dragon. They get the feats. They've got their carries in a really good spot. Look at that, 4-1-5 on Cora's Azir, 5-0-2 right now for Tortuga's Jinx. It's looking good. It's looking good, Go Farino.
Yeah,
6,000
completely
gold
different. Yeah, completely different chunk to last game where they got absolutely bubbling. Of course, they did have a sub last sub, which probably didn't help with the comms, but even then, like, I don't think that accounted for the lane diff there. Felt like in a lot of lanes. Okay.
Ooh, Cordelia can get pulled in by the set. Drops the gravity well. Has Haya here to escort the victor out to safety. Otacon alive, as we can see up here in the top side. Yika hitting the bot tier 1 right now. The Malphite does not have teleport. I'm not sure if Dorado are aware of that fact. Korra does have it, that is.
Would be able to match, but nothing much to match for right now. Herald's down, Dragon's down for a while. I guess Otacon's up if you want to hard force that, but I don't think either team is really looking to do that right now unless they have a huge advantage.
Haya's just kind of being annoying here, but he's going to get jumped on, and Haya doesn't have anybody around to... I mean, I'm not sure why you're even looking for an engage there. There's nobody there to follow up, and the Rakans just kind of give over a freebie. And now that will be an Otacon start. 5v4 on the map right now for Dorado. And a Mumu... I mean, Guster is nowhere near this. This Otacon is going to go over... And that's going to transition. Well, there's not really any other objectives coming up, but still, I mean, this is fantastic for them. It is going to be the GA Otacon again, of course. You know, at least Dilly trying to get something done in the mid lane here, but not going to be able to get that turret.
Yeah.
So this is looking really good for Dorado, and I'm just like please, 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 Dorado. Please win this game. I can't handle another throw. I'm not going to be able to deal with it, guys. Please. Please win.
I remember this last week. That was game 2 as well, and we're going to game 3. So we'll hold our breath here. Okay, flash it there. Flag and drag over the wall. Bopped up under
They are going to commit to this tier 2. The turret goes down. They're looking to focus Yukon now, but in comes Guster on the side. Yamumu does find agreement out of the mummy. He does get the carries this time. Walk Warlock. Oh, they do have at least the Otacon buff. Korra trying to find something back. Is going to be able to take down the Malphite before being forced to withdraw. Not bad for Dorado overall. They get the turret and they get 1 kill.
They do give up 4 lives there, I believe.
Yeah, you know, 600 gold is not nothing.
Okay. Rocket just going out for fun there, hoping to catch out Guster Posey. That's going to give over more gold than you get there, I think, in that trade, because that's 800 from those kills. The turret, I don't know how much gold that is, actually.
It's kind of a lot. Those tier 2 turrets are pretty valuable. I don't remember exactly how much it is either, but I think it's maybe like 500 or 600.
Yeah. They're like, yeah, we want to buff split pushers. I'm like, why do you want to buff split pushers? Is that, like, that playstyle, I don't like. I can be fine in moderation. It's always just the people who lock in that one champion that you have to do.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we leave them alone for 1 wave and they've taken turrets. Wow. What a fun
Turn
game
mirror.
playing for.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, obviously in Pro, it's a bit more exciting because, like, people know how to properly rotate around the map to, like, juggle that around the side lane, but... And solo
I mean, even in higher levels of play, you know, oh, hang on a second. Walk Warlock does find Yika with the flag and drag. Malphite is going to go for the Ensemble Force, though. Does find it onto Tortuga's Jinx, who hasn't died just yet. And it looks like he still might not. The bailout comes through. Does he get the reset? Not quite. The shutdown does go over to Yika. Almost able to get that reset, but Korra is still alive. Finds a massive sweep. Dilly is going to get taken down, but the Azir does also fall off. Warlock cleans up the Amumu for a triple kill on the Dorado jungler. Haya on a blinking health bar trying to get away from this tank set. Does have a blast cone. Oh, that was a little bit awkward from the Warlock. Haya with the blast cone and the great entrance gets over the wall. I think Rakan will survive, so ends up being a 3-for-3 in that fight, which, given the massive gold lead, is a little bit nerve-inducing. Yeah, a little bit concerning. Thank you, Gofrino. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, you also give over that huge shutdown.
Yeah, it did go to the Malphite, which is not ideal for Elysium, but still, I mean, he's going to be tankier now. He's halfway to 3 items.
Yeah, because Malphite's one of those champions that you have so much armor. Yes, the Last Whisper makes a noticeable improvement against them, but, like, taking off 40% armor of a champion that 100 armor you know, they still kind of have like 300 armor afterwards, so,
They do.
you know. It
Let's
definitely
see
does
here.
help.
Got another Cloud Dragon on the Rift right now. River control currently for Dorado. Looks like they're just going to burn it down. I don't think that Elysium are going to get over here in time, so we will be up to 2 dragons apiece now.
We can trade here in the mid lane to get some decent damage here with that satchel, not the satchel charge, the
Explosive Charge.
explosive charge, yeah.
Yep. Satchel Charge, obviously, being Ziggs' turret destruction ability.
Yeah, it kind of helps that, like, you actually throw out the satchel.
Yeah, I really feel like I'd like to see engage
no.
from Haya. The quickness comes on into Tortuga. The Ensemble Force over the top as well. There's no damage here to follow up, though. The Jinx is surviving for quite a while. Eventually, they do manage to take her down. And then Renata's going to follow as well. Trouble Killer trying to turn the fight around with a big showstopper into the Haymaker. Is Trouble Killer and Korra going to be able to make it happen? They get 2, but it's a double kill for Dilly, who's jumping forward now with the resets. And now
no,
it's
you
only
went to
Korra
gravity
left. No, go for Reno. No, God. Not like this.
They had a 7k gold lead. They still have a 5k.
They're still in the lead. They're still Dorado. They're still in a good spot. Dilly is very fed now, but you know, if they can get the Tristana, that's all they need to do, right? Because Cordelia is quite far behind. It's really just Dilly that the side of Dorado really need to be worried about.
Well, that and Yeehaw, because
Well, fair enough. Yeah.
Outside of
I mean, we
Korra,
saw what he
not
did
really.
to Tortuga there. Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah. I mean, it was close there. Had the redemption been like second or maybe Tortuga's that fight, or at least get off a couple more seconds worth of auto attacks there. But yeah, this Jinx can't be getting caught out like that.
Oof, I mean, Tortuga was near, you know, teammates. And it's not like the Jinx was just completely on her own or anything like that. I think they didn't have vision of the Malphite. And yeah, it definitely felt like the side of Dorado, which just weren't quite ready for that engage to come out from Elysium.
And even with a pretty decent just handshake there, Frozen Bullet, I thought, okay. There's a pretty decent handshake to stop the bot lane from going in and following on that, or I forget who it was. I know it was Diddy and I was with Haya. I might be forgetting. Still, the Malphite gets on top of the Jinx, the Malphite can.
Yeah. Yeehaw actually with a little bit of an XP lead over Trouble Killer at the moment. You can see level 16 to level 15 right now. And does have that third item done, Unending Despair, been acquired for the mountain.
Yep. Still no Cleaver though. Would really like that because that helps the J4 on your team. That helps the Jinx on your team.
Oh, the Ensemble Force committed onto the Jarvan this time. Rakan does go in for the engage as well, but High has to be a little bit careful. Does step on the Flame Choppers, and the Rakan's going to get burst down. Tortuga now excited, able to kite forward, and Malphite, no ultimate, going to get knocked up by the Flag, and Dragon Yeehaw is going to have to be left for dead as well. So a couple of kills going back over to Dorado, and it feels like with that, they should be back in the driver's seat.
This is a potential 50-50. They don't have the best vision over the long.
Just gotta keep Guster out of the pit. Somebody, surely, they're gonna check that Tri-Brush on the top side of the Baron pit, right?
I mean, Guster is blind right now. Or wait, no, they have a control
he's got a control ward in there, and he even has a blast cone. Oh, this is a little bit tense. Cordelia is gonna get dunked by the set. Dilly trying to stay alive. Watch the Tristana here. Takes a lot of damage from the Haymaker, but doesn't get the reset. They take down Dilly, and it's a massive team fight win for Dorado. They clean up the rest of Elysium, and they will get their prize of the Nasher.
That was very close for comfort there. A lot of health. Good face breaker into a perfect 3-man hustle takeover there. Things would have gone very much more south for Dorado in that fight. Props to them for not Doradoing this.
There's still time, Gofrino. Don't
Yeah.
speak too soon, please.
We'll drop that term once they beat the allegations.
It is crazy, the games that this team has managed to lose. It boggles the mind. We really cannot be calling this one until that Nexus explodes.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're just pulling out all the bangers tonight.
Yeah. That was also a really good song.
It was.
I have it as
Music
a
video kinda
soundboard
slapped,
clip
too.
of another. Yeah.
Yeah, another dragon is here. It's gonna be Cloud Soul point for either side. River control currently being gained by Dorado. They do also, of course, have the Baron buff. They should be able to set this up pretty comfortably.
Gotta look for the flank here. Right now, there's two people in the mid lane who could collapse on this.
Yeah, I like this, though. You move back into mid. We make sure that we're not giving over the push to Tristana for free. So we get rid of that minion wave, and now we're back onto Dragon. Yeah, for the side of Elysium, the call is clearly we don't have any control over that bottom part of the map. We can't contest this one. Just gonna have to let it go. Trying to get their Victor to 3 items. Cordelia, I think, pretty close. Looks like it's maybe gonna be the Shadow Flame third there, perhaps.
Maybe. Could also be the Zonias.
Yeah, could be Zone.
Could also be the Banshees.
Does Banshees build out of Needlessly?
Yeah, Needlessly, and then the mini.
Yeah, I forgot
It
that.
used to be the Fiendish Codex and then the mini Banshees. Or no, it was a different item. Or no, it was the same item, but instead it gave attacking magic resist.
Well, yeah, we'll have to see what Cordelia does decide to go for. Regardless, the Victor, I think, pretty close to getting that third item, but will it be in time? Will it be enough? Dorado extremely far ahead right now. They are literally 10,000 gold ahead right now, Gofrino.
Yeah.
That's a lot of gold.
Yeah, I remember another time they were up.
I know all about it. I was there too.
Yeah.
Trouble Killer doing okay in the 1v1, but Yekov fighting back pretty well on the Mao fight. Okay, we're just gonna watch these top laners fight to the death, I guess. Trouble Killer finds another face breaker. Both of them do have their ultimates available. The Super Mega Death Rocket is going to be what turns the tide. Tortuga does not allow the top laners to have their honorable 1v1. And that will be a 5v4 on the map now for Dorado.
I think that's why Trouble Killer was just kind of standing there punching like, okay, the rocket's coming here. So I'm just gonna stand here. I was getting a little closer cover,
Oh.
not gonna lie. Okay.
The flash
quick
engage
as
from
pop.
Haya, and it gets dodged away from Korra, just sidesteps it. Panda's Trust not quite going to land. Mid inhibitor goes down. Looks like top inhibitor is going to be next. The walls closing in around Elysium. Guster still has the ultimate available, but 20 seconds still on their top laner. At least they're going to be able to keep that top inhibitor alive. It's only the inhibitor turret that drops.
Yeah. Still, though, that is rough. That is another exposed in there. This spot tower is also taking a beating. I see a wave's just walloping
It's
on
gone.
it. And look,
Yeah.
almost there in time, almost there, but this is a rough one. You got 2.5 minutes until the next Clown Dragon, 2 minutes until the next Baron. Decent amount of work put in with that last Baron there.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you had it when you cracked open the base there, but nearly. That is usually the gold standard for Barons. Like, were you able to crack open their base web?
Yeah, for sure. And mission accomplished for Dorado with that one. And we just saw some pings coming out from Warlock onto the next Barons. That seems to be what Dorado are going to want to play for. It's going to come up about 30 seconds before the next Dragon.
No, yeah. So, gonna watch out for. We still got a bit of time here, so that is gonna give some recourse here for Elite pick up try and get some breakpoints. You got 4 items Tristana here. The Victor on only 2.5 items, which considering the Azir here. 4. You really want to bundle some gold here and do Deala, who's not had a good time. 2 and 6, despite the favorable match. Did get a bit of a camp go. It happens.
Yeah, definitely does. It's really nice here from Dorado. They're just making sure that Elysium can't even really leave their base. It's complete control over this top side jungle for Dorado. They've got all of these wards down. They're just going to shut out Elysium from contesting the Baron. That's the plan. And then once they get that next Baron buff, should be smooth sailing towards an exploded Nexus.
Yep, should be. We'll see. You got a piloter there. There is a bit of time left. They definitely can shred through the Baron, of course. 4 item plus upgraded boots Jinx here. You have them.
Oh, yeah.
Here, pair that with a Demacian standard attack speed buff. Baron won't last too long.
It belts, yeah, for sure. It is just now spawning, so they're not going to start it immediately on spawn. The Dragon's going to be coming up pretty soon here as well. See what the call is going to be for Dorado. This is decision time. We got to make some kind of call.
Yeah, even chat's bringing up the gold leads that they've dropped, so...
Okay, Guster in trouble. There's the Flame Chompers. They go down, and they take down the Jungler. Absolutely massive. Jungler off the map now. Dorado, with both of these big objectives up, they are going to target the Baron. But the Dragon also alive, and the fact that the Elysium don't have their Jungler doesn't really matter because there's nobody from Dorado in the area to contest the Dragon. So it is going to be 3 Dragons now for both teams. And Elysium are going to get their recalls off to try to defend their last couple inhibitors against this Baroned up Dorado Gaming.
And doing the best they can. It is hard to cut through these waves. They will do their best. 15-ish seconds till Guster Posey's back up and 14 fight engage. You do still have the tools. You do still have a Malphite that is basically unkillable to anyone not named Korra here.
That's true. This top inhibitor is going to drop. Only the bot inhibitor remains now. Trouble Killer looking to start doing some work on that one. Guster moving over to try and help Yeepaw defend it, but now the Nexus turrets are going to be under fire. As now the engage does come out. The ensemble force is pretty good onto a couple of key members of Dorado Gaming, and now Trouble Killer trying to turn it around, but Dilly with the buster shot knocks the set away. Yeepaw trying to chase down the Jinx. The bailout falls off. Oh, horrible timing. Oh my goodness. It's Korra though, still alive. The Azir, level 18. So powerful right now, and they still have the Baron. They take down the last Nexus turret, and it's only Yeepaw and Haya left. They're not going to be able to hold the line. The Nexus will fall. Thank fuck for that. Dorado, get the win. We go to game 3.
Yep, definitely was, you know, given the past games, a bit of a nail biter there, knowing the trends, knowing the history, but they're able to close it on out there. And it looked a little dead because they're able to get on top of that Jinx and take Tortuga out of that fight despite the reset. Thing is, though, Korra basically untouched that fight and able to go to town, so good on them. Still were some big mistakes that game. I remember the series of throws in the mid game where we're like, oh no.
There were a couple of moments where we started to get a little bit nervous, but for the most part, I'm pretty happy with Dorado's performance in this one. I don't think there were any mistakes that were so egregious where we actually felt like Elysium were like back in control of the game or in the lead or anything like that. It was relatively controlled from Dorado. Not perfect, like you said, but again, given what we've seen previously, I think there's some market improvements here, and I was quite satisfied with their performance in this one.
Yep, definitely were some slip ups, but hey, better than the previous game. That is for damn sure. So we'll see what they can do in the next game.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to one more game tonight. Who's your POG for this one? Go for Reno. We get to award one to Dorado this time around.
Yikaw's Thornmail. I want to know how much damage that dealt.
Probably a lot, but it did not get him the win.
If we're being serious, though, probably Korra. They're able to get so many shuffles off that game. So many clutch ultis as well, just popping people into turret and just finding angles there.
That shuffle where I think Korra was able to scoop, if I recall correctly, I think it was the Malphite and the Rakan underneath of the tier 1 pretty early on in this game. I felt like that was one of the first moments that really kind of put Dorado in that advantaged position that kind of got them that initial lead. And I think Cora played very well down the stretch as well in the team fights. Pretty consistently good shuffles. I was nervous, a little bit nervous about the Azir, because this definitely can be a champion that ends up falling flat on its face if the execution isn't there. But thankfully, it absolutely was. Cora had a great game on it, and I think we can award a well-deserved POG for that one. Now we're going into a short break, guys. When we come back, we will have our third and final champion select phase of the night. All right, folks, welcome back. We are already underway with the Game 3 draft between Elysium and Dorado. Close out day number 1 here in Week 3. Cassante and Aatrox going to get banned away. Nocturne banned away so far by Dorado. And it's always really interesting, right, Gopher? Once we get to these Game 3s, then the Fearless format starts to come into play a little bit more. Be really interesting to see what these teams are going to be able to put together.
Yeah, Fearless and a full Fearless in a 5 series too. Very funny. I
Yeah,
know once we
yeah.
get to 5-game series territory, that after the third game, teams start losing bans to kind of compensate for that, because otherwise there's a 10 champions off the board, and then what, 10 for each game, so 50 champions in the game off the board.
Yeah, it starts to get pretty crazy for sure. That'll be really fun, definitely, once we get towards playoffs and we really start to see, you know, the Fearless take effect. But we had to see a little bit of it here. Guster Posies at Kindred is going to get banned away once again from the red side here, and the Skarner is going to be left open. That will be snatched up by Elysium with the B1 pick. Wow, banning the Kindred over the Skarner. What an interesting call. I mean, obviously, Guster is very comfortable on the Kindred, but I mean, Skarner is permabanned for a reason. What do you think about that trade-off?
It depends. Like, you can be confident in the Skarner. Okay, I was gonna say, because usually we've been seeing the Zyra as a, but Nunu, that's another way to go about it. We saw last Worlds the damage this champion can do to the mentals of some of the best teams in the world. Genji never recovered from that.
They still haven't recovered to this day. Yeah, the inspired special. We'll see.
Yeah, that was just so funny.
Warlock's able to do on the pick. Yeah, pretty insane, that series. Of course, Genji did manage to win out in the end, but
barely.
Pretty legendary best of 5. We do have the Varus going to come through. Oh yeah, I hear you, man. Me both. They were
The
close.
Varus somehow unpicked so far tonight.
Yeah, pretty surprising that he honestly made it all the way through to game 3. Pretty interesting.
Sivir can be rough into the Varus because the Varus outranges you. It takes a while for your wave clear to get online. And you can only spell shield one thing if it's poke Varus. If it's on hit Varus, you just kind of get mowed down, which is really tricky to deal with. The spell shield, though, always handy to have against the Chains of Corruption at the very least, and you do outscale no matter which Varus build we see. So, something to keep an eye out for.
We'll see. Yeah, maybe the you know, obviously it's going to be Elysium drafting for teamfight again here. They've got the hyper carry. They've already got a great front line with the Skarner. They're going to have the Thresh locked in here to pair up alongside the Sivir. So that's going to be some additional safety, right? Which is really helpful for a short range character like Sivir, like you were just highlighting, to have that additional mobility of the Lantern.
Definitely going to be handy. Spell shield paired with that gets you out of a lot of situations. Have to see, because Thresh has definitely fallen out of favor. We don't typically see him, even when we see Ares get picked. That was like one of the big reasons we saw the champion picked in the past. He can engage on the champion, a little tanky, but the thing is, you have the Lantern, which functions as a free escape for a lot of these high scaling hyper scaling low mobility AD carries.
Right.
And even with stuff like the Jinx or the Aphelios on the board, we haven't been seeing this champion just not on the best times. You're not the tankiest, so you kind of get blown up pretty easily. We'll see what you can do here on the champion.
Yeah, I do really like the Melio response that's come out from Dorado. I feel like that's a pretty great pick into the Thresh, right? You can obviously cleanse the hooks if necessary. I think you can also, if you time the Melio's little, like, what is it called? Mega something kick, I think.
The fire kick,
the little knockback, yeah. I think if you time that right, you can even knock the Thresh out of his Q animation, right? If he's like trying to pull himself to whoever he hooks. I'm not 100% sure that I have that interaction right, but I think that's how that works.
Yeah, it's always a little bit funky, but you can definitely knock the Thresh out with that. And also, you have the ultimate, so if somebody does get hooked, you just instantly cleanse it. I don't know if it takes away the hook mark, so I think the Thresh can still follow through if that didn't hit the fillet. One of the funny things about that.
Yeah, definitely some interesting interactions there that we'll have to look out for. But top lane is the focus here with the second ban phase, although I guess the Irelia a little bit more of a mid ban against Dorado. The Darius and the Irelia going to get removed by Elysium, and then the Gnar and the Ornn going to be denied from Caw.
And the way making it this far too, that's interesting.
Another champion our producer is very familiar with.
Yeah, Because you just have such long range here, you can contribute so much to team fights, and you're pretty damn safe as this artillery mage. It's kind of crazy how much stuff Riot had to put into this champion to have like a kind of balanced or kind of competitively viable artillery mage, I should say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Syndra coming out in response. I guess, yeah, we saw Syndra in our previous match earlier tonight as well. I believe the Syndra
Oh, there's a
did
Garen.
lose that game. Yeah, it was the Spire that played it. And yeah, there's the Garen. So this was banned out in the previous game, I believe, by Dorado in the second phase, but it's been left open this time, and that is going to be the option for the Caw Man.
And I know this champion has seen a bit of an uptick because the new rune that was introduced that boosts your ultimate damage, and because of the systematic change where percentage amplifiers also affect all true damage, that leads to your Demacian Justice doing kind of a lot of stupid damage.
That's gross. That's really
Yeah,
gross.
it already did a lot, but just getting an extra 11% on that, I think, is the number right now.
Wow. Yeah, no, that's pretty large. The R5 pick for Trouble Killer is going to be the Crocodile. So Renekton, not the most inspiring R5 pick that we've ever seen, but seems like a reasonably good answer into the Garen, right?
Yeah, because Renekton, you can just neutralize a lot of matchups. This matchup is a little bit trickier, since if you get hit by the silence, you can't your classic just slice and dice on out. That's not exactly an option. Press the button. Still though, you bring enough like damage to kind of threaten the Garen. You can chop through the W shield. You can also just pop the Dominus to kind of counter the Justice ultimate. So you have some tools here. You have to be careful though if you do get hard camped in this top lane, because the Garen can just run over the 1v1 if you get ahead.
He certainly can. Yeah, we do see a few games for Yeehaw and the Garen this season. 4 games, and he has won 3 of them. So looking pretty all right there. Obviously not a huge sample size, but some familiarity with the champion. It will be interesting. Yeehaw in the previous game, obviously on the Malphite, was building just completely full tank. Makes sense on Malphite that you want to play for the team fights, right? That was obviously the call for Yeehaw in that one. And game number 1, Yeehaw was on the Cho'Gath, which I believe was also a full tank build. But Garen, not normally going to be building full tank. So a little bit of a different look for Yeehaw in this one.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Because Garen matchups, I know the champion's really frustrating, but does kind of teach you a lot of the fundamentals of top lane at the very least. Like, obviously, there's some obvious stuff. Like, okay, with W, it tells you the last hit, so you'll learn how important last hitting minions is. But because of the passive, it also teaches you how to take trades in lane and timing on that. So Garen does have a lot of aspects of his kit where you do learn the fundamentals. There are other aspects of the kit, like the ultimate, that just kind of people from 2 billion health. So, it's a give and take. We'll see how the champion gets piloted here. I know a lot of top players aren't a fan of facing the.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's not very fun. You basically just if Garen, you just have to know, right? If Garen has kill threat on you, and if he does, you just can't really fight him at all, because he just silences you, and then he spins on you, and then he drops his big old sword on you, and that's just kind of it. So. It can be pretty frustrating to play against. We'll have to see how the Dorado top laner does fare in that matchup. But the really key question for me, I think, Gopherino, with these drafts is which side do you feel like has the better team fighting composition? Because that's obviously most of what we've seen today, right? As these games tend to be decided in team fights. We've got a couple of unorthodox picks on either side. The Garen for Elysium, the Nunu for Dorado. What are your thoughts on the team fighting merits of each side?
If we're talking about pure 5v5 here and everybody's even, Dorado's comp obviously has the advantage here because Garen just does not function well in team fights. The Thresh in team fights, not as much value as them, but you also gotta think about the larger picture here, because if the Garen just steamrolls in top lane, then the Garen just runs into your back line and nukes one of your carries every single team fight, or just barrels over top lane. And then the Thresh can provide a lot of utility when it comes to just setting up for those early objectives. So something we do gotta keep an eye out for.
Yeah, that's going to be key. I think that is going to be key for the side of Elysium. Miss Yika is going to need to find these priority targets. You know, Garen's probably going to have to come from an off angle, right? Probably going to have to look for some kind of flank, ideally after getting priority in the side lane. So we're going to see if Yika is going to be able to accomplish that. You know, again, he's mostly just been playing straight up tanks, you know, up until this point tonight. So it's going to be really interesting to see a little bit of a different look this time around. We know that Yika is usually a bruiser player, actually. So if anything, I feel like the Garen might actually be a little bit more in his wheelhouse. So we'll have to see.
Yeah. Yeah, it is going to be an interesting one to see for sure. Because we've been talking about the Garen a lot, but it is a champion we don't typically see a lot of in these 5v5 environments. Like sometimes you'll see it, definitely not like LC level, but sometimes in Challengers League it'll pop up. Other times in uncapped leagues it pops up. So yeah.
Yeah, we can also touch on the mid lane matchup a little bit. We have a little bit more time here to go for Reno. So the Syndra obviously being picked into the way here. Both champions with a good amount of range. How do we feel about the mid matchup?
I feel like this should just be White City here. Like, you outrange the Syndra, you spike earlier than the Syndra, and you scale decently well yourself here. You just need to keep throwing out abilities and hope you don't run out of mana here, which is very doable. I know a lot of mid laners have double lost chapter builds nowadays, and Way definitely seems up that alley because it gives you more ability hit, mana, just lets you click your buttons so much more.
Wookie, do you concur? He says sure. He's agreeing with my co-caster here. Our resident Way enthusiast is on board. So we'll have to see. I mean, clearly Cordelia has some kind of plan locking in the Syndra here into the Way. We'll have to wait and see what exactly that is once we get onto the Rift for our third game of this best of 3. Don't go anywhere, guys. The exciting conclusion for day number 1 is right around the corner. All right, otters. Once more into the breach. We're into the river.
Welcome
We're into
to
wherever we are.
Summoner's
Into
Rift.
Summoner's Rift. That's where we are for our last game of the day. Been a long one, of course. It's a bit of a marathon for us here on the caster desk.
30
Casting the
seconds
two
until
best of
minions
threes. You hanging in there,
spawn.
Goferino?
Yeah, it's definitely adding up here. That's
Yeah.
one of the things here, because we started at 4 p.m. Eastern, and it is currently 8 p.m.
It kind
Eastern.
of
It's
is. Yeah.
a half hour, so it'll likely be 5 hours by the time we're done with this. It's manageable, but it is tiring.
And just imagine, it could have been even longer. I mean, our first series was over so quickly. You know, a 2-0 with both games under 30 minutes. I remember
Yeah.
week number 1, I
Minions
think
have
Chong and
spawned.
Ferris, on their first day, they had their first game that they cast was that crazy game where it was Dorado, I forget who they were playing against. Dorado against Omega, I think it was, where it lasted almost an hour, and like Dorado had the 5v4, but they couldn't end, and Chong and Ferris were like losing their minds. I don't even know how long that their first stream was on that
I
first
would go
Sunday.
insane. Yeah.
Yeah, I did not envy them for that one.
Yeah.
Don't have to
What?
deal with anything that crazy
And
today,
to
at
be fair,
least.
last game was 40 minutes.
Yeah, it was a longer one for sure. We do have our junglers. They're starting on opposite sides this time around. Goferino. We're going to have Skarner pathing down towards his Silver Thresh lane. And Warlock going to be pathing up towards the Renekton and the Ignite Garen. Maybe a little bit surprising that Guster didn't want to path up towards his top laner, who's almost certainly going to be playing this lane out very aggressively, right?
Yeah. Definitely something you could do. There is also the option of 3 gang top. I don't think that's
True.
the most feasible here with your current pathing, because it'd make the most logistical sense if you're able to do like clear scuttle and then path towards the big banana wall up there that you can tunnel through. Not so much, especially with how pushed back this Scroc is. But hey, you can look to go bot here. Maybe pick off the Varus, maybe pick off Emilio. Interesting thing to watch though, is going to be Warlock's pathing here. Just Nunu as a champion, you can do the standard clear, but because you want to build up that snowball, you see a lot more river ganks, a lot more late.
Oh. Early hook gonna land for high up. Follow-up not there quite yet. Sivert able to do too much early on. But yeah, the Nunu is kind of similar to the Jarvan, actually, in a sense, right? Where he can be really potent with that early gank threat.
Yeah. Thankfully for Nunu, this is also the aftershock of Nunu. You can just spec into full tank. It's not like the J4 where it's like, okay, I want to get some 80s, some haste, some armor pen, some armor, some all that stuff. Here's a lane.
Okay, now here comes the snowball. Level up right now for the Crocodile. The snowball will connect. It looks like onto Yeekos. They get the knock up. Yeekos go down extremely low. Flashes away underneath the turret. It looks like the Garen will survive. Here in the bot lane, Hyatt taking about 50% of his HP to a piercing arrow from Tortuga. But back into the top lane for now is the wave. Oh no, Warlock! Oh, he picked up the turret aggro. Trouble Killer is going to get in there. Does pick up the first blood. Will be traded back. A 1-for-1 in the top lane. But the Renekton does hold on to the flash, so we'll have that summoner advantage over the Garen.
That sucks that Warlock got the aggro there. I think got a little too early before the minions there. Because they clearly weren't hitting Yeehaw there.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, how the Nunu actually picked up aggro. I think you must be right. He just walked up a little bit too early. Oh, it's another hook is going to land. The flay backwards pretty nice as well, but Dilly has no mana to speak of. Nice sidestep on the piercing arrow, and the lethal tempo stacked up, flashing forward. Tortuga with the barrier will stay alive. I think the ignite ticking is not going to be enough to finish off the Varus. Very, very close call. And it does end up being the flash actually down from Dilly, so Tortuga and Frozen Bullet gonna be okay with the aftermath of that one. Although they're still extremely low, of course. Oh, yeah, potion.
And they want to be able to push this here to look for a recall. Your jungler's top side, you don't know where the Nunu's going right now. So the Nunu could be clearing top side, the Nunu could be looking... Oh. Okay, they clear out the wave. This is still early game Sever. Not really the best wave clear. It's not like the old rework Sever where you just get the Essence Reaver and next thing you know you instantly get the wave. It does take a little bit more work.
Yeah, so Dilly and Haya just going to be biding their time down here for now. They've done a decent job of putting on as much pressure as they can, but yeah, the early game Sivir, again, just not able to threaten that much, especially against a champion like Melio, who has all those pesky shields.
Yeah. Yeah, thankfully Melio's heals and shields aren't the strongest outside of the ultimate, because a lot of the power just passive of buffing up your allies, and also, especially with the Cozy Campfire, the biggest bonus of that is that it just gets the top side. Like,
Yeah, here comes the Skarner. Gonna make an appearance into the top lane, but Trouble Killer able to slice away from that one. So has a level advantage over Yikaw at the moment. Garen still only level 5 because he missed out on all that experience with the earlier death underneath the turret.
and that is very
Gotcha.
punishing here as the Garen, because you don't have to teleport. You went for flash here,
Mhm.
just for lane dominance, and if you're not able to get an optimal back, you're much more prone to losing weight. Things so much.
It is going to be Dorado able to pick up this first neutral objective thanks to the control they had in the top lane, as well as a nice roam up from Frozen Bullet. Oh, the Grubs, all 3 Grubs will go over. And we'll see if Elysium are going to be able to trade for this first dragon. They are going to get that bot wave pushed out, and they're going to go ahead and start up that objective now.
Yep. Well, live an answer at the very least. Typically see the dragon take it first. Grubs just due to the spawning timers. Is also perfectly fine. Get yourself some extra stats here. We know it's a Hex Tech or a Chem Tech here because there is no icon. It's an Earth Dragon.
Yeah, I think it's a
Nice
new...
pull.
oh, yeah, really nice. So the Chain of Corruption does come out. It's not going to be enough to save the support. So a nice kill there. Ooh, a nice scatter in the mid lane as well, but Cordelia taking a lot of damage from that Whale ultimate also.
Yeah, Spiraling Despair just does so much damage. It's delayed too, so it's like you think it's fine, then it's turning it. God damn.
Oh. That's another nice scatter. In comes Guster on the Skarner, but the fear does connect for Korra. The flash for the Impale. That does force the flash out from the way. Pretty worthwhile trade there for Elysium. Skarner flash for Way Flash. I think you're always happy with that one.
For sure. Because Way, much less mobile than the Skarner. Of course, Skarner without flash to set up the Impale. That is a noticeable difference.
Another nice
stun.
We're getting
I
very
think it's-
close to ult range for Cordelia.
Yeah, I think it definitely feels just a little bit out of range right now because now
Yeah.
it's a new champion, which feels kind of weird. She used to be a very hard early game champion because
Right.
her ulti would just let you delete people, but now you have to get the stacks for it to delete people.
Yeah, I was kind of sad when they made that change. I felt like that was a really cool part of Syndra's identity. The fact that she was such a potent early lane bully, and now she's just kind of like another scaling mage, you know?
It is also understandable because, like, a lot of her mid-game damage was like, oh, I landed QE on you, I'm just gonna press button and kill you.
Yeah, the counterplay maybe not the greatest. That's fair.
Yeah, especially for lane. This, at the very least, makes it so it there some extra time in lane to be able to at that point button.
Makes sense. We'll see. You know, as previously mentioned, both of these mid lane champions, both these mages, going to be very, very happy to scale up later on in the game. We'll see who's going to be able to get more value. Anticipating Way to have a little bit of an easier time here in the laning phase. Has a little bit of that range advantage, a little bit more consistent damage over the Syndra. It is, of course, down that flash, so we'll have to see if that ends up getting punished if Guster wants to make a return visit to the mid lane. 1 minute on Grubs.
Yep.
Oh, here comes Guster into the top side. Trouble Killer does have ult and flash. He's going to burn the flash first just to make sure he can get away from that Impale. He'll be able to do so. Here comes the new. Snowball going to connect onto Guster. Now the Dominus going to be popped. Trouble Killer looking to focus down the enemy jungler. Looks like they will be able to get him. Yikaw goes back in. Oh, but he's going to immediately have to flash out. And Yikaw, or Walk Warlock rather, flashing underneath the turret. Going to be able to finish off the Garen. And it's the top jungle of Dorado making it happen in the 2v2.
Good response by Walk Warlock there, just perfect timing. Yes, your top lane has to use the flash initially,
Oh
but
boy. Oh, nice hook there from Haya, and the Lantern goes down as well. Amazing
Ooh,
support
that
play
was
there
scary.
from the Thresh. Saves Cordelia's life.
Spiraling Despair was also used there from Korra. There's a noble cooldown here. I'll give you some extra time here in the mid lane for this blast hitting things on up.
So this is the Grub strike. These are the first 3 Grubs. Oh, Chain of Corruption going to be spell shielded in the bot lane. Let's
Yeah.
take a look up here towards the Grub fight for now. The first 3 were secured by Dorado, and Gus are going to be able to secure the 4th. And, oh, it actually, yeah, Walk Warlock able to secure the 4th, but then we'll have to vacate the area. And it looks like the last 2 now will be secured by Guster.
You got 4. That's all you want.
Yeah.
I mean, preferably 6,
Totally
but
fine.
4 is what you want. 5 is a luxury, but you don't really care too much about the 5th one. It's the 6th one. And this
Okay,
should be an easy
Dilly,
kill.
yeah, in trouble underneath the turret, trying to kite forward and trade back onto Tortuga, but it's not going to happen. Nice roam from Korra. The fact they knew jungle and support for Elysium were on the top side made that a very easy play. Good execution. 4-2 now on the board. Dorado with a pretty decent early lead as Guster again in the top lane, but not going to be able to find anything right now onto Trouble Killa.
And we kind of saw that in the setup there for that bot side play, that the Silver for Dilly, yes, you do outscale, but you can't really go to. Takes a meaty trade there, drops below half. And it might be caught out here. Frost's gonna have to flash on out here. Good to keep your life. Explosive Dragon up in 10.
A skirmish between the top laners at the moment. Both do have ult at the moment, but neither has flash. Taking a look at the top, or a bot side rather, as Haya lands the hook onto Frozen Bullet. But they're not going to commit to the fight, just falling back into the river. Elysium just want to play for this dragon right now, but they need to make sure they can keep mid control at the same time. Dilly going to be forced to stay mid for now to get that wave pushed out. The rest of the squad tries to maintain control of the river. Warlock and Frozen moving in.
Definitely looking here. Able to reclaim a little bit of control of this river. Gonna want to be able to clear out that vision though. Yeah, another ward placed in that Tri-Brush. Nice stun.
A scatter, a
Pretty
chance.
cool.
Korra in trouble, flashing away. The Unleashed Power, the Impale comes through as well. Korra not going to be able to get away from this one, I don't think. The Spiraling Despair is going to miss. Oh, Korra still limping away from this
No
one.
way.
It's going to be
No
Cordelia
way.
who goes down eventually. Guster does manage to chase down the way. 1-for-1 is both mids fall. Meanwhile, topside, Yeecaw brings down his Demacian Justice and shuts down the Crocodile.
We got
Now
more
let's
action
see.
here.
Yeah, Walk Warlock wanting the start on the Dragon Guster on the flank here. It's a pincer being set up by the side of Elysium. The play is not going to connect, but Guster does get the stun into the wall onto Nunu. Walk Warlock going down pretty low, but so is the Skarner. It's going to be a shutdown, though. Dilly able to pick that one up, flashes away, but still gets taken down. Now Tortuga looking to clean up the fight. The piercing arrow has to be flashed away from as Haya escapes. No jungler means no dragon for Dorado, but they do win out in the fight.
Able to pick that one on up here. Interestingly, Walk Warlock Ashes the Leandry's here. I'm not sure about that. Faded Ashes, I can understand that. Oh. Okay, yeah. And sadly for Dorado, despite having the higher health bars there, they can't go Dragon Smite and an enemy jungler with 300 health. Oh, hi Wookie. That's the I thought I was alt tapped, but I sort of meant.
So here comes Walk Warlock back into the mid lane. Not going to find the snowball onto Cordelia this time. Nice sidestep from the Syndra. We have a Renekton now is in the bottom lane. And Korra towards the top side. Both of them going to get their teleport back up off cooldown relatively soon. And Garen obviously never going to have teleport.
Yeah. Trojan Rush 2. I know that's going to buff your ulti damage, so gonna make thresholds just hit that much harder.
Trying to do some proxying right now. Korra really would like to put a stop to this, but you know, Garen's just going to spin on the wave and wander away into the jungle.
That's the thing with Garen. You probably have enough magic resist right now. Pass. Eat up a lot of that damage from this way that has no magic penetration.
Yeah. Dragon start for Elysium. Walk Warlock in the area, but not having enough control to really feel comfortable moving into that river. Chain of Corruption not going to land for Tortuga. And the dragon will be secured. That's the first two dragons for Elysium. We do have an Infernal Soul once again. Yika is going to take 2 turret shots. Flashes away from the Severing Bolt. And will survive.
Yep. Threatening a kill there. Had it not been for the Spiraling Despair, plus the Fear. Might have just been able to ulti plus Ignite there, finish off the...
That would have been pretty gross.
It would have been... Yeah, with Shojin plus that new rune that I don't know the name of. But
Right. Axiom Arcanist, I think.
Oh.
Something like that.
Right, yeah, like Axiom Arc the item.
Oh, true. Yeah, very similar. If I am indeed right about the name of the rune, which I'm not 100% sure. Hook and land onto Walk Warlock. In comes Guster. Going to be able to get the stun into the wall as well. Cordelia moving over, connects the scatter. That should be a dead jungler. Walk Warlock tries to flash away, but the Unleashed power will come out, and that is indeed a dead Nunu. Should be a Rift Herald over to Elysium now. It does reset. Going to take them a little while to get through this health bar, but this is going to be the feat of monster slaying that they are going to be able to secure for themselves. Again, I don't quite recall who got the feat of warfare in this game. I don't know if you remember, Gofarino. I guess it was,
Looks like it was Dorado. All right.
Yeah. Okay. So it's going to come down to first turret then, this time around.
It's interesting. Don't typically see it come down to the first turn, but hey, happens. Because usually with how long it takes objectives to be done, just due to spawn timers, it's usually the...
Yeah, definitely interesting. Let's see, what turret is lowest right now? Is it that top tier 1 for Dorado? Might be.
Maybe. Decently low.
Oh, they're going to find Korra. Yeah, the wait is close to having flashback up, but didn't quite have it. The Spiraling Despair is not going to land. Korra is going to get executed by the Demacian Justice. And this should be that first turret going over. Rift Herald going to be utilized just to guarantee it. And that is going to be the feats of strength for Elysium here in this deciding game number 3.
And some extra juice.
Oh, a nice hook from Haya. Dilly gonna look to get out a little bit of damage, but Walk Warlock has the reinforcements in the area.
Oh, and the Rift Herald's been... No way.
Oh, interesting. No, it's not gonna be able to charge, so
Okay.
it's gonna be it for Shelly. She just wanted to make a little bit of a cameo in the mid lane here, say hello, and then she will disappear.
Yeah, not opting to try and crash that into the top tier 2. Just using it as a bit of a taxi service across the rift. Always funny to see.
Yeah. That's going to be another turret now, going over to Elysium. They're going to be able to extend their gold lead. They're up about 2k now over Dorado. We now, once again, have our mid laners facing off against one another in the side lane instead of that weird situation where we had Yika matched up against the Wei. No longer.
Ooh. Is that... I think that's Unitel being built up next year for Yika.
Oh my goodness.
I haven't heard of that on Garen. Crit, because your E can crit, attack speed also E hit more times.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot that the E scales with attack speed. That's interesting.
Yeah. Can't say I've seen this build. I haven't completely kept up with Garen builds. I just know Phase Rush plus that new rune is pretty damn good on him.
Yeah, we've seen that already.
Yeah.
So this is our third dragon is coming up very soon. Gofarino. It's going to be soul point for Elysium if they can get it. So probably pretty critical for Dorado that they need to put a stop to this, right? I mean, Infernal Soul on Syndra and Sivir and Garen even. You definitely don't want to be staring that down.
Yeah. So you got to contest that one here. You can see
I think so.
they already got some prio in the mid lane here. Poor Grubs. Oh. All right. Yeah, this is
Sivir
a
exists.
So.
Yeah. 2 items done for Dilly, and not quite for Tortuga just yet. Also sitting on 1.5 still. That's pretty concerning for the side of Dorado. As the dragon spawning in about 15 seconds now. Making sure
On the hunt.
our Elysium, yeah, on the hunt bot there. Nice scatter. Oh, with the 3-minute with Emilio ultimate. Saves Dorado from certain death. Great pick there into the Skarner. Dilly is going to be forced to flash away and realize that a lantern was forthcoming. Yeah, good call out. See Yika there on the flank, on the top side of the mid lane. Warlock extremely low, gonna try to heal up off these wolves, but we can transition immediately into a dragon start for Elysium. Gonna flash for the flank, Tortuga flash away, but the scatter connects, and the Varus is going to get obliterated. Trouble Killer trying to find something back, manages to take down Haya, and it's a nice snowball from Warlock as well, but the Nunu is getting chunked down. Guster makes his way back into the mid lane, but it's too late. The team fight has already been won by Dorado, and now it's only the lonely Skarner here with no friends. He's the last of his kind, and he won't last much longer. It's going to be a 4-for-1 team fight. Dorado come out on top, and they stop the stacking.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want there. It looked a little dicey because Tortuga just got flashed on there in that mid lane, caught with down and absolutely boomed his way to Sunday, but great snowball on the back there. You have the Dominus as well, taking down 3 people, and so much damage there, enough to finish off those members who were still a bit low from that last fight.
Yeah, honestly, I would like to direct a little bit of criticism towards Elysium for that play. I feel like you had everything you needed, right? You chunked out the Nunu, you had control in mid lane, you could have just sent everybody over to the dragon, just take the dragon, get up to Soul Point, and then you're in a really good spot. I mean, even if you lose some minions to that mid turret, I feel like that's fine. That's worth getting the dragon, right? But they committed for the fight in mid. While Skarner was trying to do the objective, they kind of split themselves up, and it cost them pretty big.
Yeah, and getting that soul point denied as well. This should land.
Nice steering there for Warlock, but Dilly has a spell shield.
Yeah. That's an easy one to spell shield too. You literally see it rolling right at you.
Yeah, pretty easy one for sure. As Otacon now, currently the only objective on the map.
Teams. It is an objective you can't... Well, I think we actually saw it.
We saw it snuck at least once tonight, yeah.
Yeah.
It was in our other match, I believe.
I forget who it was.
That was TSI, I believe, that snuck the Otacon.
Probably. I mean, they're the ones who...
That's right, yeah. Is Warlock going to get caught out here? Is going to get impaled, but flashes away. Manages to stay alive, but Skarner ult for Nunu flash. A trade up for Elysium. Is that going to be enough for an Otacon start? That's going to be a flash down for Frozen Bullet as well. The Chain of Corruption will connect. Gets the root onto the Thresh as it does chain over to the support there, but they're not going to be able to follow up on that one. Meanwhile, Yika doing some more proxying up there towards the top side. Garen in danger of getting collapsed on right now, and there is the snowball going to connect. I don't think Yika's going to be able to get out of this one. He'd like to trade one back onto the Nunu, but I don't think that is going to come through. The slice into the auto attack, Trouble Killer, unstoppable. 7 kills actually on this Renekton. Korra with a Seraph Shield survives the Syndra ultimate, and now Cordelia is going to get snowballed. Oh, it actually goes just a little bit wide, but Warlock's still going to be able to clean up that kill. The Skarner taken down as well, and it's another team fight win for Dorado Gaming.
Great pickups there. I mean, Yika, that is not where you want to be.
Classic Garen.
Way too far as this squishy Garen. You already know people are topside because of the Otacon. You just get absolutely blown up there. Your team tries to get something back in the mid lane, but just fails horribly.
Yeah, so this is going to be the Otacon that does get secured for Dorado. They are now the ones with a 2,000 gold lead. And that Otacon buff, I believe, will persist until the next dragon spawns. I think it lasts more than 2 minutes. Don't quote me on that. Do you know how long? Go Freno.
Otacon, the GAs, I never really...
I don't know exactly. You know, it's gonna be... I think it'll last until the dragon spawn. It's gonna be around there. At least it'll last until when they're getting controlled around the dragon, right? Or if they'd like to go for a Baron play, you know, that could be an option as well. I don't know if they're
definitely
that
for
far
sure.
ahead where you could really force the Baron. Might be a bit risky.
You certainly have decent DPS here because you have it. That's about it though for DPS.
We got both of the solo laners for.
2.5 minutes.
Oh, thank you, chat. Yeah, so they are gonna have it for the dragon spawn. As both solo laners for Dorado right now, pushing out that top side. Now they're gonna join up the rest of the team. Looks like Baron might be the consideration, but Elysium know all about it. They're not just gonna give it over. It's done into the walls. Warlock is gonna get impaled, gets dragged back towards the rest of Elysium, but the Emilio is going to help shield up that Nunu, keeps him safe. Actually, Frozen Bullet still holding on to the ultimate for now. That could be big. Yikaw gonna start pushing aggressively once again. Oh, but maybe not too aggressively. He's a little bit more measured now.
Definitely dicey.
Scatter lands
Good
onto
stun
the
there.
Nunu. They pull him back in. There's the melee ultimate going to come
very
out.
big.
Warlock going to go for the Chilling Storm as well there. Yikaw is into the thick of things. He's going to force out that first withdraw. That is going to be the Varus, I believe, sent back to base. The scatter lands onto Trouble Killer. Another nice hook onto Warlock. The withdrawals start to come through, but blinking health bars on the side of Elysium as well. Another hook lands for Haya. It's another withdrawal. The scatter is beautiful, and all of the Otacon buffs will be removed. Incredibly thin margins there, but Elysium win the fight.
Yep, just barely. They have quite a few blinking health bars. Guster probably shouldn't be alive. Dizzy.
Dilly.
Dilly. Not Ditty. I don't know where that came from, but yeah, it's been a long night.
Variations. It has.
Yeah. Thankfully, I
Man.
did not call him Diddy.
That would have been bad.
The Kong, not the recent arrest.
Yes. So thankfully there are some more wholesome ditties out there that we can
Okay,
reference.
Baron start. This is on a word though.
Let's see. I mean, like you said earlier, they can do it pretty fast. I don't think Elysium are gonna get here in time. So it's just gone. Nice counter punch for Dorado. They lose out in the team fight, but the respawns come through pretty quickly, right? Because they had the Otacon buff, so they're able to answer with the Nash. And they maintain their gold lead, but looking at that scoreboard, it's those 3 dragons for Elysium. The big takeaway for me.
That is scary. 4 minutes until what could be the Infernal. A decently explosive comp. This isn't like the biggest, like, oh dear God, they got the Infernal Soul comp, but you are gonna be feeling it. Pack up. That's gonna do quite a bit of damage. See what they can do here to contest the next one. They are down in just a bit of gold, actually. I thought it was a bigger gold lead. Almost 700.
It's been really back and forth. Yeah, the gold lead has switched hands numerous times this game.
Yeah.
I
Definitely
feel
got a
like
seesaw here.
Dorado need to get some value from this Baron, right? I mean, given the fact that you're staring down Soul Point now, look at they haven't gotten a single turret yet. They haven't taken a single turret of Elysium. Elysium has taken 3 turrets. I really feel like, I mean,
they have 4 grubs too.
I know. I just now realized that. I'm shocked that they haven't managed to get a single turret yet for the side of Dorado.
Okay. Yeah,
It looks like that will now change. They're going to be able to claim this top tier 1. How much would you like to see them get? I mean, they've already used half their Baron buff. They've only got 1 turret.
At least get some inner turrets here. You're definitely not going to break up the base here unless you get a big win. So, just generally outvalue people with this.
Okay, we're going to get the mid-tier 1. It looks like, well, at least we're going to try for it. But the Sivir wave clear is so difficult to siege against, even with Baron. Ooh, Guster, no reason to go too aggressive here. 4 men strong for Dorado in the mid lane right now. We do have a Cordelia moving over as well. They're gonna land. Oh, the Frozen Bullet gonna be forced to flash away. I don't know if the Emilio actually had to flash, but better safe than sorry, I suppose. Gonna flash down for the Dorado support, and they're the ones getting sieged while they have Nash. What's happening, Goferino?
You just left a Garen alone in that top lane. there. You do save the inner turret, though. It only takes a bit of damage. Baron buff going to time out here very soon. Hook misses. Or, sorry, there wasn't a hook in that rush. That was a scatter that guy did hit.
Right. Well, the Baron buff is about to dissipate. Dorado got 1 turret. And now they've got to deal with this Infernal Dragon in 90 seconds. And I'm not really sure how they're going to do it, Goferino. I'm struggling to see the lines for Dorado right now.
I mean, they can walk into it. This is a fairly even game. You just literally Nunu it down mid, I feel. Well, Nunu it down river. Force engage. Because Nunu, what's consume
Sure.
plus
Yeah, if he
might
can get in the
like-
pit. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's true. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, you can work your way up here, clear out your jungle. You still got a minute till the dragons. Clear out your jungle here. Try and push up into that river as well. That's what they're doing.
Right. Trying to get some control, but we can see there's that double pink ward set up for Elysium right now. The line brush and the banana brush currently under their control. And the side of Dorado, we can see really hesitant to move in here and try to retake this vision. They know it's so dangerous. If somebody ends up getting caught out and you give over Infernal Soul, I mean, that could be the game just slipping through your fingers right there. But at some point, they're gonna need to move in to contest this vision. Yeah, Yikaw's gonna flash in directly on top of the Varus, who does have to flash away, doesn't have to stay alive. Now the Chain of Corruption will connect onto Yikaw. They're trying to turn it back around onto the Garen. Hook is gonna land onto the Crocodile. 5 men strong for Elysium in the mid lane right now. It's 5 men for Dorado as well, as both teams stare each other down. Pretty even trade so far. A couple of key flashes, though. Both the flashes for both carries on Dorado are now down.
Yeah, that is very spooky here. Not having flash. Thankfully, you don't drop a member there because you had enough heals and shields here coming out.
Warlock, was that too far forward? Oh, the hook is just barely going to miss. The scatter only onto the Renekton. Skarner has started up the dragon. Dorado, you have to make your move right now. You need to get Nunu into that dragon pit. It looks like they are going to be able to do so. Guster with the re-engage. Still holding on to the Impale. Hook's going to land. They found Tortuga. They take down the Varus. The Impale is massive as well. And Dorado, they just weren't quite able to make it happen. They weren't quite able to gain their position in the river. The flash scatter connects. The unleashed power is committed. And Korra will be taken down. The Infernal Soul goes over. And Dorado, they fought so hard. They were so close to making something happen in this one, but I think it may have just slipped away from them.
Yeah, it's looking a little Dorado over right now. Not completely out of their grasp, but they're just not able to set up for these fights. It feels like they almost had the juice there, but then you let Tortuga get flanked there and absolutely pincer it off. I don't know why Tortuga was the one in the river there with the jungler and not
They just lost track of the Garen. They didn't know where Yikaw was.
Yep. And Baron take, okay. You still have the man advantage on the map. 5 versus 4.
I think they're going to be able to get it. I mean, Warlock is live, you know, helping to push out the mid lane right now, but the Baron going to get shredded. And there's no vision in the pit for Dorado until just now, and it's just far too late. Baron secured for Elysium. They retake the gold lead. They're back up to that 2k gold lead position. They've got 3 items on Dilly. They've got 3 items on Cordelia. They've got the Infernal Soul. And all they need now is the Nexus.
Bring it on home here. Get Elysium to 2-1 in this series. Nice stun. This could be a kill. It does
sidestep on the Varus ults.
Alright. They're at least holding on for now, but Baron buff already putting in some work because these minions are at least crashing into the turrets. I hate to be him Dorado like that, but only getting 1 outer turret. Baron is
yeah, it's rough. Yikaw in a 1v2. He might like those odds. He's got Trouble Killer down relatively low. He's going to be able to utilize the escape code, as coined by Mr. Brendan Valdez, to get away.
Mm-hmm. I'll still be looking for more. This is late game Garen, so the passive actually is a bit like a Warbuck right now. Not this,
Yeah.
I believe, but still.
Baby Warmonks, yeah.
Even have the Serpent's Fang here, which is kind of memey. It's obviously to deal with the Sterix and Nunu ulti and Seraph.
Yeah.
It's funny.
I feel like it's some good value for Yikar in this one. Don't really mind it.
I think it's fun value.
Because we're trying to siege. Honestly, the side of Elysium are kind of struggling to get good value out of their Baron as well, but they do manage to take down that mid-tier 2.
Alright, game's gonna keep going here. Elysium, of course, definitely favored here because they have the Infernal Soul and the slight gold lead for this point in the game. Like, 5k still kind of noticeable, but everybody's sitting on 3.5, some
That's
4
true.
items. So, like,
Yeah. The breakpoint's pretty even right now. You know, like you say, Dorado pretty much on 3 items across the board as well. So, honestly, I feel like if they're going to try to find a fight to somehow get back into this one, the time is now, right? But it just feels like they've been pretty reluctant to pull the trigger.
they just haven't been able to find the mark when they do pull. Because they're throwing out snowballs at the very least, but those aren't landing. The Chains of Corruption, I feel like, are being used purely defensively because Tortuga keeps getting jumped by someone here.
Yeah, Tortuga, unfortunately, 2 levels down on Dilly right now. Level 17 for the Sivir. And actually does have that 4th item completed now. So, Sivir, very, very much online. Incredibly threatening this late into the game. Will just shred through those health bars like they're nothing. She gets any time to hit.
Yeah, especially against, well, you have a Nunu in the jungle at the very least, but this is a Leandri's rush Nunu, so yes.
Yeah. Things have slowed down a bit, as the wave clear for Dorado is definitely good enough to where Elysium can't really siege without the Baron. So it looks like we're going to Elder. And, I mean, last time we saw Elysium just kind of maintain control over that river. They had the better setup for the team fight, and it was very decisive for them. So if they can set up a similar sequence here and get the Elder, then they will be assembling Exodia at that point.
We're going to be doing a lot for them.
Yikar on the flank once
Nice
again.
done.
That's
This is
going to be the hook onto Korra, who tries to flash away to stay alive, but Yikar on the flank, we're going to execute the wave. The CC does come out, and it's going to be the... Oh my goodness, Yikar, he flashes in there. He does manage to take down the wave, and that is going to do it just like that. It's only Trouble Killer and Warlock left. Guster charges forward. The Renekton on a sliver of health. One more boomerang takes him down. And that is going to do it. That is going to be the game. There's no way that Warlock can defend by himself. It was a pretty long one. It was a pretty drawn-out affair here in Game 3. But in the end, it will be Elysium picking up the 2-1 victory. This is going to be their 2nd win of the season.
Where's the wave at the very least here?
Oh, he does. Oh, did I call it too soon?
Surely they can end on this wave, right?
Oh, the
No.
respawns are going to come through. The Melia was in 5 seconds. I feel like they could have gone for it. I feel like they maybe could have still ended, but Elysium, they're going to make the safer call. They're going to fall back to the Elder, and the game will continue for now. My bad.
All right. Surely with Elder, they're able to finish this off. I mean, they got pretty damn close. Teleport out in the mid lane. These health bars are still kind of low.
That is going to be Warlock pushed away from the Dragon Pit, gets pulled into the waiting embrace of the Syndra, and the balls will be slapped onto the Nunu. Warlock taken down here with both of those Uber buffs spawning. This cannot be contested anymore. Maybe a Miracle Varus arrow from Tortuga. That's going to be Yikar playing Bodyguard. The Lantern brings the Garen to safety. The Elder imminently going to be taken down, and then it should be a wipe in the team fight. The Scatter is going to connect onto Korra. The Elder Dragon shows its fangs, takes down the Dorado mid laner. 5v3 now on the map. A minion wave already crashing into mid and bot as well.
We're recalling. Okay, so they want to get the Baron here too, I think. The Nunu,
I guess
he's
so.
back up here for Walk Warlock in a sec, but they might have just been able to end there.
I think they've had a couple chances now, Elysium, where they could have gone for the ends, I think, relatively comfortably, but they're being really, really careful here, really not wanting to give any chances for Dorado to find some kind of miracle turn.
Yeah. Also patting some stats here, I guess. Looking for something. Crocodile from Trouble, not going to be pushing up much further, though. This Elder, it is ticking down here. So I guess it's just going to be an Elder to secure the Baron.
Yeah.
I don't think there's going to be too much Elder left over after this, but you will have the Elder here. Dorado does try and contest this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fine use of the Elder, right? If you're not going to end the game, then use it to take the Baron, and then you can use the Baron to end the game. Totally fine, assuming that they are able to end the game with this Baron. That would be pretty ironic if they can't. It would be like Elysium pulling a Dorado, potentially. Hopefully
Yeah.
not. As Cora, oh dear, he's going to get spun on.
I don't
Well, that
know
was a
why Cora
gameplay
was walking up
experience.
there.
Yeah, I mean, shouldn't have been there. You're right.
Yep.
Just got spin to win.
Oh, nice stun.
He's got a landing on a Warlock. The Unleashed Power. The Elder Dragon. Oh, the shield keeps the Nunu alive. The inhibitors will not be so lucky. And now the Nexus turrets, all that are left, stand between Elysium and a Game 3 victory. Trouble Killer doing everything that he can, valiantly trying to get on top of that Sivir, but he's not going to be able to do it. The Elder Dragon will secure the victory, and Elysium took a little bit longer than maybe it needed to, but they will secure a 2-1 win here in Week 3.
Yeah, that game, very even, basically all throughout. There are points where Dorado felt like they're the ones one step ahead, and there are points where Elysium felt they were one step ahead, but in the end, Elysium was the one step ahead, especially after they secure that Infernal Dragon, just giving them all those extra stats. They're able to bring it home here in a very long 3-game series.
It did end up being a bit of a long one. My voice is tired for sure. Yeah, very back and forth game here in game number 3. It was really just came down to those key moments, right? It was some really clutch plays and some good setups from Elysium that really did end up netting them the victory in this one. But for Dorado, I feel like they played much better this week. I mean, it was so frustrating watching them the past couple of weeks losing these games that they had won, that they literally had these games in their hands, and then they just weren't able to close out. I feel like they're up against a really difficult opponent tonight in Elysium, and I felt like they were more coordinated tonight on the side of Dorado. I felt like we saw some improvements, even though they weren't able to pick up the victory. I'm still, pretty relatively happy with what they were able to show us, just in the sense that it felt like they were a little bit more together as a team.
Yeah, for sure. Especially in this game number 3. It's gonna be a hard one calling the Pog of this series. This game.
Well, yeah, you already know that's where I'm going next, Gopher. What are your thoughts? Just kind of whatever is in your mind right now.
I don't know. It's kind of hard to make like a definitive this person absolutely showed up in this game for the winning team, because everybody kind of had some moments in this game, I feel, where they kind of slipped up. Nobody was like this whole big carry. Guster Posey definitely had some very solid team fight engages there in the late stages, I feel like.
Yeah.
And then there's also Yeehaw, who definitely got some pop-off fights towards the end, but we also saw them get caught a lot in those side lanes, so it's a tough one.
Yeah. Yeehaw did end up doing the most damage on the side lane Garen, and he did end up finding some really, really nice flanks as well to kind of seal the deal in some of those team fights later on. Personally, I'm actually looking towards Haya again here. I thought the Thresh play was really nice, especially a little bit earlier on in the game. I feel like Haya had a some really good fights there. There was that one sequence where he completely saved Cordelia. Like Cordelia was getting pincered by like the Nunu snowball on one side, and I think Korra was on the other. And Haya like hooks the Nunu out of the snowball and then lanterns Korra out to safety in like the same moment. That was pretty clean Thresh play. And then there was that one fight later on as well where he was just like chaining a bunch of hooks together. When Dorado had the Otacon buff, and there was the really thin margins in that fight, and it was just like hook after hook after hook was landing from Haya to get the Elysium the win in that one. But it definitely some great performances across the board. Did I sell you on the Haya vote?
I'd be fine with
What are you
Haya
thinking?
here.
It was definitely a team effort, no doubt
Yeah,
about
it
it.
was a team effort.
It was necessary from Elysium that everybody was able to perform in this one to actually get the win against what seemed like a revitalized Dorado this week.
Mhm.
So definitely credit to them. Do you have any other final thoughts, Gofrino? Anything else you wanted to add as we close out the stream?
Definitely was an exciting one here. Thank you to all the viewers who did that throughout the day, and also to the one person earlier this stream who did drop a sub.
Shout out. Who was that again? Was it Relics? I don't remember.
I
But
know
shout
their
out to
name's
that
Douglas
person.
and yeah,
Absolute
that
legend.
was like back in game 1, I believe. So
long ago now, yeah. So, apologies, as a lot has happened, and there's only so many things that us lowly casters can keep in our noggins at once. But that is going to do it for our stream today. It is time finally for your casters to get some rest. Thank you everybody very much for watching. Do not forget, we have day 2 of week number 3 tomorrow night. You're going to have, of course, Trong and Ferris back for that one. We are going to be starting off tomorrow with, it looks like, Omega versus Conduit, and then you're going to have High Alert versus the Monkeys. That second match, a battle to escape the bottom of the standing. So a really important one there. For tonight, that is going to do it from us, from myself, from GoFree, from Wookie, the entire team, Blue Otter. Thank you, everybody, very, very much for watching. We'll see you next time.